Chapter 611. A few days passed. The city of Tennis was already a scene of festive celebration. The whole city was dressed up, with flowers blooming on the windowsills of buildings on both sides of the street, and hung with colorful flags and ribbons fluttering in the wind. Each flag had a royal emblem outlined in gold lines, symbolizing glory and power. The emblem had 4 royal sacred objects: a crown, a scepter, a great sword, and a gem. The main figure was a clown head wearing a tricorn hat. A thick red carpet has been laid on the main road of the city, extending from the magnificent palace to the central square of the city. The mechanical airship in the sky also dropped a huge photo of Ji-sun, and the soldiers also wore formal dresses with ribbons. Everything in the city indicated that a grand coronation ceremony was about to be held here. On the other side, in a magnificent palace built specifically for the coronation, the court ceremonial officers put on the emperor's new clothes for Ji-sun, who was about to be crowned. It was a blue robe made of fine silk and velvet, a brocade cloak embroidered with holy and gorgeous gold patterns, and luxurious leather boots with gold rings and silver buckles on his feet. From head to toe, he exuded luxury and the majesty of the emperor. Except for that slightly boring expression, he looked like a supreme emperor. In the mirror, Ji-sun looked at his luxurious outfit and smacked his lips. Is it really necessary to make it so complicated? Although he knew that the court etiquette was complicated, he felt that it was a waste of time to wait for several hours to get it done. Several court ladies had already left, and there was only Nanjing, who was also wearing a golden dress. As the high priest, she had to preside over the emperor's coronation ceremony in person. Nanjing helped Ji-sun sort out the last few details while saying, "Of course it is necessary. After all, he is the emperor, and the coronation ceremony cannot be neglected. And the grander the ceremony, the stronger the corresponding dynasty's luck. This has been passed down for countless years, and is a necessary link in the cohesion of the king's law." As she spoke, she looked Ji-sun up and down with her smart eyes, and said with a smile, "Well, it's okay. Ji-sun, you are also super handsome as an emperor." Ji-sun didn't like it. If it weren't for that plan, he really had no interest in being an emperor. He was the nominal emperor who let go of everything. In fact, the specific affairs were still handled by Chuchio, Catalina, and Qin Rushi. Thinking of something, Ji-sun asked again, "By the way, how is it over there?" Nanjing knew what he was asking and responded, "The battle in the holy city of Vatican City has come to an end, and the defeat of the Holy Church has been determined. According to reliable intelligence, Pope Polaranti has led the elite to break out in advance, and his whereabouts are currently unknown." The development of the situation was almost the same as the deduction. Ji-sun raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth as he listened. There are only 2 ways for those guys to escape. Now that the dead dragon Merodes is in power, there will be no space for other dragons to survive in the southern continent. They can only flee to the old continent. If nothing unexpected happens, perhaps someone from the Holy Church has already sneaked into the city, just waiting for me, the new emperor, to ascend the throne, so that I can kill him easily. In his current state of mind, there are few secrets in this world. Whatever conspiracy, he can know the whole picture with just one glimpse. There will be almost no accidents. Yes. Nanjing also glanced at Ji-sun and said with some concern, "You are proclaiming yourself emperor in the southern continent, and the Arel Empire is on the verge of collapse. In the eyes of the people of the Holy See, this is stealing the fortune of the Dragon Empire. They will definitely make trouble for you." As she said that, she glanced at Ji-sun again, "But the threat from the Holy See is not particularly big. Do you really plan to do that?" "Yes." Ji-sun knew that the high priest Nanjing knew about the existence of the plain supervisor, so she was probably the only one who could understand what she was going to do besides Old Man Su. It can be said that Ji-sun's claim to the throne now condensed the luck of the East Wasteland together, and at the same time concentrated all the crisis spearheads on himself. Just like the person holding a torch in the dark, he will definitely be coveted by wild beasts. This risk is simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Ji-sun looked at Nanjing's worried eyes, held her cute round face, and said, "If I want to condense the godhood, I will definitely be noticed. And the 2 jars are still on me. I can't hide, and have to try anyway." "Oh." Nanjing pouted, swallowed what he wanted to say, and silently helped Ji-sun to tidy up his clothes. On the other side, in an inconspicuous small building in the residential area of Tennis City, several guys in white cloaks were looking furtively at the towering palace not far away, and the photo of the emperor hanging on the airship in the sky, their eyes full of cold sarcasm. These natives of the East Wilderness really have a good idea, trying to steal the royal power and luck to condense the godhood. Humph, it's so stupid. Do you really think that you can gain a foothold in the South Continent by encircling hundreds of thousands of rebels? Those guys are not completely ignorant. They probably guessed that sooner or later someone would reach out to the Old Continent. Give it a try. If you can really condense the godhood, you may still have a chance. As far as I know, there are still a few powerful guys in the East Wilderness. Just like the leader of the rebels, Qin, and the guy who wants to be the emperor. It is said that Lord Redaglai of the Simon family died in his hands. Those guys are really smart. It is obvious that they want to steal the luck and escape back to the Old Continent at any time after claiming to be the emperor in this Tennis city. It is said that all the masters of the East Wilderness have come this time, and they want to be crowned with the dynasty luck. It is just right to get rid of this pot, and we can go to the Old Continent to gain the ruling power faster. Yes. And all the airships in the city must be destroyed. They can't be left to the guise of the Sun cult. These people are none other than the remnants of the Holy See who fled. The lack of intelligence, and the arrogance of ruling the southern continent for countless years, have made them almost ignorant of the current strength of the eastern wilderness. Except for Qin Rushi, and the false news deliberately spread by Ji Sun and others, they have no idea about the new empire that is about to be established. What they don't know is that Ji Sun has been waiting for so many days. In addition to preparing for the coronation ceremony, the most important thing is to wait for these defeated soldiers, who brought the secret treasures of the Holy See. Woo woo woo! The melodious music resounded throughout the city of Tennis. Ji Sun rode a luxurious dragon-horn carriage inlaid with various gems along the red carpet to tour most of the city, and then returned to the palace. On both sides of the red carpet, hundreds of mechanical warriors lined up neatly on both sides, raising their guns and firing in unison. The high priest Nanjing, who was dressed in a black robe with gold patterns, stood at the end of the stairs. Beside her were the Valkyrie Qin Rushi wearing shining silver armor, the White Queen Chujio wearing a water blue dress, Catalina wearing a Moon Queen dress, and Dong Qi wearing a mechanical exoskeleton. Next to him was Andre, the Marshal of the Iris Corps, and the generals and ministers of the rebel army, the Allied army, and the Oran royal court. Everyone looked at the golden carriage, and it stopped in front of the stairs. The guard opened the door, and Ji Sun, dressed in an imperial robe, stepped onto the red carpet. Ji Sun looked up at the long stairs, and walked up with a resolute gaze. The moment he stepped onto the stairs, he felt countless eyes focused on him. That was the power of faith that belonged exclusively to the king. From today on, he was the emperor, the supreme emperor that countless people believed in. For the first time, Ji Sun clearly felt the overwhelming power of the king's luck blessing him. The steps in front of him seemed to make him see a long stairway to the gods. Ji Sun clearly felt that with every step he took, the royal power on his body became more solid. Is this the extraordinary promotion ceremony? Ji Sun carefully felt this wonderful feeling. The royal power enthronement ceremony is almost the most intuitive extraordinary promotion ceremony in the world. Once crowned, the fate will change immediately. Moreover, this ceremony allows people to clearly see the strange scene of the royal power laws originally scattered in the universe converging on one point. Ascending the throne step by step, Ji Sun clearly felt that he had become the master of living beings, and his aura also visibly soared. He also saw that the lines of fate were tied to him. On the panel, Enlightenment Cuckoo refreshed, you had some insights in the coronation ceremony, the law of kingship plus 88,731. You comprehended the power of the emperor in the promotion ceremony, the divine fire perception plus 1,233. Is this the promotion ceremony? No wonder. Ji Sun carefully sensed the changes in his body. He had a strong feeling that if he wanted, he could follow the river of laws that flowed like a substance in front of him, and glimpse the mystery of the kingship law condensing the godhead. But Ji Sun didn't. He just experienced this process carefully. Not only him, the emperor, Qin Rushi, Chujio, Catalina, Dong Qi and generals and ministers also felt the enlightenment brought by the majestic dynasty's luck. At this moment, the luck of the major forces truly gathered together. The fate was entangled with each other, bringing about a qualitative sublimation. Most people could not see the flow of the law as clearly as Ji Sun, but they also felt the pride that made their blood boil. It was as if they worked together to form a huge Tower of Babel. The tower's spires were getting higher and higher, and they had already touched the highest secret of the law. This allowed everyone to use the Tower of Babel to find a stable way to reach the gods. Ji Sun walked up step by step. The serious-looking high priest Nanjing had been waiting for a long time. The crown of thorns representing the royal power was placed on the tray of the female official beside him. Nanjing also sang a blessing, Great King Joker, under the witness of the gods of the Kashi civilization, under the gaze of the spirits of the ancestors, And in the prayers of hundreds of millions of subjects, you have taken on the burden of the empire and carried the expectations of hundreds of millions of people. You are kind, just, merciful, tolerant, and wise. Your good name will be spread to every corner of the world. May you have a wise and omniscient vision and almighty extraordinary abilities to lead us across the unknown darkness and greet the dawn. Your honorable name will be forever engraved in the chapters of history. As a representative of light and hope, establish a great new Tarun empire and bring miracles to the world. The blessing is not just a formality. It is a very important part of the ceremony. It can be understood as a blessing to the origin of the plane. What is said is the aura of blessing for the emperor. Ji-sun clearly felt that as Nanjing spoke the blessing, a stream of mysterious blessing power was added to himself. He was recognized by the origin of the plane. The royal power on his body is like a blooming sun, which makes people more and more afraid to look directly at it. After reciting the blessing, Nanjing solemnly picked up the crown on the tray with both hands. Ji-sun put on his chest protection and bowed slightly, feeling an indescribable pressure on his head. It was the supreme royal power and majesty, but also a heavy responsibility and destiny. The moment the crown was worn on his head, Ji-sun's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the royal power law in his eyes was clearer than ever before. At that moment, he saw the world in the eyes of the gods under the blessing of that mysterious power. It was a kind of upgrade and transformation that controlled everything and commanded billions of lives. The status was upgraded, from a demigod to a true god. It was as if the existing royal power law was being reshaped by some mysterious rules and condensed into a new and stable form. Is this the condensation of the godhood? Ji-sun suddenly realized. Because he ignited the divine fire, he could clearly describe the changes in his body that he felt in his sea of consciousness at this moment. It felt like a pile of loose sand was broken into carbon elements and then rearranged to become an indestructible diamond. This mysterious power of attraction was brought by the royal power ceremony. No wonder a 9th-level card master needs a grand promotion ceremony. This feeling of being carried by external forces is probably something that cannot be compared to thousands of years of hard practice. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Ji-sun can stay on the throne for a while longer, he can really condense the kingship godhood. Become a god. The people on the side obviously also noticed the changes in Ji-sun. The mysterious feeling that made people unable to look directly, and could not be described made everyone vaguely realize what happened, and their eyes were filled with inexplicable expectations. However, this feeling of being the center of attention did not last long, and was suddenly interrupted. 10 Laws of Kingship, Rule 9, The Gallows of Rebels. Someone seemed to be chanting a spell in the dark, and before everyone understood what was happening, everyone saw a huge gallows appear behind Ji-sun. At the same time, a noose was already around Ji-sun's neck. Nanjing, who was standing by, frowned, because this gallows that appeared without warning was not a force of law at all, and it was impossible to stop it. The person who was hit by Ji-sun's spell felt even stronger. The moment he was hit, he was instantly imprisoned on the spot by a mysterious force, and the noose around his neck also shrank rapidly, as if to pull out his soul. Single target control plus beheading, almost a sure kill move. However, Ji-sun was not in a hurry at all, but raised his mouth slightly, and made a judgment in his heart: the power of rules, or it is to strengthen the king's power rules. It turns out to be the king's power ball. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned his head and looked at a residential building 2 blocks away, and saw the old man with a white beard who cast a spell in the wound, and muttered, "Oh, I really caught a big fish." With the fate of kingship, he can also use the king's power ball. Then the identity of the attacker is obvious. It can only be the Holy See's Pope, Pope Paulani A. Russell. This is the highest-ranking dragon in the Holy See. Ji-sun was surprised because when he saw this guy, he knew he had waited for the richest one among the defeated army. The Holy See ruled the South Continent for more than 100,000 years, and collected countless treasures. This is not comparable to the 3 major royal families. This is to escape to the old continent, so don't you take all the good things with you? At the same time, the position of the Pope is equivalent to the Emperor among humans, and he also carries the last bit of the dynasty luck of the Holy Church. This is a great supplement for Ji-sun and his new Talon Empire. There is an assassin! Protect your majesty. The moment the gallows appeared, the whole palace was instantly boiling. A pope who is infinitely close to the god level uses the royal relic to attack, and ordinary 9th level people can't withstand it. If Ji-sun hadn't comprehended the power of rules, he might have really died in this sneak attack just now. It can be seen that the other party wants to make a quick decision. But Ji-sun was prepared. Since he has deduced that there is an enemy Qin Ru, if it were him, he would definitely launch a sneak attack at the moment of his coronation. In addition to the highest success rate, it can also defeat the luck of the new Terran Empire and steal it for himself. From this point of view, it is not surprising that the sneak attack was made by Pope Polaranti. But Ji Sun did not rush to act. Qin Ru was already holding a round shield and a big sword, and rushed over as a Valkyrie. She is the strongest known combat force of the enemy. Only when she takes action can the hidden enemy feel at ease to take action. A step ahead of her, a middle-aged man with a beard appeared downstairs of a small building not far away. It was Sieguozhong. The Pope's strength is half a step to the god level, and it is not something that ordinary people can fight against. Pope of Clubs K is not only proficient in the domineering law of kingship, but also in the law of order. These two methods combined can almost restrain all extraordinary methods. But Sieguozhong is a card master who takes the six-order path, and his ability will not be too limited against the Pope. Besides, they had fought before. In a blink of an eye, the three of them were fighting fiercely. At the same time, many masters of the Holy See in white robes appeared in the city. Their goal was clear, that is, to go to the floating airship. Not only to rob, but also to kill the craftsmen, destroy the shipyard, and cut off the connection between the old continent and the southern continent. In this way, the pursuit of the Sun cult can be stopped. But this was originally a bait for Ji Sun and his men. Before those guys could do anything, the masters who had been ambushed all took action. But it was obvious that the defeated army of the Holy See was very strong and numerous. At the same time as the riot broke out in the city, a loud dragon roar was heard outside the city. Ji Sun was standing at the highest point in the city, and there were shadows on the city wall sharing his vision. He could see the situation clearly at a glance. In the refugee camp outside the city, countless strong men suddenly rose up. In the distant mountains and forests, flying dragons and well-equipped Knight Corps also rushed out. The Holy Dragon Knights, the Holy See Inquisition, the ascetics, and the remaining elites of the Red Dragon and Black Dragon royal families also showed up one after another. Ji Sun was not surprised when he saw this, but he smacked his lips and confirmed something: no god level. It was almost the same as expected. This was just a group of dragon-born soldiers of the Holy See. Dragons are arrogant, let alone dragon gods. Even if they were defeated, they would not flee with these humans. What's more, the dragons of the Metal Dragon and Colored Dragon camps were fighting fiercely. How could they sneak attack a small country established by the natives of the East Wilderness? Of course, if there really was one, Ji Sun and his team were also prepared. Although they were defeated, the elite troops of the Holy See led by Pope Polaranti were also very powerful. Their defeated army was enough to sweep away almost any human force in the southern continent. The facts were similar to what the people of the Holy See had expected. The Flying Dragon attacked the city, and they broke through the southern wall almost immediately and poured into the city. Seeing this, the generals of the new Talent Empire reacted and summoned the army to counterattack. The huge city of Tennis was full of war. Judging from the situation, the coronation ceremony of the new emperor is about to turn into a farce. However, Ji Sun was not panicked at all. Instead, he looked at the elite of the Holy See pouring into the city with burning eyes. The armor and equipment on these guys are all top grade. In other words, they are truly elite, and it's not just him. Chujiu, Nanjing, Catalina, Dongqi and other senior officials were not surprised at all, but had an inexplicable expectation. Watching the enemy enter the city, Chujiu also took out a card with a black tower pattern and chanted a mysterious spell. Lanlingster's eagle is soaring in the endless abyss rift, and on the ancient Iron Throne, the legendary King Augustus, the great master of fear, has descended on the treasury of spiritualism and the ruins of the gods. In an instant, 9 beams of light suddenly appeared from various places on the walls around Tennis City, forming a huge 9-pointed star formation in the sky that covered the entire city. Previously, Ji Sun got half of the Shinshu treasure house in Wuzu City, and later, he got the other half from the Royal Academy. This inheritance treasure of the Talent Empire was finally repaired. At this moment, it also became the best means of group control. Since the enemy has come, of course we can't let them run away. Watching Chujiu take action, Katarina on the side had a flash of moonlight in her eyes, and she also smiled and chanted the spell, Divine Art Infinite Dream of the Moon Goddess. In an instant, a bright white moon appeared in the sky. The moonlight illuminated the earth, and the vision became soft as if in a dream. It was like entering a different dimension. The surrounding scenery changed, and everyone had entered the special space of the Shinshu treasure house. Ji Sun saw this and grinned. If the enemy can't run away, then we have to close the door and fight the dog. Chapter 612. Since Pope Polaranti has shown up, there must be many top-level warriors of the 8th and 9th levels among the Holy Sea's defeated soldiers. Ji-sun and his men have no intention of underestimating the enemy. Chujio's spirit came out of the treasure house of the god ruins, and brought all the dragon descendants in the entire Tennis City into the different dimensional space. Only in, not out. Unless the trapped person's comprehension of the space law is higher than the artifact itself, it is impossible to escape. This way, civilians will not be affected. And Catalina's moon god magic even exerted group illusion control on the entire space. Originally, the dragon bloodline has a high immunity to illusions. Even if Katarina is already at the 9th level, the effect of crowd control is not very good. However, this magic is more than that. Ji-sun is already very familiar with the methods of his partners, so he has also created some joint attack secrets. While Katarina was performing magic, the colorful Joker spell card in Ji-sun's hand was already flashing with spiritual light. Poker Game Palace Masquerade. The rules have changed, and the Coronation Palace has become Ji-sun's performance stage. On the stage, everything is as real as it is. At the same time, Ji-sun had already performed another very common transformation spell in his hand. Spell: transform into a giant dragon. Instantly, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded throughout the city. In the eyes of the people of the Holy Church, Ji-sun's body instantly swelled up and turned into a huge green dragon. This image was the plague dragon Redgree that he had killed before. Ji-sun memorized all the characteristics of the evil dragon, even the dragon's might, and simulated it almost exactly. In the illusion, he was like a giant dragon descending. The Dragonborn inherited some of the dragon's bloodline talents, and had almost no shortcomings. However, the Dragonborn bloodline itself was the biggest shortcoming. The pressure of the bloodline made the Dragonborn feel fear and shock from the depths of their souls when facing a pure-blooded dragon, and their strength would be greatly limited. The higher the purity of the Dragonborn bloodline, the stronger the shock. In the current Tennis City, the Dragonborns on the side of the New Talent Empire have all been injected with genetic drugs, and the impact is limited. In contrast, the elites of the Holy See are all high-purity blood Dragonborns, and they are greatly affected. And Katarina's group illusion was to bless Ji-sun's transformation, so that almost all Dragonborns would think that a real pure-blooded dragon had descended. As soon as the dragon transformation was performed, the Holy Church Dragonborns in the sky that had transformed and ravaged were instantly shocked and fell to the ground. Those heavy-armored knights of the Holy Dragon Knights, and the Judgment Corps, who were charging fiercely, were also shocked on the spot. In a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of elite enemy troops were shocked. The morale of the people in the New Talent Empire was greatly boosted in an instant. 16 Titan mechas and thousands of Hunter God mechas also charged forward in one go. The Legion of the Holy Church froze in place, and was immediately thrown to the ground. Ji-sun used the dragon transformation technique, and caught the Holy Church off guard. The situation was reversed in an instant. If the fight continued like this, the defeated army of tens of thousands of people would be killed in no time. However, Ji-sun did not think that those guys from the Holy Church would be killed so easily. Otherwise, they would not be able to escape here. Seeing the group illusion being hit, in a residential building, a 9th-rank bald monk in a robe suddenly chanted a spell, and divine power surged, and the eye-shaped brooch in his hand became dazzling. In an instant, the divine light was bright, and a hot sphere like an eye appeared in the sky. As soon as the flaming eye appeared, the moon dimmed immediately. Although the group illusion was not broken, it was also disturbed. Those Dragonborns who were shocked just now seemed to wake up from a hangover, and were mostly awake from their drowsy state. Ji-sun recognized the identity of the old man, who was also a top-level strongman, Gon-mo, the dean of the Holy Church's ascetic monastery. He looked up at the eye in the sky again and chuckled, "Oh, Eye of Yuget." He had seen the introduction in the classics of the Royal Academy. This was a heretic artifact produced in a certain ruin thousands of years ago. The eye symbolizes wisdom, power, and the blessing and protection of the god of the sky. It has the miraculous effect of breaking illusions. However, the classics record that this thing was regarded as a heretic evil object by the Holy Church and sealed in the Vatican's treasury in the Holy City. I didn't expect that these guys would use the heretic things just to survive. Ji-sun looked at them and chuckled. Not surprised, but a little surprised. They brought out all those dusty things, which means that those guys have a lot of good things. As soon as the bald monk showed his head, a domineering aura instantly locked onto this guy. Hearing the sound of bang, bang, bang explosions, Gong Wu, who had been waiting for a big battle, rushed forward with a body full of black flames. Bang! A crash, dust flying. Most of the block was reduced to ruins in the collision between the two. Gong Wu, who had already transcended into a saint half a year ago, also successfully entered the 9th level. His fighting power is not weaker than some old 9th level warriors. At least in the short term, he will not be defeated. Pope Polarani was surrounded by Qin Rushi and Xieguozhong, and could not fight, and the dean of the ascetic Gon Imo was also stopped by Gong Wu. Those guys in the Holy Church were also stunned. Obviously, they did not expect that a group of East Wilderness natives, who they thought they could easily destroy, would bring them such a big surprise. After all, they were elite troops, and they immediately realized that they had to go all out to leave alive. The 9th-ranked Grand Knight of the Holy See Tribunal raised the horn and blew the order to charge. The melodious horn sounded throughout the space, and the morale of the Holy See was greatly boosted. Ji-sun took a look and saw that it was another top-level relic Dragon God's war horn. The morale was boosted, and the group went wild. Charge! Andre saw this without any hesitation, waving the bloody battle flag, and led his Iris elite and a group of mechanical legions to charge forward. In a blink of an eye, the whole city was plunged into a fierce battle. But no matter how you look at it, the new Talon side, which had been prepared for a long time, was suppressing the Holy See. Ji-sun also looked forward to these enemies coming up with some somewhat innovative means to save the defeat. As the fight went on, a melodious piano sounded. This piano sound seemed to instantly make people lose their morale to charge, and want to enjoy the peace in the gentle countryside. The momentum of the Iris Corps' charge slowed down instantly. Ji-sun glanced at the harp in the hand of the Archbishop in a red robe in the crowd, and recognized that it was a treasure Apollo's harp. This is an item that once flowed out of the Talon Palace, an exclusive treasure of the 7 of Clubs musician series. It can not only hypnotize, but also penetrate armor in a large area to cause sonic damage. This is obviously a means to restrain heavy armor knights and mechanical legions. Catalina, who was standing by, saw this treasure appear, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. She said, "What a rare relic, I just need a suitable instrument." As soon as she finished speaking, she was already singing a war song that was getting higher and higher. The ballad blessed by divine magic seemed to have a magical power, making the original hypnotic ballad seem like an accompaniment, and the melody was gradually dominated by Katarina. The murderous intent of the sound wave immediately turned invisible, and it rebounded to the Holy Dragon Knights. If Katarina is not eliminated, this large-scale illusion control will be the death song of the Holy Church. In Ji-sun's eyes, the law of war has become a reality, and his mind has already deduced a line of cause and effect. The enemy will definitely kill Katarina. Almost without any surprise, a few cold rays flashed. When I looked again, Chujio had appeared beside Catalina. On the thick frost shield, 3 arrows that were sure to hit the target were already spinning in the air. Even if they were blocked by the shield, the arrows were still spinning rapidly, as if they would never stop until they killed the target. Another famous treasure, the hero weapon Hercules' poison arrow. It is said that the gift from the gods to the hero is a bow with unlimited range and arrows soaked in the poisonous blood of the 9-headed serpent Hydra. It has the power to kill gods. Unfortunately, the archer a few kilometers away was of a lower rank and could not use much power. Even if 3 groups of arrows were shot in succession, they were frozen by Chujio's ice and snow field. Catalina looked at Chujio, who helped her out, smiled and said, "Thank you." Chujio nodded without saying much. In a large-scale war, both sides add chips until one side can no longer add chips, and then the winner will be determined. Only then did the people of the Holy See realize that they had misjudged. New Talon Empire. With their strength, they broke into the city like a beast that had entered a trap. Faced with the threat of death, they could only struggle desperately, and keep throwing out their trump cards. Frey's Sword of Victory, Angwi's Psychedelic Necklace, Parvati's Mirror, Victory Cheating Scale, God's Doom Dice, God of War Hammer, Dragon Knight Morton's Armor, Storm Evil God's Skull, in a blink of an eye, all kinds of high-level relics, sub-artifacts, and artifacts in the hands of the Holy See were displayed. Ji-sun also read the famous relics in history like reading an encyclopedia. The Holy Church was able to break out of the battle of the Holy City by relying on these relics with magical effects. However, the new Talon Empire was not afraid at all. The number and combat power of Chujio, Gong Wu, Catalina, Andre, the top combat forces, were not inferior to the defeated army of the Holy Church. The most important thing was that the mechanical army played a huge role on the battlefield. The 16 Titan armors and more than 1,000 hunter god mechas were the main attacking army. Facing the torrent of steel, the Holy See's heavy knight corps, which was mostly composed of 6th and 7th level masters, had no advantage at all. Once the mechanical corps' group-controlled gravitational field was activated, the enemy was like a beast trapped in a quagmire, unable to struggle, and its combat power was restricted to a point where it could not be exerted. The body of steel versus the flesh and blood body of the Dragonborn. The flesh and blood body will always suffer in a head-on collision. The most exaggerated thing is Dong Qi's mechanical angel. After the last decisive battle in the East Wilderness, Ji Sun and his team seized the remains of the mechanical angel of the Orlan King's court, and the angel mechanical arm that Dong Qi originally had in his hand was repaired after being sent to the New World. This mechanical angel was a top-level mecha that could fight against gods 3,000 years ago. Even though it still has some flaws after repair, it is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito to deal with these Dragonborn card masters. Annihilation Cannon, one shot kills one. The alloy body of the mechanical angel is immune to almost all means under the rules. Dong Qi killed 7 times in the enemy army, and no one could do anything to him. Even if he was trapped by some high-level relics with strange effects, Nanjing and Chu Jiu would help him escape. The battle situation was very good. On the other side, on the throne, Ji Sun did not take action, because his intuition told him that there should be big fish among these enemies. Before, Pope Polaranti's sneak attack failed to kill him, and those enemies obviously knew his strength. It was precisely because he did not take action that some dangerous guys kept their heads down and did not dare to show up. Ji Sun carefully observed every corner of the battlefield, and carefully deduced every person on the battlefield in his mind. At this moment, everyone in this secret space seemed to be connected by an invisible line, just like chess pieces on a chessboard, driven by a mysterious force. Ji Sun was sitting on the throne, King Chess. He could see the whole chessboard clearly. Originally, human thoughts could not handle such a complex war situation at the same time. But after the divine fire was ignited, everything became easy. Everyone's weapons, strength, movements, and consciousness on the battlefield were all in sight. Ji Sun watched and saw something strange. As soon as he left the residential building in Xiqing, it seemed that there was a mysterious force that made the war avoid that side. "Hey, are you hiding here?" Ji Sun muttered in his heart. He didn't think about what was going on. He took a step forward and teleported to Xiqing district. As soon as he appeared, the gravitational field that distorted the space around his body spread out. The surrounding buildings seemed to be pulled underground by a terrifying force. The bricks and stones were torn into powder before they could be peeled off. Not good. As if hearing an urgent shout, 3 figures rushed out from a small building. Although the cloak made it hard to see the face, the rusty trident in the leader's hand made Ji Sun recognize the person. One of the 3 giant artifacts, Poseidon's trident. I saw it before in the dead zone. Hey, the second son? Ji Sun looked at this familiar artifact, and a teasing arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Before, he didn't understand what the situation of the son of Heavenly Dragon was, but now it seems to be some means of the dragon god Hyrule to prolong his life. Similar to a clone. No wonder Pope Polaranti looked like he was desperately trying to attract firepower. It turned out that he was covering this person. After finding himself exposed, the second son of God no longer hid, and raised his hand to release the magic art world-destroying flood. As soon as this magic was performed, the sky seemed to have a hole, and a huge flood rushed in. If it was before, Ji Sun would really be afraid. But now the dragon god Hyrule's life and death are unknown, and a clone can be a threat. The divine arts that he had not understood before were now clear to him. Manipulating the rules to gather water elements and create a flood that was stronger than ordinary means. Ji Sun saw this move and chanted the spell, Divine Realm, True Solution of All Things. In an instant, a large black area appeared around his body, and the surging sea water rushed over and was instantly decomposed. The second son of the saint saw this and understood something. Others could not understand this method of easily dissolving divine arts, but he could understand it. Ji Sun didn't give this guy a second chance. He teleported over and raised his hand to punch him. 2 guards stood in front of him. With a bang, Ji Sun's fist was numb. Supreme Tyrant Body? Not only the armor with noble golden dragon patterns, Ji Sun grinned at the dark gold skin on the 2 men. If I guess correctly, this was the legendary Dragon Iron Guard. It is said that only the leader of the Holy Dragon Iron Guard is qualified to be the guard of the Dragon God. These 2 guards are both level 9. Dragon God armor, it is also very famous. Ji Sun had heard of it in the Royal Academy. It is said that this is a sub-god level armor forged by the dragon scales of a divine dragon. There are only 9 sets in the world. Dragon Blood, Divine Dragon Armor, and Supreme Body's secret technique have given the 2 guards an almost invincible defense below the god level. If it were before, Ji Sun would really be helpless. But now, he raised his hand, and 2 Joker cards glowed, and the rules were instantly formed. Poker game. See the dragon take off the armor. Others don't understand the secret of the supreme hegemony, but Ji-sun knows it very well. Any rules that can be understood can be changed. With the blessing of the rules, he punched out again, hegemonic fist sky god strike. With a punch in the air, the entire void seemed to condense into a huge gravitational vortex on his fist. Bang! With a loud noise. Ji-sun's punch completely ignored the defense of the Dragon God guard's armor, and hit the guy in front of him in the chest. Puff! The Dragon God Iron Guard spurted blood through his helmet, and scarlet blood gushed out. This scene also made the second saint's expression suddenly ugly. Because the colored joker in Ji-sun's hand was obtained by killing Saint Teresa, the second saint knew the function of this cursed card better than anyone else. One person was seriously injured, and the barrier formed by the two guards was broken instantly. Ji-sun did not give this guy any chance at all. He teleported out. A layer of strange black light lingered on his fist, and stabbed with a hand knife. The second saint felt the hand reaching out from the void behind him, and his face changed instantly. After all, he had some knowledge of Dragon God Iroh. Even if he had not condensed his divine nature and divine fire, he was still not something that could be hurt by an ordinary 9th level person. But at this moment, he clearly felt the threat of death. Ji-sun certainly knew that this guy had a treasure to protect his body, and his own strength was also extremely strong, and ordinary means could not do anything about it. So, he used the ability he had just mastered recently. This black fire was nothing else. It was the mysterious dark matter energy on the body of the weeping angel. This was a terrifying energy that could only be slightly touched after the lightless sun had cultivated to an extremely high level. This dark energy has a very outrageous characteristic, which is annihilation. It can annihilate all matter and energy it touches. Even Ji-sun cannot understand it at his current level. Fortunately, he has the weeping angel as a reference, so he copied it. Sure enough, this method works as expected. He stretched out his hand, and the divine light protecting the second son of God was annihilated in an instant. Even if the black fire burned through the protective light shield and extinguished it, it was enough. Ji-sun punched out. The strange power directly poured into the second son of God. There was only a dull sound of bang, which seemed to be mixed with the sound of broken armor and broken bones, and the figure flew out like lightning. Boom boom, the flying figure knocked down hundreds of houses on the street, and then disappeared in the dust. Ji-sun smiled strangely, forcibly suppressed the restless blood, and stared at the ruins in the distance. This black fire is indeed useful, but the amount of mana consumed is a bit too exaggerated. He didn't intend to pay attention to the Shenlong Iron Guard who rushed up, and wanted to teleport over again to finish off the enemy. The holy son of the dragon must die. However, before he could move, he heard someone chanting magic in the dark. Law 3. What I have judged is forbidden in the space of truth. Just as Ji-sun tore through the void, the crack in front of him closed instantly like a surface of water. Someone has changed the spatial rules of this area. You can tell without even looking. The only one who can stop him is the Pope Polaranti holding the royal orb. Sure enough. In a blink of an eye, he saw a bearded old man with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and several bloodstains on his body, rushing over breathlessly. This guy couldn't protect himself, and he was distracted to protect the second son. In the blink of an eye, Qin Rushi, who was chasing him, chopped him on the back with a sword, and blood splattered. Royal Power Orb is powerful. It can strengthen the power of rules. But the ability of Olympus Holy Sword, which is also one of the 4 Royal Power Holy Weapons, is to destroy the rules. And this sword is also called Sword of the King Slayer, which has a special restraint on royal power. Qin Rushi is holding this big sword at this moment, chasing and slashing all the way. The Arel Empire is on the verge of collapse, and the Pope, Bolarant, has been severely backlashed by the royal power. It was difficult for him to deal with Qin Rushi. Not to mention Xie Guozhong, the 9th level Dark Descendant. Old Xie is no longer a human or a vampire, but a legendary abyss race, the Dark Descendant. Usually, the Dark Descendant refers to a powerful existence that has been corrupted by the power of darkness, or was once a vessel for the gods to descend, and after regaining their consciousness, they have transformed into a powerful existence that is both good and evil. The Pope was doomed to fail, and Ji-sun originally didn't want to pay attention to him. However, after being interrupted by this, he looked back and saw that the second son of God, it disappeared. Escaped? Ji-sun frowned. It was obvious that the guy knew that there was no chance of winning if he continued to fight, and the best option was to escape as much as possible. A divine weapon that conceals the aura? Ji-sun was also a little puzzled. He carefully sensed it, and did not find any traces. It was as if there was a mysterious power that disconnected the cause and effect, causing the second son to disappear out of thin air. Ji-sun knew that in order to do this, some rules must have been changed. It can only be a divine weapon. Ji-sun was also somewhat helpless. But that guy wanted to escape, and no one below the god level could stop him. After a moment of deduction, Ji-sun found that he had gained nothing at all, so he stopped worrying. Since the son of Heavenly Dragon chose to abandon these subordinates and escape, then there was no suspense in this battle. With Ji-sun's participation in the battle, the balance of victory immediately tilted. Wherever he flashed, the tense battle could be decided immediately. Below the 9th level, it was broken in one move. Above the 9th level, there were already masters to contain him, and he could immediately gain an advantage once he went there. Even if the Legion charged, Ji-sun teleported to the enemy camp and could immediately break the battle formation like a sharp knife. On the battlefield, Ji-sun's figure flashed frequently. The battle was also accelerating into the end. Finally, more than half an hour later, Pope Polar Anti was pierced through the chest by Qin Rushi's royal sword, and the morale of the Holy See collapsed instantly. The battle was over. There were still some sporadic battles that were still coming to an end. Ji-sun had already been idle. He carefully observed from the highest point of the city, still looking for the whereabouts of the second son of God. Although he knew that the guy might be hiding nearby, there was no way to find him because of the protection of the artifact. Soon, the battle was over. Chuchio unlocked the restrictions of the Shinshu treasury, and everyone began to count the battlefield. Ji-sun had given up looking for the second son of God, and was happily preparing to count the spoils. Without the lackeys of the Holy See, without the support of other dragons, and just a clone of Arel, even if it escaped to the old continent, the threat was very limited. However, unexpectedly, the surprise came very suddenly. No one noticed, outside the East City. A guy wearing an invisible cloak was carefully avoiding all sentries, preparing to escape from the city. But just when this guy thought he had perfectly avoided all the patrols, his feet suddenly softened, as if he stepped on something soft in the sand. Like a corpse? Yes, there was no breath, it could only be a corpse. However, before he could think of this, he heard a strange cry coming from the sand. Ouch, who is so blind? I stepped on someone. Looking down, a wretched old man with missing front teeth jumped out like a cat whose tail was stepped on. The second son of the Holy Spirit was also dumbfounded. When the hell did someone hide in the ground? It was none other than Old Man Su, who had found a place to take refuge. He spat the sand in his mouth and looked around in confusion. No one? This old man has a talent for seeking benefits and avoiding harm. He can always find a good place to hide in a dangerous situation. So at the beginning of the war, he chose to hide in the sand outside the city. And the invisibility cloak of Hades of the 3 giant artifacts also has a feature, which is to guide people to always choose the safest place to hide. The 2 lucky halos just collided quietly. Obviously, Old Man Su was better. The second saint's son, who was running for his life, happened to step on Old Man Su, who was taking shelter. The duck voice sounded like an alarm, and Ji-sun in the city heard it clearly. Before the second saint's son's face changed drastically, a fist came towards his face from the space crack. Chapter 6:13. It must be said that the second son of God is really strong. Even if Ji-sun has ignited the divine fire, he can't do anything to this guy with 2 divine weapons in his hands in a short time. This fight was a life and death struggle, and it was extremely fierce. Fortunately, the battle in Tennis City has basically ended, and Qin Rushi came to help in time. The 2 of them worked together, and spent a lot of effort to kill him. Not long after, in the big pit outside the city that looked like a meteorite impact, Ji-sun panted and looked at the corpse in front of him, and exhaled a breath of relief, finally killed it. He picked up the black cloak on the body, his expression became amused, and he muttered, "Tisk, it's actually Pluto's invisibility cloak. No wonder, it can even block causal logic." Seeing this artifact, he finally understood how the second son of God escaped under his nose. After trying it, it was like disappearing from the world when he put on the cloak. A perfect life-saving artifact. Counting the Poseidon's trident next to the corpse, there is also the Zeus Thunder Scepter obtained from the previous ambush of the first son of God. The 3 ancient artifacts forged by the legendary Cyclops have now been seen in person. Ji-sun sighed again in his heart that the Holy See really has too many good things. After countless years of plundering, almost all the good things discovered by adventurers in the entire southern continent from the secret and dangerous places are in the hands of these supreme rulers. Now that the empire has collapsed, it has also benefited Ji-sun and his team. The harvest is not just treasures. After killing the second holy son, Ji-sun clearly felt that the royal power and luck lingering around him had obviously become more prosperous. Qin Rushi, who also has the fate of kingship, also benefited greatly. The second Holy Sun is the incarnation of Dragon God Arel, the actual ruler of the southern continent, and he himself has a strong fate of kingship. And killing the king. This special extraordinary ritual is the most direct way to steal the luck of kingship. Qin Rushi killed Pope Polarant before, and now her luck has exploded again. At this moment, the aura of the Valkyrie on her body is dazzling, and the shadow of the immortal Baiqiu behind her is also shining with golden light. This is already a sign of igniting the divine fire. Baiqiu's amber vertical pupils looked at the corpse on the ground, and then looked at Ji Sun, with a complicated look. At the beginning, it chose Qin Rushi as the contract master, not only because she was the descendant of the Bai family, but more importantly, it was the divination given to it by Old Man Su 100 years ago. Now it seems to have come true. The new Talon Empire was established, and the host killed two powerful people with the fate of the Supreme King in succession. So that Baiqiu's bottleneck that had trapped him for nearly 3,000 years was broken by chance. Ji Sun had already gone through that step, so he certainly knew what happened. He met Baiqiu's gaze and nodded. Qin Ru looked at each other and smiled. It was a happy thing for close friends to take that step. Ji Sun said nothing more, and began to count the spoils. He pulled off the storage ring on the corpse, and saw the piles of top-grade materials, scrolls, and various treasures inside. He grinned and said, "I've made a fortune." As expected, this was the treasure house of the guys in the Holy See who wanted to make a comeback. The surprise that made Ji Sun rich at his current level shows how outrageous the value of the things in the storage ring is. It is no exaggeration to say that this storage ring alone is more valuable than the treasures of the entire royal family of the former Eastern Wilderness Orlan King Court. And the body of the second Holy Sun is also top-level material. This is not an ordinary 9th-level pure-blooded dragon, but the avatar of the dragon god, with extremely high research value. Ji Sun collected the body, and planned to bring it to Master Merlin for research later. Not long after, the three of them cleaned up the battlefield and returned to the city of Tennis. From a distance, they saw two disciples waiting at the city gate. The battle with the heavenly dragon saint was beyond the reach of ordinary people. They were curious and worried, so they could only wait. Seeing their teacher return safely, Darcy and Isabel also waved their hands excitedly. "Teacher, Master's wife." The two looked like they had also experienced a fierce battle, and their robes were torn everywhere. Ji Sun smiled, and led the two disciples into the city. There were still sporadic battles in the city, and the guards were catching some escaped fish lurking in the residential area. War is a winner-takes-all game. The defeated soldiers of the Holy Church were completely wiped out, and all their belongings became spoils of war. This group of defeated soldiers of the Holy Church originally carried the last remaining luck of the entire Arel Empire. Now that they have been wiped out, that luck has been blessed on the new Talon Empire. Not only Emperor Ji Sun, but everyone has been blessed with luck. Chujiu, Nanjing, Catalina, Qin Rushi, Dong Qi, Gong Wu, Andre, Xie Guizhong, the Mechanical Legion, the Iris Legion, etc., all have faces filled with the joy of victory. The spoils of war also surprised everyone. The Holy Dragon Knights, the Holy Sea Inquisition, the Ascetics, and the remaining elites of the two royal families of Red Dragon and Black Dragon all carried a lot of treasures. Each set of armor on the traditional knights was priceless. The final count revealed that it was more exaggerated than expected. One set of artifact suit Black Dragon King Gungnir heavy armor, 2 sets of sub-god level dragon armor, 51 sets of epic quality Dragon Knight general armor, 700 sets of legendary quality heavy armor paladin armor, 1,800 sets of dark gold glow armor, and countless swords, axes, and shields. Then, there were the robes of the ascetic order and the card masters, spell cards, magic wands, scrolls, and gems piled up like mountains. Ji Sun was also a man who had seen big scenes, but the moment he saw the list of spoils, he was really eye-opening. The treasures that the guys from the Holy Church had collected for countless years were now cheap for the newly established empire. Originally, Ji Sun felt that the treasury of his new empire was empty, but now the problem was solved immediately. With these equipment, the overall strength of this new imperial army was directly raised by a large margin. Various artifacts and sub-artifacts were distributed to the top masters of Gongwu. Most of the armor was equipped to the traditional knights of the Iris Corps, and the rare metal materials were sent to the mechanical city of the East Wasteland New World as soon as possible. In the near future, more Titan armors and even mechanical angels will be forged. The Pope of the Holy See and a group of elites died in Tennis City. This was just an expected war event for Ji Sun. After a brief chaos, it returned to normal. But this news was like a bombshell to the entire card master plane. The news quickly spread throughout the southern continent, the old continent, and the eastern wasteland. Everyone knew about the establishment of the new Talon Empire, and the terrifying power of this new empire. The death of the Pope also completely announced the demise of the Holy Church, and the Arel Empire was dead in name only. The mechanical army destroyed the top knight army in the plain in a frontal charge, which also made mechanical technology stand at the top of the pyramid in the extraordinary war for the first time in 3,000 years. This battle also brought about a huge chain reaction. Not long after Catalina returned to the old world, she surrendered those noble lords, who had previously resisted stubbornly. So far, the old world has almost completed its unification. The development of the entire old world has also entered a period of rapid development. The special version of the new Talon Empire is a constitutional monarchy, and Jisun is a hands-off emperor. Although this system also has great limitations of the times, it is now the most suitable system for the empire. The most important thing is that it is much stronger than the feudal slavery of the southern continent itself. On the southern continent, after hearing about the various policies of the new Talon Empire, more and more refugees have poured into Tennis City. In addition to avoiding the war, a large number of talented people have recommended themselves, or been recommended by others, to join the new Talon Empire. The empire has more and more talents, and its luck is getting stronger day by day. However, Emperor Jisun is as idle as ever. Apart from practicing every day, he has nothing else to do. The government affairs of the court are handled by the ministers. The high priest is Nanjing, whose duties remain the same as they have been for countless years. Chujiu is not only the White Queen, but also the hand of the king, roughly equivalent to the prime minister, presiding over the parliament and all government affairs. The military minister is Qin Rushi, whose outstanding war command ability allows her to easily control the dispatch of the empire's increasingly large army. The minister of justice is Xie Guizhong, this upright old friend who maintains order and becomes the chief justice of the empire. The minister of finance and united front. It was the Moon Queen Katarina, and the intelligence system was still the Black Blade organization of the Orlan royal court. The leader was the Dark Elf Emperor Shadow, who had already surrendered. The Grand Scholar and the Dean of the Royal Academy was Master Merlin, and the leader of the Dragon Lizard clan Mori was the Minister of Magic. In short, the empire had many talents. The role of Emperor Jisun was to set up the framework of this joint team. The rest was up to the ministers to figure out. Although the current practice was nepotism, as long as Jisun was there would be no trouble. After a period of time, this system will naturally become more and more mature, and the Talon Empire will become stronger and stronger in the future. However, time is the biggest problem. 2 months passed in a flash. On this day, in the palace, Jisun was practicing. 4 royal holy artifacts lingered around his body. Sismak Holy Grail, Olympus Holy Sword, Royal Orb, Crown of Thorns. The 4 holy artifacts emitted different divine lights, helping Jisun to comprehend the power of rules. Jisun now understands why during the entire Talon Empire, only Emperor Lanlingster could control 4 royal artifacts at the same time. It was because of the special properties of the 4 artifacts. Rulemaking, rule stabilization, rule breaking, and rule tampering. The 4 royal artifacts cover all kinds of usages of the rules. Except for Joker, most card masters of other sequences can only use one. At this moment, Jisun uses the power of the 4 royal artifacts to deepen his understanding of the rules. He also has to admit that after becoming an emperor, the efficiency of practice blessed by luck is much higher than before. Jisun can now feel the huge benefits brought by the enlightenment blessed by the dynasty's luck every day. Just like the gods collect the power of faith, with the help of countless believers' spiritual power, gather sand into a tower, and understand some cosmic mysteries beyond their own level. This allows him to achieve twice the result with half the effort in understanding the power of rules. If he is willing, perhaps in a few years, when the empire becomes more and more powerful, he will almost certainly be able to successfully condense the royal godhood and successfully advance. But what is lacking now is also time. Although they had killed the Holy See's defeated army led by Pope Polaranti before, they had managed to gain a foothold in the southern continent. But the current situation in New Talon is not good, but even worse. There are gods in the southern continent. Not to mention the Holy Sea of Light that is now hunting down the remnants of Arel. There is also the Scarlet Sect, or the rebel army controlled by Monliad, the Lord of War and Disaster. Any of these forces can put the New Talon Empire in danger of extinction. But the good news is that the dead dragon Merodes successfully attracted all the firepower. Before they were able to deal with the dead dragon, the 2 lords of the 7 calamities, the Lord of Scarlet and the Lord of War, probably had no intention of causing trouble for Ji-sun and his men. While meditating, Ji-sun sensed something and opened his eyes, muttering, "Are you ready for the resurrection ceremony?" As he spoke, he stood up, and a space crack appeared in front of him. After entering, the surroundings had turned into a huge and dim basement. This is the Imperial Temple directly below the palace. Some things require mysterious power to maintain and guide. For example, the luck of the Empire, and some malice against this new empire. The temple is a must. At this moment, Nanjing, wearing the robes of a high priest, has been in seclusion in the temple for many days. Dozens of huge obsidian stone pillars formed a huge magic array, and in the array, lying was the body of an angel with wings. Seeing Ji-sun coming, Nanjing stood up in surprise and greeted him. "You are here." After becoming the high priest of the empire, Nanjing no longer combed the cute bun, but tied her hair high and changed into a graceful and luxurious lady's dress. The girl childishness had completely disappeared from her pretty face, revealing the same charming charm as her proud figure. Ji-sun hugged the proud body, and his palms could feel the soft elasticity through the thin silk sacrificial skirt. "Are you ready?" Only when the two of them were alone, Nanjing was no longer the majestic and mysterious high priest, but the same miss with a bun, yes. According to the records in the Book of the Dead, the soul-guiding array was arranged. As long as the divine power is sufficient, the national angel can be resurrected. Hearing this, Ji-sun also nodded. If the weakest point of the New Talon Empire is what it is now, it must be the lack of god-level strongmen. And this weeping angel is the means of survival that Nanshinyu and other predecessors still thought of leaving for future generations, when the empire collapsed 3,000 years ago. Ji-sun had seen the message left by Nanshinyu and the light chaser pharaoh on the forbidden ruined stone tablet before, and only then did he know what happened. The killing of the national angel was actually a brilliant plan. The empire collapsed, and the overall situation could not be reversed. As the high priest, Nanshinyu glimpsed Plain's supervisor. All kinds of desperate factors made a strong man like Nanshinyu feel powerless to save the situation. So, she left hope to future generations. She tried her best to seal 6 of the 7 lords of natural disasters, and finally dealt with the Plain supervisor with the determination to die. The fact is that Nanshinyu and Pharaoh disappeared from the world, and the Weeping Angel is their backup. The National Angel Rene is a war angel with super combat ability. Not only because he is a god level in the Red Hard 10 hero sequence, but he originally has angel bloodline. The high-ranking race. He takes a different path from the card master. The 11th rank angel is equivalent to a lower rank god, but its combat power is close to that of most middle rank gods. The 12th rank archangel has the combat power of a middle rank god, and it is said that the 13th rank archangel has the combat power of a true god. Like the dragon race, the angel bloodline brings them super combat power, but at the same time, the difficulty of bloodline promotion is also extremely great. At the end of Talon, although the national angel Rene was an 11th rank angel, her combat power was already the top god level under the southern god reign. But they still can't change anything. As a national angel, he needs to be stronger, and the high priest Nanshinyu found a way for angels to be promoted from some relics of the Great Collapse era. Fall. Originally angels representing absolute justice, they can gain new energy after being corrupted by the dark power. They are called fallen angels. Justice and evil is essentially a high-level extraordinary balance. Ji-sun has now touched the greatest secret of the god level mentioned by Emperor Lanlingster. However, the normal way for angels to fall has been lost. Nanshinyu found another way, and found another feasible solution from the plan of Emperor Lanlingster to exile the dead dragon Merodes on the stone tablet. That is to use death to replace fall. Let the weeping angels master the top-level extraordinary balance of life and death. At the same time, it is also testing the only way recorded by Emperor Lanlingster on the stone tablet to avoid the detection of the plane monitor, to avoid death with death, but that takes time. So, the national angel Rene was killed in the conflict, and her body was sealed for 3,000 years. And the secret of his resurrection lies in the inheritance of the high priest. Ji-sun looked at the angel's body surrounded by black and white energy in the resurrection formation, and sighed in his heart. It was not until now that he fully understood the efforts made by the predecessors of the Kashi civilization. Whether the angel can be successfully resurrected is also the most critical point for whether his future plan can be successful. And Nanshinyu's brilliance is not only in resurrection. Instead, it made people in later generations feel the special extraordinary power of dark energy. The dark light on the angels should not exist in the plane of living beings. Ji-sun guessed that it should be the existence of the underworld, temporarily called dark divine power. It may also be the mysterious power that guides creatures to the underworld after death. This is a special energy that will collide and annihilate with normal elements as long as it appears in the normal plane of living beings. This is a more advanced cosmic rule than the power of rules that Ji-sun currently understands. Originally, living people could not touch it at all, and even could not see it. But now, because of the angel's corpse, Ji-sun saw it clearly. These days of hard training also mastered this kind of dark divine power. In the final analysis, it was because of Nan Xinyu's brilliant layout. The National Guardian Angel said that he was dead, but in fact it was only a fake death. The soul was not attracted to the underworld, and the destruction of the Godhead was only an appearance. But it was because he was in a state of death, and not death, that his body would appear. Light and dark duality. This special balance. This also gave Ji-sun a way to glimpse a high-dimensional power that was far beyond his current realm. For a moment, he thought of too many things in his mind. Then I start? Yes. This plan is top secret. There were only Ji-sun and Nanjing in the temple. Nanjing flipped through the Book of the Dead and chanted the spiritual spell that guided the dead souls. In an instant, the huge amount of magic crystal core energy prepared was drained. Mysterious runes also lit up on dozens of obsidian pillars. Ji-sun patted Ivan and spit out a dark green polyhedron crystal. As soon as the crystal was taken out, a terrifying corrosive force could be seen spreading out. Fortunately, Ji-sun was prepared. As soon as the shadow of the clown demon appeared behind him, he controlled the overflowing green gas with rules. This was the godhead of Takbara, the source of the plague that Baichio had found in DP955 Research Institute. Originally, Baichio was going to keep it for Qin Rushi to use to assist in condensing the godhead. Now that the talent empire has been established, it seems that it is not needed, so it is given to Ji-sun. According to Nan Xinyu's records, one godhead is enough for the resurrected angel. But to steadily break through the 12th order archangel level, at least 3 godheads are needed, the more the better. Ji-sun happened to have them. The 7 lords of natural disaster are immortal, just like batteries. Every time they come out to plunder, they are charging once. There's probably no more than the 7 lords of natural disaster in the entire card master plane. Better godhood. Put this green crystal into the groove that had been prepared in the temple, and the obsidian pillar that was black just now immediately turned into a glowing and translucent state. Ji-sun did not delay for long and took out 2 jars from Ivan's mouth. These were the 2 jars he had found in the great cemetery maze and in Greedy Mine. It has now been confirmed that the 2 jars contain the 2 outer gods, Muta, the blood of the beast, and Nesser, the source of corruption. Having learned the method to unseal the jar from the Orlan royal family, Ji-sun held the jar and shouted, "Unseal!" Looking again, the densely packed divine spells on the pottery jar lit up, and a crack appeared at the mouth of the bottle. After unsealing the jar, a terrifying beast force flowed out from the gap, and it seemed that a rampant roar could be heard in the ear. Ha ha ha, I finally got out. But before the group of divine power could escape, the shadow of the imperial court behind Nanjing had already locked the spirit. At the same time, the huge temple lit up with hundreds of thousands of prohibitions. In a blink of an eye, the black gas turned into a dark red crystal, which was held in Ji-sun's hand. Ji-sun put the godhead into the second groove. Then the third. When the 3 godheads were put in, the entire obsidian temple burst into a dazzling light like the sun. The divine power on the godhead drove this huge formation, and a stream of life force flowed into the body of the angel in the formation. The black and white light on the angel was bright, and it slowly floated in the air. The soul-calling spell that Nanjing recited was the only sound in the entire space. Listen, the whispers from the underworld, respond to my wishes, regain the memories of the dead, and reappear the confused soul of light here. Listen to my guidance, travel through the fog of time and space, break free from the chains of bondage, and ignite the fire of life again. The voice became louder and clearer. The spell seemed to communicate with the underworld, separating the power that was supposed to bind the angel's body and soul and prevent them from merging. In a blink of an eye, the entire temple seemed to be flowing in time and space, and the gray deathly aura was steaming. In the thick fog, a huge bronze door, with a terrifying atmosphere gradually emerged. The bronze door was engraved with various ghost patterns, and there was also a line of divine patterns that Ji-sun had recognized now. Those who entered this door should give up all hope. This is the door to the underworld. Ji-sun sat cross-legged and meditated, carefully observing the resurrection ceremony while being ready to deal with emergencies at any time. In a flash, the resurrection ceremony lasted for 7 days. Perhaps the plans left by the predecessors of Nan Xinyu had already thought of everything, or perhaps Ji-sun and his team were well prepared. In short, The resurrection ceremony went very smoothly. On the first day, the soul and the body began to merge. On the third day, the flesh and blood of the body began to come alive. On the seventh day, the chi, which represents living things, appeared. Every step was exactly the same as recorded in the Book of the Dead. Finally, until the evening of the seventh day, Ji-sun felt a strange premonition in his heart, like an egg breaking its shell, and a new life coming into the world. He suddenly opened his eyes, and saw a pair of beautiful eyes shining, with golden light looking at him. The angel floating in the temple opened his eyes. It's done. Seeing this, Ji-sun's eyes flashed with strong expectations. Nanjing in the temple also showed joy. Although the angel's breath was still very weak at this moment, it truly possessed the characteristics of a living being. It was no longer a corpse, with a separated soul and body. This also meant that the resurrection plan that had been prepared for 3,000 years was successful. Chapter 6:14. Lord Nan no. The successor of the high priest? So Lord Nan is gone. In the temple, Archangel Lei and I saw Ji-sun, and finally his eyes fell on Nanjing, as if he recognized her identity, and he murmured some intermittent words like a dream. His eyes were filled with a sacred glow, but if you look closely, there was an endless darkness in his eyes, like an abyss. However, the angel soul seemed to have not adapted to the body just after resurrection, and a terrifying and domineering aura naturally leaked out. According to the description in the Book of the Dead, the resurrected Archangel Rene is a 12th order archangel, a genuine middle-level godhead. It was the first time that Ji-sun felt such a terrifying aura. This was completely different from the resurrected wills of the outer gods he had seen before. This was a suppression of the status and life level. It was so terrifying that the brain was reluctant to imprint that feeling in the sea of consciousness. Although the angel's beautiful form was still in his eyes, his mind could not describe it, and could not describe what he saw. Like an unknown mass of great terror. Ji-sun had seen this feeling before under the guidance of the witch Lan Lingster. He tried to understand the status of the archangel in front of him. That feeling was like the personification of the universe. What he saw was an angel, but he was actually an independent small universe with a huge amount of information. Fortunately, Archangel Rene seemed to understand that he had been resurrected. He looked at Ji-sun, and his cold eyes suddenly became soft. I seem to have seen you. For a long time before, the angel's soul was in Ji-sun. Perhaps the angel recognized him as the human who helped him collect the remains and souls. In an instant, the terrifying aura of instinctive defense was restrained. But Ji-sun did not speak. Because even in the plan left by Nan Xinyu, he was not sure that the national angel would be resurrected. And he was not sure whether there would be any abnormal situation after resurrection. Now the ceremony has not been completely over. If something is wrong, Nanjing will banish the archangel to the underworld immediately. This bald-headed lady has now completely inherited the family heritage left by her mother, and has become a qualified high priest who communicates with all things in the universe. The divine pattern on her forehead shone brightly, her eyes were empty, divine power surged all over her body, and she chanted the soul-calling spell to soothe the angel's soul. After the angel woke up for a moment, she soon fell into a deep sleep again. In this way, nearly 2 days passed. The angel's soul gradually stabilized, and the divine power overflowing from the divine body was also gathered into the body. However, the appearance changed a lot. The wings behind him that originally shone with holy light became as black as ink, and the skin all over his body changed from snow white to a special white with a hidden black light. In particular, the already beautiful face lost the sacred aura that made people unable to look directly at it, and gained a bit of the enchanting feeling of a succubus. The sacred and the fallen coexist, and the black and white holy light lingers around the body. Exactly the same as what is recorded in the classics. This is the fallen angel. The process of godhood promotion is not something you can watch if you want to. The process of upgrading to a middle-level god is like the angel Reni completely revealing the mysteries of the laws that he understands. Not to mention that no god would be willing to let people see their privacy. Even if they were willing, humans would not understand it. This process itself contains the high-dimensional laws of the evolution of the universe. It can be said that anyone who can understand a little bit will have unimaginable benefits in understanding the power of the god level. It seems that the Archangel Rene doesn't mind Ji-sun and Nanjing, the two humans who helped her resurrect, prying into her secrets. Even in deep sleep, his aura was very gentle. It was even obvious that he was deliberately restrained and didn't want to hurt the kindness of the two. The two of them were also fortunate to observe the entire upgrade process carefully. Use death to achieve a balance of extraordinary affinity, and thus be promoted to a higher rank? Ji-sun has now ignited the divine fire, and can already understand part of the principle of the opposition of extraordinary affinity. Especially the black fire on the angel, he felt it more and more clearly. Nanjing obviously also had her own insights. She was blessed by the spirit of the ancestors of the high priest, and even understood more than Ji Sun. The two of them were like sponges, absorbing that high-dimensional perception like a whale. I don't know when, while meditating, Ji Sun suddenly heard a whisper in his ear. Since I am resurrected, has Lord Nan's plan succeeded? When he opened his eyes, the Archangel Rene, who successfully completed the fallen ceremony, had awakened and stood up in the center of the temple. There was no evil aura, just like the ideal situation recorded by Nan Xinyu. It seemed that the resurrection ceremony had perfectly met expectations. This was a good thing. Ji Sun and Nanjing immediately stood up, unable to hide their expectations, and saluted respectfully, Senior Lei and I. Facing these predecessors, who paid a huge price for the Kashi civilization, the two of them had respect from the bottom of their hearts. Obviously, the Archangel also showed enough kindness to the two. He looked at Nanjing as if he was looking at his junior, his eyes full of tenderness. The successor of Master Nan, what's your name? Nanjing responded, Nanjing. The fallen angel Rene seemed to recall something, and a nostalgic expression appeared on her beautiful face. She murmured to herself, it really looks like Master Nan when he was young. He looked at Nanjing again and said, oh, if you don't mind, I will call you Master Nan. It can be heard that Archangel Rene has great respect for Nan Xinyu, the last high priest of Terran. Even if Nanjing has not yet ignited the divine fire, he still showed enough goodwill. Little Lord Nan. This title has both seniority and position, and it also sounds like a senior loves a junior. Nanjing was flattered and said softly, Lord Lei and I, you are too polite. Just call me Xiao Nan. Although he inherited the position of the high priest, after all, the person in front of him is a true god-level, top-level strongman in the plane. How dare he respond to being called Lord? The fallen angel Lei and I shook her head and said, you are the inheritor of the high priest lineage of the Nan family, so it should be so. As he spoke, he also walked slowly from the center of the temple. Because the resurrection ceremony required the elimination of all external interferences, and no clothes could withstand such destructive power, the fallen angel was still naked at this moment. The fallen angel had the perfect body of an angel, and the ultimate charm after the fall. The figure was curvy and perfect without any flaws. From head to toe, he exuded a beautiful temptation that made people lose their eyes. Although Ji Sun relied on his strong will to resist, he was also attracted by the beautiful body for a moment. Of course, the fallen angel Lenny could sense it, but he didn't seem to mind at all. At his level, he seemed to have completely lost the concepts of some low-level life forms. On the contrary, because he sensed Ji Sun's gaze, he praised him generously, you have a strong will. Your divine fire foundation is very strong. Ji Sun lowered his eyes and responded, Senior, you are too kind. Seeing this, the fallen angel Lenny smiled lightly, thank you for helping me to gather my body before. He obviously remembered some things that happened before his resurrection. Ji Sun did not dare to take credit for it, it was just a small effort. I should thank you for your protection. Although it was true that he helped to collect the body, many times it was also because of the protection of the angel's body that he escaped from danger, so it was not a matter of who owed whom. But now the fallen angel was still naked, and even if Ji Sun did not look directly at her, he could still see her seductive figure. I don't mind, but it doesn't mean I can be rude. As he said that, he took out the Pluto's invisibility cloak and said, Senior, this resurrection ceremony was originally an attempt by Nan Xinyu to avoid death by dying. In other words, the resurrected fallen angel Lei and I is not under the control of plain supervisor. This artifact cloak is the best hiding method that Ji Sun can think of. Seeing this translucent cloak, the fallen angel Lei and I was slightly surprised. Hey, this artifact is actually here? As she said this, a layer of nostalgic mist filled her eyes, as if she recalled something, and she said to herself, this is a secret treasure in the Imperial Treasury. It is not something that ordinary people can get. Ji Sun understood what this meant. The fallen angel Rene smiled and took the cloak, draped it over her body, and covered her beautiful figure. At this moment, Ji Sun was already very close to her. He seemed to sense something again, and said in surprise, what a strong royal destiny, even better than His Majesty Crosa. No wonder you can get this treasure. The His Majesty Crosa in his mouth was the last emperor of Terran. As if he had guessed something, he asked again, are you the King Augustus of this generation? Ji Sun shook his head and said, no. I'm not. The fallen angel Lei Ni's expression changed slightly. She looked at Ji Sun, and then at Nanjing. How could it be that if you weren't? If it wasn't King Augustus, How could he have such a strong royal destiny and the approval of the high priest? Seeing this, Nanjing knew that the information gap might lead to some misunderstandings, so she took the initiative to explain, Lord Lei and I, it has been 3,000 years since you were sealed. Using divine thoughts to communicate, she explained what happened in a few simple sentences. The fallen angel Lenny's face finally showed a look of realization, and she sighed, so that's how it is. It's been 3,000 years. It's just as Master Nan predicted. As he spoke, he looked at Ji-sun and the others, and asked, can you trouble Master Shao Nan to tell me what happened in the past 3,000 years? Yes. Nanjing nodded, and slowly told the story. As the communication deepened, Ji-sun and Nanjing were completely relieved. No matter how you look at it, the resurrection ceremony is perfect. Not only did Archangel Lenny successfully ascend to the 12th level of angel, but the process of her fall was also well controlled, without polluting her divinity. He is still the loyal angel of the Talon Empire. As Nan Xinyu had planned, this angel of the country is a powerful trump card left by the Talon Empire for future generations. Nanjing told the fallen angel Lenny about what happened in the East Wasteland over the past 3,000 years, as well as about the South Continent and the Old Continent. After a long time, he finally talked about the establishment of the new Talon Empire. Ji-sun and Nanjing were the few people who knew the real reason for the collapse of the Talon Empire at that time. And because the fallen angel Lei and I is now their helper, many things can be said directly. Hearing the death of Nan Xinyu, Lei and I was also full of emotion, saying, it turns out that the hint that Lord Ning gave me was true, and the plane supervisor really exists. This was a topic that would attract attention whenever it was mentioned. At this moment, the fallen angel Lei and I had no taboos, because he was already dead. It was like being crossed out from a certain directory. As long as he no longer showed up, he would not be noticed. After hearing that Emperor Ji-sun was a joker, Renee was no longer surprised, but instead said in surprise, no wonder you are the descendant of Emperor Lanlingster. After hearing that the bloodline of Augustus' generation was the White Queen, she no longer had any grudges. This new Talon Empire was still the empire he was familiar with, both in terms of heritage and bloodline. After talking a lot, Ji-sun and Nanjing had gradually become less alienated from the fallen angel Renee. So you mean, you plan to kill the Titan god who was sealed in the Great Collapse era? Yes. You haven't condensed your godhood yet, and you may not have a very accurate understanding of the high-level gods. Not to mention that I am now at the 12th level. Even if I am promoted to the 13th level Archangel, I still can't peek into the realm of the true God. And I have fought with the 7 lords of natural disaster, and they are unkillable. And according to what you said, there is more than one true god of the Titan God clan. Emperor Lanlingster has thought of a way to solve this problem. Well, I understand. I will do my best to help you. But having said that, you really surprise me. Even when the Empire was still there, I rarely saw young people as stunning as you. The fallen angel Renee was gentle most of the time except for the occasional fallen charm. He was like a strong and kind teacher, showing enough patience to Ji-sun and Nanjing. 3,000 years ago, this archangel was not only the angel of Talon's country, but also the guardian of the royal family's treasure house. He has mastered too many secrets of the Kashi civilization, including those that have been discontinued, cannot be recorded, or have been erased. This is not comparable to the collections of the Royal Library of Arel. His resurrection is like the reconnection of the discontinued civilization. Ji-sun and Nanjing asked too many questions that they were originally puzzled about, and Lei and I answered them one by one. Before this, the only god-level person in the entire new Talon Empire was Old Man Su, who could not be exposed. But that guy's upper limit was unstable, and the help he could provide was very limited. Ji-sun originally thought that the path to promotion could only be figured out by himself. Now, he has found a perfect teacher. One is eager to learn, and the other knows but does not speak. As they chatted, Ji-sun talked about cultivation. A ball of black fire rose in his hand, and he asked the question he was most curious about. By the way, Senior, I want to ask, what exactly is this dark energy black light? However, seeing the black light in Ji-sun's hand, the fallen angel Lei and I showed a very surprised expression. You have actually touched the dark light? Darkness and light are originally opposite nouns. Here they are used together. Ji-sun also showed an incomprehensible thoughtful expression when he heard it, and responded, I learned it from your divine body. Although the fallen angel Lei and I knew that the source must be herself, she was also a little confused. Is this the power that a card master below the god level can touch? Not only understanding, but also using? He looked at Ji-sun with a slightly strange expression. After a moment of silence, Lenny said, well, how should I put it? Before I died, it was a high-dimensional power that I couldn't understand. It is said that this is a realm that only true gods can touch. When Ji-sun heard this beginning, he realized why the archangel had such a strange expression. How could he touch the power that ordinary gods couldn't touch? He thought that it was probably because the Joker sequence cultivated the law of chaos. Death is really a very special, extraordinary ritual. The fallen angel Renee continued, the dark energy you described is called dead matter, gray matter, or underworld power in legends. In short, it is completely different from all the dark energy we normally understand. It is an energy that is completely opposite to the plane of life. This is the power that guides the dead souls to the underworld. As he spoke, his expression was no longer limited to language, but used a spiritual communication method like descending gods. The repulsive force controlled by the secret method of the lightless sun is actually the means to control this dark light. Only repulsive force can control the unstable annihilation characteristics. Ji-sun thought he had mastered the magic secret of the lightless sun. However, now that he heard it, he realized that he had just touched the threshold. The reason why it is called the 52 magic secrets is because it is the secret art of gods and demons. Below the god level, it is just a glimpse of the surface. It's like drilling wood to make fire. Drilling wood is just a method, not creating fire. Before, I didn't understand it, and I learned it in a muddle. Ji-sun now understands the principle. Once the principle is understood, it was just the beginning, and gradually it has been integrated. Moreover, Ji-sun clearly sensed that this archangel was not only answering his questions, but also using some methods that only gods could use to initiate him. Lainey's guidance seemed to open the door to a whole new world. The world that was thought to have no secrets became mysterious and vast again. It was like a frog that thought it had seen everything in the well, but was fished out and saw the vast sky. This made it easier for Ji-sun to understand the power of the universe rules that were originally only understood by gods. On the panel, enlightenment also flickered. You have some insights from listening to the words of God, lightless sun, secret skill proficiency plus 312. You have some insights from listening to the words of God, dark energy affinity plus 55. You have some insights, annihilation rule proficiency plus 1123. You have some insights, chaos law, divine fire, divine domain all things true explanation proficiency increased. As they chatted, the fallen angel Lenny gradually became surprised. Originally, the contents expressed by him were not understandable to those below the god level. Even if such a huge amount of information is stuffed into the brain of an ordinary person, it will immediately drive people crazy and collapse. However, Ji-sun was immersed in that kind of perception. Since he could understand, Lei and I certainly continued to talk. At this moment, Ji-sun did not realize how precious an opportunity he had obtained. During this lecture, time passed without any notice, and nearly 2 months passed in a flash. In your epiphany, you realized and touched the ultimate secret of the lightless sun, and your skill level increased by LV10. You realized the divine art dark light, and I don't know how long it took. As if a bottleneck had been broken, Ji-sun felt a sense of sudden enlightenment after a long period of depression. He opened his eyes, and his consciousness gradually returned to his body from the state of meditation. With his pupils focused, Ji-sun saw Nanjing looking him up and down with a pair of smart eyes, and asked expectantly, Ji-sun, have you broken through? Yeah, it seems so. Hearing this, Ji-sun recalled that he seemed to have mastered something new. Looking at the skyrocketing proficiency of various skills on the panel, he realized that his strength had entered a new realm. At the same time, it was a bit unbelievable that he had actually touched the rules of annihilation. A new ability, Divine Art Dark Light, appeared on the panel. Nanjing looked at his expression and chuckled. Lady Lei and I praised you for perhaps understanding something incredible. Now it seems to be true. Yes. Ji-sun nodded, and before he could explain more, he turned around and asked, by the way, where is Senior Lei and I? He realized it belatedly, and it was obvious that the fallen angel had really done him a great favor. Nanjing replied, I'm chatting with Sister Chucho in the palace. Ji-sun, oh. He looked at Nanjing's expression and realized that she had something else to say, so he asked, what's wrong? Nanjing said, nothing serious. It's just as you expected. Monliad, the Lord of War, brought the war here. The rebels gathered the remnants of the Arel Empire, and came to attack us under the banner of the Holy Church. Their vanguard has already engaged our vanguard. And according to reliable information, the dragon god Arel was severely injured by the dead dragon Merodes and fled, and died at the hands of Scarlet Corruption C.Dis. Now the power of the Scarlet Cult has become very terrifying. Chapter 6:15. Haha, let them fight. Ji-sun listened to Nanjing talking about the recent situation in the southern continent and smiled indifferently. It looked like a lively fight, but in fact it was not a big threat to their new Talon Empire. He knew very well that Monliad, the Lord of War, needed to create wars to collect the power of war disasters, not to really destroy a certain opponent. On the contrary, the longer the fight lasted, the more chaotic the situation was, and the more beneficial it was for him to collect faith. In other words, this war would not be a scene of gathering all the troops to fight to the death in a short period of time, and it would last for several years, decades, or even longer, until the Lord of War has collected the power of faith he needs. As for the purpose, of course, it is to prepare for the revival of the Titan God and new Talon Empire. What it needs most now is time. Now that the empire has been established, it is like a rapidly growing young beast, and it will become stronger and stronger as time goes by. Even without expanding the territory, they only need to control the provinces of Tennis City in the east of the Red Dragon and hold the throat of the Old Continent. The Old Continent has endless land and resources to develop, so there is no need to conquer the Southern Continent to obtain resources. And they don't have to do anything. Every day, there are a steady stream of war refugees with their families coming to seek refuge. Although the overall conditions of the newly established New Talon Empire are not very good, the environment is always compared, and there is a difference between good and bad. In comparison, the ruling area of the opponent is like hell. Scarlet Corruption Societies. Most of the areas ruled by the Red Dragon are either vampires or vampires' rations, Lord of War Monlian. In some areas of the former Black Dragon Kingdom ruled by the New Talon Kingdom, wars never ceased and human lives were worthless. The former Silver Dragon Kingdom was controlled by the Sun Cult and was still a slave society ruled by the dragons. No one wanted to be a slave if they could be a human. So in comparison, the living environment in New Talon was really superior. Most of those who could escape so far were young and middle-aged, and they also brought their life's wealth. They were the best immigrants with good population quality and resources. They also brought fresh blood to the New Talon Empire and brought hope for vigorous development. Ji-sun and Nanjing walked out of the temple and came to the palace square. After 2 months of seclusion, Tennis City has prospered visibly. Because of the influx of a large number of foreign population, the residential area in the city could not accommodate them, so the city was expanded, and there was a busy construction scene everywhere. The original towering city wall has become the inner city, and the outline of another city wall has appeared in the far distance outside the city. Steam airships and flying dragons in the sky are transporting huge slabs of stone. There are also rows of new buildings on the well-planned city streets, and factories with towering chimneys are also blooming everywhere in the city. Tennis City is not only the imperial capital of the New Talon Empire, but also a resource transfer station for the Old Continent and the South Continent. The business in the city is extremely developed. Machinery shops, magic shops, card shops, taverns, material shops, bulk food transactions, all kinds of shops on both sides of the street have already blossomed everywhere, and people are flowing. The whole city is thriving. Ji-sun looked at the noisy and bustling city in front of him, and sighed inexplicably, "No wonder I always feel that the dynasty's luck is getting stronger and stronger in meditation. In just 2 months, the change is so great." He, the hands-off emperor, did nothing, but felt that his luck was skyrocketing every day. This also brought great help to his perception. No wonder those old gods are so persistent in collecting the power of faith. If there are millions of believers, they can become stronger just by lying down every day. Nanjing, who was standing by, also responded yes. As long as there are a few more years, we will really have a firm foothold in the southern continent. Ji-sun heard this, and a trace of thought flashed across his eyes. The training of high-level card masters is unpredictable, but the number of mechanical armors can be calculated. In a few more years, when the Titan armor is mass-produced, no force in the entire plane can compete with the Empire. The threat from the dragons in the southern continent will become smaller and smaller. Even if there are giant dragons of the god level, at least the Terran Empire will have no problem defending the old continent and developing. After a few more generations of development, the glory and prosperity of the Terran Empire may not be lost. But the problem is here. The rampage of the 7 monarchs of the natural disaster means that the Titan god dormant in the card master plane is about to revive. 3,000 years ago, the Terran Empire sealed those foreign gods with the whole country's strength. Now Ji-sun and his team are not able to deal with those guys. If it can't be handled, the entire card master plane will collapse. Ji-sun didn't have much sense of crisis. Death was never the first thing he considered. The corners of his mouth raised a little arc. Even though he was at such a high level now, he still felt eager to try when he encountered such a desperate situation. Although he was still on the chessboard, he was already the chess player. Playing against God, even if he lost, was very exciting. Nanjing was already very familiar with Ji Sun's personality. She sensed something and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Ji Sun said bluntly, "I think I might have to go see the dead dragon Maraudis." Hearing this, Nanjing showed a trace of surprise. Huh? It was like playing chess and seeing the destined end of an opponent. Ji Sun's mind had already deduced far ahead. However, he was also very curious about such a powerful opponent. As he said, he added, "I want to see how the guy died." It turns out that the Titan's plane monitors have a way to kill the top masters of the card master plane. At least the two middle-level gods, Nanshinyu and Light Chaser Pharaoh, died quietly. This also made Ji Sun very curious. How could such a powerful existence be killed? And the causal line was completely broken. It was as if this plane disappeared without leaving any trace. This result was already very suspicious. To infer the process from the result, it must be a method beyond one's cognition. That's why Ji Sun urgently needs to determine what the killing method of the plane supervisor is. If he doesn't figure it out, this killing method will definitely fall on himself or other partners in the future. And the dead dragon Maraudis is the best experimental subject. Moreover, if the dead dragon Maraudis doesn't know the situation of the plane supervisor, Ji Sun feels that as an opponent, he has the obligation to popularize science to that guy. This guy was originally left by Emperor Lanlingster to attract firepower. How could he be left idle to cause trouble for the new empire? Another point is that Ji Sun also wants to find out where the guy went when he was exiled to the underworld. This is the ray of hope that the emperor explored with his life. Hearing Ji Sun say this, Nanjing suddenly turned to look at him, with worry in his eyes, and hesitated, but the tacit understanding between the two made Miss Wanzi to understand his idea instantly. This is a very, very dangerous plan. The dead dragon Maraudis is a high-ranking dragon god. It can be said that any accident will be irreversible. Before she could say anything, Ji Sun said, "Besides, I need to condense my godhood. This is the ritual I need to perform. The world is a clown's stage. He wants to perform on the stage, not hide in the dark." When Nanjing heard this, she pouted and was about to say something, but she found that a big hand had pinched her face and hugged her intimately. Miss Bun buried herself in Ji Sun's arms and whispered, "Pinch my face." But as she spoke, a faint blush appeared on her face, just like when they first met. There is a magic door in the bedroom of the White Queen's palace. Chujio usually stays here when he is not dealing with government affairs. Nanjing led Ji Sun into the magic door, and the surrounding scenery changed. The two appeared on a sunny island. The sky here is like a blue gem, and a few white clouds as white as snow flowed gently in the sky. The sun is high in the sky, shining with golden light, reflecting dazzling phosphorescence on the blue sea. The golden light and the fine white sand like powder interweave a dreamlike scene. The waves gently hit the shore, and the shells sparkle with colorful light under the sunlight. Occasionally, a few crabs can be seen running hurriedly, leaving a string of shallow footprints on the sand. Under the rustling coconut trees, two colorful hammocks were casually hung, swaying gently with the sea breeze. On the hammocks, two beautiful figures in cool clothes were basking in the sun. They were Chujio and the powerful fallen angel Renee. The dark peacock with beautiful white feathers was also lying leisurely high on the branches. This island is an artificial secret realm created by element rune stone. The top-level card masters have a very high demand for elements, and even in the southern continent, only a few places with rich elements can meet them. After all, he would have to stay in the palace for a long time, so he simply created such a secret place for cultivation. The idea of the island was thought up by Ji Sun, the design was drawn by Griffith, and the layout was done by the fallen angel Renee, a middle-level god. Element rune stone is the core, and a large amount of top-level materials were invested. The island, sky, sun, and sea correspond to the four basic elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. The four elements formed a self-circulation, and it has become an excellent secret place for cultivation. Ji Sun looked at the result that far exceeded his expectations, and he was impressed that the gods' understanding of the world was far better than that of humans. If it weren't for the limited space, this would be a real world. Seeing Ji Sun and the others coming in, Chujio, who was lying on the hammock, just opened his eyes, and two elves flew out of the forest. They were Cora and Nina. Ji Sun, long time no see. Long time no see. They flew around Ji Sun happily. And they were followed by elemental elves that had not transformed. Where the elemental elf queen is, as long as the concentration reaches a certain level, new elemental elves will gradually be born. The fact that the elements in this secret realm are so abundant has a lot to do with these elves. The more elemental elves there are in the future, the concentration of elements in this secret realm will continue to rise. Long time no see. Ji-sun looked at the two elves, reached out and touched their heads, and walked over at the same time, first greeting the fallen angel Lenny Sr. Yeah. Master Xiaonan, you are here. He smiled at Ji-sun and Nanjing, and continued to lazily bask in the sun. This fallen angel seemed to like the scenery of the island beach very much, and praised again, your idea is very good. I was just telling His Majesty Chujio that this element cycle is a very advanced extraordinary balance of affinity, and more sun exposure will be beneficial to her perception. Ji-sun listened to the praise, and smiled without saying anything. In fact, I found out from the previous contact that this archangel did not have the arrogance and indifference of a strong man at all, but was very kind and easy to communicate with. This one was also dressed in cool clothes, showing off his proud figure. The sun shone on his black wings, flashing dark golden divine light. As he spoke, the fallen angel seemed to have thought of something, and a smile appeared on his beautiful face, saying, "Forget it, you young people chat, I go out for a walk." Before Ji-sun could say anything, he disappeared without a trace. Only the hanging was left, still swaying in the wind. At this time, Chujio stood up from another hammock. She and Ji-sun looked at each other, as if she had noticed his change, unable to hide her surprise, but a little uneasy. "Have you condensed your godhood?" "No." Ji-sun smiled and shook his head. His eyes naturally fell on Chujio's clothes. Sunbathing on the beach, of course, is very cool. A set of sexy water blue sheets perfectly shows off her well-proportioned figure. Chujio's clothes are all designed by Griffith, perfectly showing her beautiful figure, while taking into account the noble elegance of the queen's identity. Although Ji-sun was familiar with Chujio's figure, her dressing style was very conservative before, and this was the first time he saw her dress so sexy. The two were very familiar partners, and they looked at each other a few more times without restraint. Chujio of course also noticed the eyes looking up and down at her, and raised her eyebrows slightly, but didn't care. Ji-sun took the initiative to praise her, very good looking. Chujio seemed to feel that such words were a bit unfamiliar to her, and replied casually, "Really?" Nanjing on the side blinked his crystal eyes, and smiled without saying anything. "Drink something?" "Okay." It was a rare break, so the three of them sat down under the coconut tree, took out wine glasses and wine, and drank a little. "Your rule is the annihilation rule. You can see that?" "No, it was Lady Lei and I who just told me about you. She said that you realized a very special power under the god level." "Yes." "Chujio, are you going to condense the godhood?" "Soon. Lady Lei and I said that I follow the extreme cold rule, and it will be easy with the blessing of the royal power and luck. However, it is very difficult for this kind of single-element godhood to advance to the god-level realm. Because of the compatibility balance?" "Yes." The three chatted while drinking. They talked about the current situation of the new Terran Empire, and the current situation. Chujio is a qualified person in power. As the hand of the king, she has done a good job. Most of the time, Ji-sun just listened silently. And Nanjing also understood the situation very well, so it was a bit boring to listen. On the contrary, she was more interested in looking at the blue sea, and suddenly suggested, "Ji-sun, Sister Chujio, let's go swimming?" These days, she has been guarding Ji-sun in the temple, and this is her first time to come to this elemental secret realm. You can drink elsewhere, but there is only sunshine and beach here. Ji-sun has never been so leisurely since he came to this world, and he said okay. Chujio saw that the two were interested, and of course he would not refuse, yeah. When there were only three of them, they seemed to have never changed, and they were still the same as when they first met. They were not top card masters, nor were they emperors and queens, but close partners who had walked together in adventures. Nanjing watched the two people respond, without the calmness of a high priest, but happily took off his robe and changed into a cool swimsuit. But because of her huge breasts, she looked very sexy. The girl with a bald head trotted on the beach, watching the waves all the way. Even though Ji-sun had seen it many times, he still found it pleasing to the eye. Chujio watched from the side, his eyebrows moved slightly, and the corners of his mouth were curled up with a smile. Nanjing knew it, of course, but there were only three people here, so she didn't shy away at all, but instead accelerated and plunged into the clear sea water. "Come on." Ji-sun and Chujio also stood up and walked over. The cool sea water and warm sunshine gave their skin a wonderful touch. Swimming and surfing were not originally very enjoyable for top-level extraordinary people like them, who could stand in the air. But at this moment, the three of them were enjoying this time of having fun with friends. Ji-sun also felt very wonderful. In the past, he pursued various stimulations to get some sensory pleasure. But now he found that this ordinary day made him feel a sense of peace and tranquility in his heart. This kind of graceful feeling of time can give the soul a more lasting and deep comfort and pleasure. That kind of plainness is like the law of the universe. As long as you observe, it has always been there. It's just that I didn't discover it before. Nanjing Xiang is a plump dolphin, flexibly diving into the sea, picking up a few shiny shells, and a bright smile on her pretty face. Ji-sun also lay on his back on the sea, swimming leisurely on his back. Chujio seems to rarely have this kind of self-relaxation time. He is a little uncomfortable, not because he is restrained, but because he doesn't know what to do. The three of them enjoyed the beauty brought by the sunshine and the waves. Suddenly, Nanjing seemed to think that it was less fun for the three of them to swim separately, so she suggested, "Sister Chujio, Jixuan, how about we have a swimming competition?" Jixuan listened and said casually, "Okay." "Yeah." Chujio still looked like she had no opinion, and everything was okay. However, when she heard the two agree, Nanjing's eyes flashed cunningly, and she said, "The finish line is 10 miles ahead. No extraordinary means are allowed. Whoever loses the bet will swim back naked." Hearing this, Ji-sun was stunned. It's not that he was surprised that Nanjing would bet on this. They were already close, so they didn't mind this. But why did it feel so familiar? Nanjing looked at Ji-sun's surprised look and said, Chi-Chi said ha ha ha. She said, "Ji-sun, you like this?" Ji-sun's eyes twitched when he heard this, and he felt funny in his heart. It seems that Dong-chi told this girl about the last time Catalina and Qin Rushi took off their clothes while playing cards. Chujio, who was standing by, obviously knew about it, but the strange look on his face showed that he had not expected the bet to be this. The three of them were close friends, so there was nothing uncomfortable about it, and it actually added some fun. But before she could say anything, she looked at Nanjing and laughed, and dived into the water. "Then I go first." In an instant, the white waves rose several meters high. They were all top-level extraordinary people, and even without extraordinary abilities, their swimming speed was already very fast just by relying on their physical strength. Ji-sun met Chujio's slightly surprised eyes, and suddenly felt a bit of evil interest. "Then I go first." He also suddenly wanted to see Chujio naked. As soon as he finished speaking, he also dived into the water. Chujio understood Ji-sun's expression of wanting to tease her, but she didn't think it was bad. She just looked at the two people who were running ahead, showing a bit of laughter and tears, hesitated for a moment, and also dived into the water. Like a flexible mermaid, she made a beautiful arc in the water. The law of extreme cold has a lot in common with the law of water element. If we really want to say it is useful, even without using extraordinary abilities, Chujio has a huge advantage. In a blink of an eye, two white waves appeared on the sea, and there was another Chujio who dived into the water, and did not show up for a long time. Ji-sun's body has a crushing advantage. Even if he let go, he still quickly surpassed Nanjing, and appeared in the first place. A dozen nautical miles will not take long for them. Soon, Ji-sun arrived at the reef at the end. He waited with great interest. Nanjing was still swimming hard, and it was obvious that her majestic chest was more resistant to water. Soon she saw the finish line, but before she could be happy, she saw a light figure jumping out of the water. "Sister Chujio?" Nanjing was stunned. Seeing that she was about to lose, a cunning flashed in her crystal eyes, and her body suddenly became light and jumped out. This was obviously cheating. After all, she arrived first. Chujio was just a little bit short and finally reached the finish line. Nanjing smiled slyly. "Ha ha ha, Sister Chujio, you lost." Chujio listened to this, and a hint of helplessness appeared on her face. "Xiao Nanyu." Of course she knew that Nanjing was playing tricks, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't want to explain. Ji-sun smiled and said nothing. In this situation, winning or losing is not important, just having fun is good. Nanjing also felt a little guilty. Seeing that Chujio didn't expose her, she didn't tease her anymore. However, she didn't expect that Chujio hesitated for a moment and reached out to her back. Before Ji-sun and Nanjing's surprised eyes appeared on her face, she had already unbuttoned her bra and took it off. All of a sudden, the proud snow-capped peak was exposed to the air without any cover. It was really as white and delicate as the snow on the mountain. Although she didn't say anything, this action was already saying that she was willing to accept the loss. Nanjing blinked. Wow. Chujio didn't seem to mind at all. She bent down slightly to take off the last bit of cover, and generously took off all her clothes, showing off her well-proportioned and sexy figure. Ji-sun also looked at her with admiration, not shying away at all. To be honest, This was the first time he had seen Chujio's beautiful figure. Chujio looked at Ji-sun's unrestrained gaze, and her brows seemed to be different from before. She asked, "How is it?" Ji-sun knew what she was asking, and praised sincerely, "It looks good." Hearing this, Chujio's expression, which never changed, showed a faint smile. At the same time, she looked at Nanjing and Ji-sun, and said in a calm tone, "I lost? Then I swim back first." Before the two could react, she jumped into the water with a plop and swam like a dolphin. Nanjing looked at Chujio, who was so confident, but felt a little guilty. She muttered, "Ah, it was obviously Chujio who let me win." As she said that, she gave Ji-sun a smiling look and also jumped into the water. "Chujio, wait for me." Ji-sun looked at the two women swimming in the sea, and suddenly a very comfortable feeling surged in his heart. This kind of ambiguity is neither strong nor weak, but it is just right. Chapter 6:16. If you lose, you have to swim back naked. Chujio took off her clothes very quickly and jumped into the sea. The sun shone on the water, and the dots of light jumped like broken diamonds with the waves. Her graceful figure shuttled through the clear blue waves, and the rippling waves lingered around, gently caressing her beautiful body. The sun occasionally penetrated the water, casting dots of light and shadow on her snow-white skin. Her graceful figure seemed as soft as the waves. The sea breeze and the sunshine complement each other. In Ji-sun's eyes, Chujio has an indescribable harmonious beauty. There is no need to compete on the way back. She is not swimming fast. But from the faint smile on her pretty face, it can be seen that she is in a good mood. Ji-sun and Nanjing also caught up quickly. Chujio glanced at the two of them, smiled at each other, and said nothing. The three of them swam happily in the sea. Not long after, they returned to the deserted island with coconut trees. Chujio walked in front, naked on the soft sand, and walked towards the coconut tree step by step. The Ice Queen seemed to have an inexplicable attraction to the sun, and her whole body shone with a soft ivory-white light in the sun. The beautiful back was exposed in front of him without any cover, and Ji-sun also watched with interest. His eyes slid from the beautiful back to the well-proportioned waist, and then to the perky hips and legs. Chujio felt the gaze from behind, and his eyebrows remained calm. There were only three of them on the deserted island, and they were already familiar with each other. Although they were not uncomfortable, they were still a little uncomfortable being naked. After getting on the shore, Chujio was about to take out clothes from the storage ring and put them on, at least to cover up a little. But she didn't expect that as soon as she moved, she felt that Ji-sun had walked behind her, then gently hugged her waist, and then slid down and landed on her buttocks. Feeling the intimate action, Chujio's crystal eyes flickered for a moment, and she hummed softly, Although the two were very familiar with each other, if I remember correctly, this was the first time this guy touched her so intimately. She tilted her head to look at Ji-sun, without any abrupt feeling, just as if asking, what? Of course, she couldn't hide her little thoughts, so Ji-sun simply didn't hide his slightly naughty thoughts, and responded, I just want to try it. Just now, looking at this beautiful back, I really want to try it. Chujio listened to this straightforward response, and then looked at Ji-sun's satisfied expression that seemed to feel good, with a slightly helpless look. This guy, she didn't think there was anything wrong, and one eyebrow corner raised slightly. Chujio sensed Ji-sun's gaze still roaming over her body, as if she had seen through his thoughts. She stopped taking clothes from the storage ring, and responded with a calm expression, forget it. Since you want to see it, I won't wear it. Ji-sun grinned, yeah. Okay. It was the first time for him to see Chujio like this. It was quite interesting. Nanjing on the side also smiled with crescent eyes. She hugged Ji-sun's arm and cast a look. I said Sister Chujio wouldn't mind. The three of them walked under the coconut tree, and sat on the soft cashmere blanket. Chujio knew that Ji-sun was sitting very close to her, so close that if she moved casually, her skin would touch. It felt like a warm sea breeze. She took out the wine and poured 3 glasses. The three of them faced the blue sea, blowing the sea breeze and drinking wine. The time was quiet and leisurely. As they chatted, Chujio suddenly asked, so, are you here to say goodbye to me? Ji-sun did not answer, but asked, why do you say that? Chujio didn't look at him, but raised his glass and said, you are different today than before. Ding, the glasses made a crisp sound when they touched each other. Ji-sun listened and smiled without comment, and after a moment of silence he said, well, it's not a farewell. It's just that we may not meet again for a long time. Some things can't be said too clearly. In the deduction, death is inevitable. But if the plan fails, he still has to leave some fire for Master Ka Wiming, and leave some opportunities for others to break through, just like Chujio. Oh! Chujio only frowned slightly after hearing this, and didn't ask any more questions. In fact, she had already guessed some of it during her previous communication with the fallen angel Lenny. However, after hearing the words a long time later, Chujio's frown relaxed a little, as if it was much better than expected. Nanjing, who was standing by, knew about this plan. As the high priest, she was the keeper of this secret and the transmitter of the torch. She knew Jisun's plan, and she was also a part of that plan. Nanjing also knew that the plan was far from as easy as he said. Chujio knew it, of course. The three of them suddenly stopped talking, with only the occasional sound of clinking glasses. Jisun looked at the sunny sky, his eyes gradually becoming distant, and a feeling of life is like a dream emerged in his eyes, which seemed real and unreal. This was not the beautiful scenery that could be seen in this cave world. It was also beautiful to have good friends around, but it felt unreal, as if the dream disappeared after waking up. Not only did he feel this way, the two women around him felt even more so. At this time, Nanjing looked at the beautiful island scenery and suddenly asked, Jisun, Sister Chujio, do you think some scenes in our life experiences will appear in the alien space of future adventurers? Just like when we went to the siege of the city together and saw our ancestors fighting hard. This man-made secret realm is like an alien space. Except for the lack of adventure plots and tasks, it seems difficult for people to distinguish it from the real world. It is this kind of world. The cognitive conflict made her a little confused. Chujio also recalled the unforgettable experience of the three of them adventuring together, and said softly, well, it must be. At that time, the adventurers of the future will see us in a different dimension. She seemed to have thought of many scenes, and said, at that time, will we realize that we are in a different dimension? Hearing this, Jisun smiled and said, after igniting the divine fire, we can get some answers. If it was just before, he had the same doubts. But now that the divine fire has been ignited, he clearly realizes that this is the real world. Hearing this, Nanjing and Chujio both cast curious glances. How does Jisun feel when he ignites the divine fire? Jisun said, when you begin to understand the rules of the universe, you are actually looking at the world from the perspective of an observer. If it is a false world, people in the world cannot confirm their own reality. But the observer is very clear. Just like reading a book or looking at a painting, only by looking at it from the perspective of an observer can you see the whole world clearly. Of course, lighting the divine fire will definitely give you an accurate perception. Jisun can confirm this so clearly because of the special deduction ability of I am the world. This is a very complicated process. Oh! Nanjing and Chujio have already touched the secret of the rules. When they heard this, they were thoughtful. But the senses of the observer cannot be accurately expressed in words. As long as you don't take that step, it is difficult to understand accurately. Jisun knew that it was useless to say more. Suddenly, he looked at the sky and thought of something. Although the operation rules of this secret realm are very strict, he participated in the design after all, so he saw the complete operation rules at once. He raised his hand, and it seemed that the time and the space accelerated. The sun set, and the light of the entire secret realm suddenly dimmed. Before Chujio and Nanjing could understand what Jisun did, the sun had completely disappeared below the sea level. In return, the bright moon was hanging high, and there was a dazzling starry sky. The reflection of the starry sky was reflected in the clear sea, and the galaxy flowed in the waves. For a moment, I couldn't tell which was the sky and which was the sea. Wow, so beautiful! Nanjing's eyes were filled with amazement when he saw this beautiful scenery. The king's study in the Orlan royal family has a condensed starry sky ceiling, although they have all seen the starry sky in ancient legends. But seeing such a vast scene with their own eyes, they were also greatly shocked. Chujio and Nanjing's eyes were full of disbelief, as if the vision and perception of the soul collided with the soul at this moment, and a huge feeling surged. The people in the cave world had never seen such a vast cosmic scene. At this moment, it was as if a whole new world appeared in front of his eyes, and the shock was hard to suppress. Jisun certainly knew the state of mind of the two at this moment, just like when he was guided by the witch Emperor Lanlingster in the grey fog, and saw the shock of the birth of the universe. It was a kind of shock that the cognition of the world was broken by the cognition. At this moment, in a corner of the secret realm, the fallen angel Renee looked at the stars in the sky, and couldn't help but look surprised, and sighed to herself, that Guy has already realized this level. On the beach, there was only the sound of the tide. After a long while, Nanjing finally came back to his senses from the shock of his soul, and exclaimed, Ji-sun, how did you do it? Yeah. Ji-sun organized his words, and responded, my mind is the universe. Whatever I think of already exists. Creating the world is the power of the gods in the legend. He didn't know why he suddenly had this ability. However, he didn't really create the world, but just triggered the flow of elemental rules in a small range in this secret space, simulating the evolution of day and night. Chujio, who was standing by, listened thoughtfully and said, "Isn't the alternation of light and darkness a kind of extraordinary balance?" Jisun nodded yes. The power of rules controlled by the gods was not created by them, but was inspired by the universe. They have always been there. But even if the rules of the universe have always been there, few humans look up at the starry sky and think about what is at the end of the starry sky. The few humans who thought about it and became observers have transgressed their life status and possessed the power of gods. Jisun suddenly realized that some sudden insights had come to his mind. He knew that it was probably the enlightenment of the dynasty's luck. Not only him, but Chujio and Nanjing also felt it. The three of them lay on their backs on the soft cashmere blanket, looking at the endless and deep starry sky. Because the three of them were very close, their skin was touching. As they looked, Jisun opened his arms, and suddenly found that his hands were in a very suitable position. He stretched out his hand and held it, and it was warm and soft everywhere. Nanjing did not shy away from this kind of intimate contact. Chujio immediately noticed the hand on her shoulder, and glanced at the guy beside her with her silver eyes, but she didn't say anything. Because her body was still naked, the hand was completely unobstructed, so it was not too presumptuous, and she just gently stroked her shoulder. Chujio looked at the starry sky, as if she had carefully felt this intimate contact, and she felt it was pretty good. Looking at the guy, who probably still felt a little rude, Chujio's beautiful eyes were restrained and she suddenly spoke, saying something that seemed to have nothing to do with her. "If you still want to try, then try it." After saying this, there was no abnormality on that beautiful face, but a refreshing feeling as if the clouds had been cleared and the sun had been shining. The word "still" of course refers to the incident when Jisun slapped her buttocks before. No one responded, but the hand had already overturned. This grip seemed to hold the whole wonderful world. The extreme cold law made Chujio's skin feel slightly cool, and the two balls of warm white jade stood firm and full, but this touch made Jisun want to savor it carefully. Nanjing on the other side of the room certainly heard what Chujio said, with spring hanging on the corners of his curved eyebrows, and finally couldn't help but chuckle and remind, "Sister Chujio is your queen. Why are you so polite?" Chujio said nothing, neither welcoming nor rejecting nor unhappy. This silence seemed to give Jisun tacit approval, and he became more unscrupulous. The scene on the beach suddenly became beautiful. In a blink of an eye, it was already a spring scene. There was no one else on the deserted island, and the dark peacock closed his eyes lazily and fell asleep, not caring about the beautiful spring scene on the beach at all. But Kola and Nina, the two elves, were watching curiously on the treetops. "Sister, what is Jisun doing now?" "It seems to be mating. Humans need to mate and reproduce." "Oh!" The moonlight in the sky is like silver, and the soft moonlight illuminates the intertwined shadows of the three people on the beach. Wait, Jisun slowed down. "I feel like there is something special. There is something wrong with the law of extreme cold. Sister Chujio, that is the extraordinary energy exchange of the succubus secret method. Is this the extraordinary affinity balance?" "Yes." No wonder Senior Linny said that the law of extreme cold of White Queen is the purest dark attribute law. "Yes. The two sequences of White Queen and Tyrant will be inherited by the Augustus royal family, because the two allow the card master to reach a very delicate balance. Jisun's law of chaos can balance all characteristics, and the fit is more perfect. Oh, I feel like I know what it means to condense the godhead. In addition to the graceful spring scenery, there are also surging extraordinary characteristics. The Augustus family has a heritage of more than 100,000 years, and there is also the guidance of the 12th level fallen angel Renee. It is inevitable that Chujio felt the extraordinary balance of affinity in that subtle and intimate contact, which was originally only touched by the god level. It was during the continuous exchange of secret methods that Chujio touched the subtle boundary between man and god. A few days later, Jisun came to the grand court of Tennis City. It was lunchtime. When he came, Old Man Su, Che Er and Xie Guizhong, three old partners, were playing poker in the backyard. Seeing the newcomer, Che Er immediately greeted him, "Mr. Jisun." There were scattered poker cards on the table. Jisun looked at this and teased, "So you have time?" It's okay for Old Man Su and his father, but Xie Guizhong, the Grand Justice of Talon, actually has time to play cards. At the table, Old Man Su's face was covered with white paper strips, and he looked very unconvinced, blowing on them with a wheezing sound. The old man rolled his eyes and ignored Jisun's ridicule. Jair also had a lot of paper strips on his face. Only Xie Guizhong had only 2 paper strips, and it was obvious that he won more than he lost. Hearing Ji-sun's words, he smiled and said, "Brother Ji-sun, didn't you realize that the process of sorting poker cards is actually to create order in chaos?" Ji-sun also thought it made sense. He looked at Old Man Su, whose forehead was black from losing, and said, "Senior, I'm here to say goodbye." When Old Man Su heard this, he seemed to realize something, and his cloudy eyes suddenly flashed with a ray of wisdom. He realized what Ji-sun was going to do. Chapter 6:17. Before leaving, Ji-sun went to see Old Man Su, thinking that if his plan failed, there would be someone who could pass on the truth. A pioneer who cuts through the darkness, facing an unknown road ahead, can leave some marks for those who come after him as he walks, so that even if he falls, those who come after him can be warned. Rather than no one knowing what happened, they continue to fall in the same place. Just like what the predecessors of the Kashi civilization did. On this road of history, Ji-sun saw one mark after another to get here. In fact, he was very clear that when he was sure that there was a plane supervisor, he had been watched by some mysterious means at the level of cosmic rules. Not only him, but also close partners like Nanjing and Chu Jiu were actually in a dangerous situation where they could disappear at any time. The supervisor did not take action to erase it, just because the threat was not big enough. In the eyes of the true gods, powerful middle-level gods, like Nanshinyu can be easily erased from history, not to mention some humans, who have not even condensed their godhood. What Ji-sun has to do now is to leave some marks that should be left before they are erased. In the basement of the backyard of the Grand Court, Ji-sun looked at the 4 coffins that Old Man Su had communicated with, and too many thoughts emerged in his mind. The 4 coffins were the coffin that the Orlan royal family got to warm the body. One was the coffin that could warm the soul on the neon train inherited by the Bai family, and another was the coffin with the mysterious time field on the Basics' netherworld train in the ruins of Xianmaicheng, and the last one was the coffin with the magical space law that Ivan was born in the underworld channel. These are the 4 god pillars of the card master plane. This is an ancient relic that was broken from the high-dimensional plane together with the card master plane. Joker King card recorded the true use of these 4 coffins on 53 stone tablets. Flesh, soul, time, space, pointing to a promotion ceremony. An exclusive promotion ceremony belonging to the Joker sequence. This is also the ultimate secret of the card master plane that only Ji-sun can see in full. Just thinking about it, Old Man Su said with a serious look, "Ji-sun, are you really going to use this? You haven't even condensed your godhood yet, so using the 4 god pillars is too much of a stretch. Once you fail to condense your godhood, you won't even have a chance to revive." Ji-sun heard this and nodded yes. There's no time. 3,000 years ago, when the 7 lords of natural disasters broke the seal and plundered, the Titan god failed to wake up successfully because countless strong men in the Terran Empire used their lives to delay this disaster. It can be said that it was because of the collapse of the Empire that the Titan god was prevented from reviving. Now, in the entire card master plane, no force has the strength of the Terran Empire back then. In Ji-sun's deduction, no one can stop the 7 lords of natural disaster from plundering again. Even the dead dragon Melodius, who has become a higher god, can't do it. Even if he is powerful, the monitor of that plane has an unknown and sure killing method. Once he dies, at least the 2 outer gods, Scarlet Corruption Seades and Lord of War Monliad, will be plundered, and no one can stop them. If given another generation, the new Talent Empire might be able to do it. But there is no time. Ji-sun knew what he should do now. When Old Man Su heard what Ji-sun said, his wrinkled face became serious. He sighed slightly and asked the question again, "Do you need my help?" Ji-sun shook his head and said, "No. I will find a way to condense the godhead as soon as possible." He knew that Old Man Su might have a way to prevent the Titan god from reviving. But he must not take action unless it is absolutely necessary. Once Old Man Su is exposed, the entire card master plane will no longer have any trump cards. True gods cannot be killed. Even if he takes action, it can only delay the time for the true god to revive. But once Old Man Su, the firewood collector, dies, the card master civilization will end. If the firewood collector for everyone dies suddenly in the wind and snow, then everyone else will die. Without Ji-sun, there can still be Chujiu, Nanjing, Katarina, and even the next Joker, who can continue along the path he has walked. But without Old Man Su, no one can even decipher the contents of the Forbidden Ruin stele. No one knows that so many historical truths have been erased in the past, and the marks left by countless pioneers will no longer exist. And Old Man Su has actually done enough. In the dark places that cannot be seen in history, the Illumination Hermitage he created has been secretly correcting the direction of history, and silently guarding the Kashi civilization. Eternal life may not be a blessing for a person who has seen the desperate truth of the Kashi Plain, but can do nothing about it. Watching the flame of hope being extinguished again and again, this old senior endured despair and pain that ordinary people could not imagine. Thinking of this, Ji-sun looked at the solemn old man Su and said with a smile, "Senior, thank you for your help along the way." Hearing this, old man Su inexplicably felt as if he had heard it before in his memory and sighed slightly. Under the clown mask, the face with a strange smile seemed to have never changed. 2 months later, at the junction of the three kingdoms, there was a city that was once the most magnificent in the southern continent. This is the holy city Vandias. It was once the headquarters of the Holy See. After the collapse of the Arel Empire half a year ago, this majestic city became the headquarters of the Sun cult. The towering walls of Vandias can be seen from miles away. However, at this moment, the city is full of broken walls and ruins. Hundreds of thousands of slaves are transporting stone slabs to repair the broken walls. Banners with black sun emblems can be seen everywhere on the walls. This is the emblem of the new empire of the dead dragon Merodes. Outside the city, a huge caravan slowly came from the north. The caravan was carrying resources needed by the new empire. There was an inconspicuous young man in the team. He looked at the towering city walls and the lingering death in the city, grinning, "TSK. It seems that the dead dragon Merodes was seriously injured." It was Ji-sun. Others could not detect the difference in the overflowing dragon power, but he could sense it. If a high-ranking dragon god was not injured, he would never be so confused. The situation in the southern continent is unclear now. Normal people who are injured will definitely find a place to hide and heal. But this dead dragon Merodes did not do that. It is obvious that he thinks it doesn't matter if people see it. Dragon god Iril is dead, and he is already the strongest existence in the entire plane. This kind of arrogance, domineering and arrogant, is exactly the same as the Merodes described by Emperor Lanlingster, and has not changed for more than 100,000 years. Ji-sun walked to the city gate, and was immediately stopped because of his identity. It's not that the disguise is not good enough. Rather, it was because he had no disguise at all. The identity he registered to enter the city was the Emperor of the New Tarun Empire. And this identity also brought great waves to the team that had originally entered the city in an orderly manner. "Captain, look at this. Did that guy really say he was the Emperor of the New Tarun Empire?" "Yes. That guy also took the credential." "Here, you guys watch first. I go call the commander." Ji-sun stood at the gate of the city, watching the guards whispering to each other and reporting layer by layer indifferently. The captain came, the centurion came, the centurion came, and the commander came, and finally the generals at the city gate came. If it were anyone else, they would have been chopped off long ago if they had dared to disguise themselves so blatantly. But even if the 7th-ranked dragon general came, looking at Ji-sun's temperament, he couldn't make up his mind. After all, how could the Emperor of the Empire be mixed in the caravan, if it weren't for the presence of Lord Dragon God in the holy city Vandias, who would dare to pretend to be someone else and cause trouble? "Sir, wait a moment. This matter is of great importance, let me report it." After all, the general is much more stable than those soldiers in handling things. He is not sure, but he is also much more polite. Ji-sun is not in a hurry. Anyway, he has been away for so long, so there is no need to rush for a moment. The reason why he came after 2 months is to delay time by submitting the letter of credence. After all, the new Terran Empire was established in the southern continent. The dead dragon Merodes dealt with the old enemy Arel, and the first thing to deal with was the new Terran, who stole the fortune under his nose. Ji-sun handed over the letter of credence, saying that he would come to see them in person. The dead dragon was so arrogant that he would not attack again. Secondly, he also needed to see the current situation of the southern continent in person. When a chess player plays chess, he should not only look at his own chess pieces, but also at his opponent and the overall situation. He went to the area controlled by the Scarlet Sect and the area controlled by the Lord of War. After confirming some intelligence, he slowly came to the holy city of Vandias. He waited for a while. The city suddenly became agitated. People in 2 rows on the road knelt on the ground in unison. Even the knights at the city gate knelt on one knee. Obviously an important person had arrived. Ji-sun looked up and saw a group of people wearing white robes with gold patterns coming out. This attire can only be from the Sun cult. The leader was a tall woman with an indifferent face. Ji-sun also recognized her. It was the Saint Sophia of the Sun cult. But now it seems that it should be the Pope. In the entire city of Vatican, Princess Sophia is probably the only person he has seen. Not only was he an alumnus of the Royal Academy, but he also had dealings with him in the other dimension of the bandits of Black Crow Castle. Sophia was not very enthusiastic when meeting old friends, But after all, she knew that the person in front of her was a 9th level person, so she showed due respect. Mr. Ji-sun is in a good mood. She did not expect that the Emperor of the New Terran Empire would come alone in the caravan. Miss Sophia, long time no see. Ji-Xuan did not care. Not everyone likes to show off when going out. When the onlookers saw that the Pope really knew them, they were all shocked. At the same time, several powerful auras in the city came over. Sophia didn't want to be watched by the crowd, so she called out, "Let's go. Let's talk about it after we enter the city." Ji-sun was not afraid at all and followed him in. The two walked on the street, and there were people kneeling all the way, and no one dared to look directly at them. Ji-sun could see the emotions of everyone in the city, and he didn't like this kind of awe caused by fear. However, the southern continent has been like this for countless years, and people seem to have become numb. Because slave society will not change much, social classes will not change easily, and nobles are happy to maintain this order. As they walked, Sophia inquired about Ji-sun's purpose and said, "You are so brave to come here alone. Are you really not afraid that you, the Emperor, will not be able to return alive?" The tone was obviously sarcastic. Claiming to be an emperor in the southern continent, it is obvious that he does not take their sun cult seriously. Ji-sun certainly did not hear it, but he did not care, and said calmly, "It's okay." Sophia didn't hear any humility in his tone, but rather a kind of contempt. Her eyes suddenly became cold, and she said, "So, are you here to submit to the dragon god this time?" Ji-sun, no. There are some other things. Sophia was offended by his tone, and her expression became colder. "Oh, what do you want to say?" Ji-sun knew that this woman must be thinking about all kinds of threats of war. He didn't want to waste time and said bluntly, "I'm here to find the dragon god Maraudis. Just introduce him. He is the emperor of the empire. There is no one with a higher status than him in this plane. Theoretically, it is okay for him to call anyone by their name." But Sophia was instantly angry when she heard this. "You, a human, really think that you are the emperor just because you proclaimed yourself as the emperor?" But even if she was angry, Sophia was not stupid. She saw that Ji-sun's aura was a little strange, and suppressed her anger and said, "If you have anything to say, just tell me. Lord Dragon God has no time to deal with these mundane matters." Ji-sun shook his head and said, "Some things cannot be explained to you clearly." Sophia Joan lost her patience. She was a pope after all, but she was ignored. She snorted coldly, "Humph. Do you think that you are a 9th level person, so you have the confidence to be so arrogant?" "No. I don't think so. On the contrary, I have always known that my strength is not worth mentioning." Ji-sun laughed at himself, and saw that this woman seemed to be really going to call someone, so he didn't plan to talk anymore. Forget it. He will see me. Sophia didn't understand. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Before she could say anything else, she suddenly saw the shadow of a clown behind Ji-sun, and a terrifying aura instantly swept the whole place. This move seemed to declare to everyone, "I am the emperor." In an instant, even Sophia beside her changed her expression, feeling the terrifying power of the emperor. Even she, a high-purity dragon descendant, couldn't help but kneel down. Not to mention the knights and passers-by on the side of the road, they were all trembling with fear, and most of them couldn't move. Ji-sun didn't look at the others anymore. "I said so much before because it was necessary for diplomatic etiquette. Since these dragons are so arrogant, there is no need for that." Ji-sun took a step forward and shouted solemnly, "Ji-sun, the emperor of the New Terran Empire, comes to visit His Majesty the Dragon God Maraudis." The voice was not loud, but it seemed to resound throughout the city. The layout of the holy city of Vandias is very transparent, with a road running from north to south. The tallest huge building in the city is the Dragon God's residence, the Dragon God Temple. King meets king. In a normal chess game, this is already the last move of the game, and one must die. But for Ji-sun, it has just begun. As soon as he revealed his identity, countless murderous auras in the city instantly locked onto him. As Sophia said, there are many dragons in this holy city that can kill him. But Ji-sun was not in a hurry at all. Others may not know the Joker sequence, but the dead dragon Maraudis, who was exiled to the underworld by Emperor Lalingster, must know it. The cunning dragon will never kill him like this. As expected, as soon as he revealed his identity, before anyone else could make a move, a majestic voice came from the huge temple, "Let him come to see me." As soon as the voice came out, everyone including Pope Sophia knelt down towards the temple. "Yes, Lord Dragon God." Soon after, Ji-sun was led to the Dragon God Temple. The Dragonborn were just servants of the giant dragon, and had no right to enter the temple. Sophia and the others stayed outside. Ji-sun walked in alone. It is called a temple, but it is more like a huge temple that has been carved into a temple. Everything here is extremely huge. One step is 3 meters high, a door is 100 meters high, and the stone pillars supporting the hall are still several meters high. The reliefs around are all carved with epic stories of the Dragon Clan. This is not meant for humans. Ji-sun walked in the temple, so small that he looked like a bug insulting a human temple. Moreover, the deeper he went, the more real the pressure from the upper dragon god became. Emperor Lanlingster commented that the dead dragon Merodes was a small-minded person, and now Ji-sun also saw it. Probably to avenge his exile, the dragon god actually bothered with a tiny human like him. Every step Ji-sun took, it was like looking at a mountain, and he couldn't help but kneel down and crawl to survive. Ji-sun knew that the dead dragon was deliberately making things difficult for him, and also wanted to humiliate him as the inheritor of Joker. But he was also sure that the other party would not kill him, so he didn't use any tricks and just walked in. Every step he took, the hard ground cracked into large cracks. Although he walked tremblingly, Ji-sun did not stop, nor did he kneel down and beg for mercy. He walked until he was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and then he reached the door of the hall. The dead dragon Merodes did not hide his murderous intention, but he was probably afraid that Ji-sun would die suddenly and his purpose would become a secret, so he finally did not make things difficult for him. Interesting, you are really the heir of Lanlingster. A loud voice came from his ears, and Ji-sun, with blood flowing in his eyes, finally saw the huge monster inside through the gap in the door. In that black and white light, there was a terrifying giant dragon. The dragon's body was covered with a layer of gray scales that seemed to be able to swallow light, and was surrounded by a strange white light. Its eyes were as deep as the universe, flickering with dark blue fire. As it stared, those eyes seemed to have seen through everything. Ji-sun had seen this dead dragon once in the passage to the underworld, so it was not surprising. He looked at the pair of terrifying dragon eyes staring at him, grinning with bloody white teeth, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "I am Ji-sun, and I meet His Excellency the dragon god Merodes." Merodes looked up and down at Ji-sun, and then at the phantom of the clown behind him. Some dusty memories flashed inexplicably, and he muttered to himself, "Is he really dead? Obviously that guy." He knew the inheritance of human card masters. Since the Joker mark has appeared, the original card owner must be dead. I once thought that the opponent I hated to the core, now thinking back, there is only sighing. After all, I have to admit that Lanlingster is a respectable opponent. Even if he died for more than 100,000 years, he still feels as if it was yesterday. Merodes seemed to have no interest in knowing Ji-sun's name, and said arrogantly, "Human boy, you dared to come here, haha, I'm curious. What do you want to say? You only have one chance to say one sentence, so that I won't kill you, and think about it carefully. I don't want to hear nonsense." Ji-sun was not surprised at all when he heard the aggressive tone. He even felt that the dragon god had said so many words, or it had been too long since anyone spoke, so he wanted to chat. After all, for a powerful existence like the upper god, all the thoughts of humans can be seen at a glance. He was still interested in saying a few words, purely to kill time. But Ji-sun did not doubt this guy's determination to kill. He was extremely sure that if he couldn't make a clear statement, it would be his own death. So, Ji-sun went straight to the point and aroused this guy's curiosity. "I'm here to tell you the real cause of death of Emperor Lanlingster." Hearing this, Merodes was indeed interested, but he looked at Ji-sun with suspicion and sneered, "Haha, you don't mean to say that the seriously injured Lanlingster died at the hands of that despicable guy Rel?" "This is of course true." Ji-sun didn't want to say this, he said directly. "Emperor Lanlingster did die in the sneak attack of Dragon God Rel. However, there are other reasons for Jinjin's death. Do you know what caused him to be seriously injured when he went to the depths of the dead domain? When he was given the opportunity to say the second sentence, he knew that the other party had taken the bait. But Ji-sun didn't want to challenge the patience of this death, but said bluntly, because this plane is actually controlled by the Titans. It was those plane monitors who severely injured Emperor Lanlingster. It was also the first time that Ji-sun mentioned the existence of the plane supervisor so blatantly. He seemed not afraid of being discovered. The purpose, of course, was to drag this dead dragon into the water. As soon as these words came out, Melodius's eyes suddenly shrank, and he was shocked. What? He did not expect to hear such a truth. Melodius was able to live for such a long time, and there were also some fragmentary records in the inheritance of the Dragon Clan. No wonder he felt that the things that happened back then were strange. Now when he heard these words, it seemed that some of the strangeness could be explained at once. He didn't believe it completely, but he was also interested. The dragon's face showed nonchalant. "Oh, tell me." Ji-sun directly stated his purpose. I came to see His Excellency the Dragon God to form an alliance and make a deal. As a condition, I will tell you a big secret that concerns your life and death. As soon as these words came out, Marades' eyes flashed with brilliance, as if he saw through everything. Haha, kid, you are so brave. Are you trying to drag me into this? Ji-sun certainly didn't think that his little tricks could be hidden from such a dragon god, and he didn't deny it. Instead, he said righteously, this matter concerns the survival of all living beings in the entire plane. No matter what you think about this matter, I think it is necessary to explain it to you. If you still think that I must die after listening to it, I will let you deal with it. Being plotted against by a human, although Marades really wanted to kill him, he was also very curious. He was silent. Ji-sun did not give the other party more time to think, and spoke directly. You should know some information about the 7 lords of natural disaster. What I want to say is that they actually all originated from the same Titan true god. To talk about that true god, we have to start from the War of the Gods in the Great Collapse era. When Marades heard this beginning, his expression instantly became solemn. Chapter 6:18. When Ji-sun's story began, the dead dragon Marades put away his previous contempt. He thought that this human came to him just to ask him to allow the ridiculous human empire to survive, or to show his submission to the superiors, so that he could survive, but he never expected to hear these historical truths that made him, a superior dragon god, sweat. Ji-sun's story started from the War of Gods in the Great Collapse era, and continued to the Chaos era, the collapse of the Terran Empire, and the 7 monarchs of the natural disaster who disappeared inexplicably in the previous East Wilderness final battle. The historical truths that were erased by the erased plane supervisors were spoken out without any hesitation at this moment. As soon as these words were spoken, it seemed as if a mysterious force was watching them. Although they were telling some epic stories, they made people shudder. The upper godhood was already the pinnacle of the entire plane, and it was the supreme existence that had comprehended the power of the origin of the universe. He had an instinctive perception of the crisis of cause and effect. The dead dragon Marades knew the feeling of being watched better than Ji-sun. When he returned before, he had actually sensed something was wrong, but he could not figure out where that bad feeling came from. Now it's clear. In the Dragon God Hall, for a long time, only Ji-sun's voice was telling the story slowly. The body of the dead dragon Marades had already disappeared in a cloud of black and white protective mist. It can be seen that this guy has completely put away that invincible posture. Finally, Ji-sun told the whole story like a bard. After a pause, he continued, So, this time I came to see Your Excellency the Dragon God, just to make a deal with you. However, before he finished speaking, he felt an indescribable horror of the dragon's might piercing his forehead and felt a dull pain. Boy, you are looking for death. The dead dragon Marades stared at Ji-sun with his terrifying vertical pupils, as if he wanted to pierce through him with his eyes. After hearing this, how could he not understand that when the word plane monitor was spoken, he had already been noticed? So, he was calculated. This human boy wanted him to attract firepower. How could he not be angry? But he actually knew in his heart that even if there was no meeting, he would be wiped out. Instead, because of being reminded by this human, he knew the truth. Otherwise, he might be wiped out one day without knowing why. Shocked by the terrifying dragon might, Ji-sun couldn't bear the blood boiling in his chest, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. However, there was no fear or retreat on his face, and he still had a calm smile. Because he knew that the dragon god would be able to figure it out, and he would not die, all fears were meaningless. He knew that the dragon god was just venting. Being calculated by humans, and being treated as a lamb to be slaughtered by the Titans, this made him, the high and mighty dragon god, feel very disappointed. After venting his anger, it was time to talk business. Ji-sun vomited blood in large mouthfuls. His body was about to die, but he was not panicked at all. Instead, he felt the strength of the divine power with interest. TSK. Is the power of rules controlled by the upper dragon god so strong? He just touched the power of rules, and saw the ceiling of the plane. This feeling of looking up at the mountain, as long as he didn't die, it was a good thing. Because he saw a mountain climbing road while looking up. As expected, just before Ji-sun felt that he was about to die, the terrifying dragon power suddenly withdrew. The dead dragon Marades had vented enough, and looked at him again with cold eyes. Ji-sun continued to speak what was interrupted just now, saying, I don't mean to offend you, but I think you can listen to me first. I need some god-level materials. I also need the dragon god to give me some advice, such as the status of the underworld passage. In exchange, I will do my best to prevent the resurrection. And if you have any accident, I can promise to do my best to help you revive. This was another clever move that Nanshinyu made when he tried to resurrect the angel protecting the country. Since angels can be resurrected, theoretically, other gods can also be resurrected. If it is just a higher god, this plane may not have the conditions. Otherwise, Emperor Lanlingster would not have fallen. But there is always some hope in drawing a pie. When Jisun said this, he was also very emotional. If it were not for the trump cards left by the predecessors from generation to generation, he would not even be qualified to talk to this dead dragon now. Although the dead dragon Marades' expression became more and more ugly when he heard Jisun's words. But he knew in his heart that what this human said was true. If he was destined to die, then the hope of resurrection was the only exchange condition he could expect. And he had tried it twice before, and he knew that this human in front of him could not compromise without intimidation. Those useless intimidation methods did not make Marades angry again. Instead, a deep light of wisdom appeared in his dragon eyes. Marades no longer looked down on him, but he was indeed not optimistic. Hearing Jisun's cooperation, he sneered, "Haha, kid, do you know what you are talking about? Since you have ignited the divine fire, you should know what the divine rank means. Why do you make me think that you can stop the so-called revival?" Facing the Titans, he could not see any hope of survival, let alone an ant. Oh, it is a human who ignited the divine fire. But in his eyes, there is no difference between him and an ant. Jisun was not surprised to hear this. Even before he entered the holy city of Andias, he had seen the current situation. If you want to be a chess player who plays against God, you must see the chessboard clearly. He continued, "I cannot guarantee that the plan will succeed. But what I want to say is that behind me is the road paved by countless predecessors of the Kashi civilization. I just took over the torch they passed on. As for whether I can wait until the dawn, I don't know, but I am sure that my successors will continue to move forward along the path they have walked. Just like the pioneers of Emperor Lanlingster in the past. This is the meaning of inheritance." After saying this, Marades did not speak. There was a heavy silence in the huge temple. Except for a few secret inheritances of the Card Master civilization, Jisun almost said everything he could. The dead dragon Marades could actually guess that he had concealed some of it, but he did not ask much. Humans have their own inheritance, and dragons have their own inheritance. At his level, he could guess what was going on even without asking questions. He also knew that it was better not to ask about the things that the other party concealed. Marades looked at the clown shadow behind Jisun with his vertical pupils, and the dusty memories inexplicably emerged. After a long time, he finally spoke again, but did not agree, but said a cruel fact, "Boy, you are too weak." He sighed slightly, although he did not want to admit it, but in fact, he had been convinced at this moment. The guy who made him afraid hundreds of thousands of years ago is still fresh in his memory. Now Marades understood why Lanlingster did not fight to the death when he still had the strength to fight, but exiled himself to the underworld. It turned out that a big chess game lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. Although he knew that he was being plotted, now that he knew the inside story, the resentment in Marades' heart suddenly disappeared inexplicably. Because now, he is in the same desperate situation as Lanlingster. If he can't change anything, he will be wiped out by the Titans, and the entire plane will collapse. In this situation, if there is a glimmer of hope, he will try. If it is a guy as powerful as Lanlingster, Marades is really interested in forming an alliance. But the weak human in front of him was only able to let him take a second look because of Joker. Jisun heard this, and did not deny it. He had said what he wanted to say. His own strength was not enough, which was also the biggest problem at present. But in fact, this was inevitable. The plane supervisors would not allow factors that threatened the revival of the true god to grow. If there were any signs, they would be eliminated. This was also the reason why there would be no opportunity for the creatures of the Card Master plane to fully mature in any era. This was the case with Emperor Lanlingster back then, and it is also the case with Jisun now. The successors after him will still be the same. As long as the dormant true god cannot be completely resolved, the Kashi civilization will always be in this shackle. The Dragon God Marades can certainly understand this. No one spoke in the Dragon God Hall, and it fell into silence again. Jisun just stood there. At a certain moment without any warning, it seemed as if a word of compromise, "That's it," was heard by my ear. This sound seemed to announce the beginning of a ceremony of ascension to the god. Suddenly Jisun fell into a state of enlightenment. He clearly felt an incomprehensible mysterious force guiding him, causing his body and the rules of the world to vibrate to a certain frequency of resonance. The Dragon God Marades did not feel the need to cooperate with the weak human in front of him. But he thought hard and found that he did not seem to agree, and he had no better choice. If his force could not solve the problem, it seemed that he really had no other means. As for the human in front of him, Maraudis didn't know why, but when he saw this guy, he seemed to see a strange smile under the clown mask that he couldn't see through. It was like the only light in the darkness, although it was weak, but it represented hope. Maraudis looked at Ji-sun and pondered for a moment. So, what do you want to do next? When Ji-sun heard this, he knew that the dragon god agreed to cooperate with him. Suddenly, the resonance in his heart became stronger. But he didn't try to experience the changes carefully, and his body instinctively said his plan directly. Your Excellency Dragon God, you can try to seal Scarlet Corruption Kaiatis and Lord of War Monlian. The two outer gods are still frantically collecting faith power, in fact, to prepare for the revival of the true god. As long as they can be sealed, the revival time can be delayed. There is time, there is opportunity. Ji-sun went to the area controlled by the two outer gods before, and saw that the current strength of the two guys is already very terrifying. The new Talon Empire was helpless, and only the upper god Maraudis had the ability to seal it. Of course, since he was being watched, the process would definitely not be so smooth. Ji-sun felt that there was a high probability that the dragon god would be erased during the sealing process. This was another important piece of information that Ji-sun wanted to confirm. What means did the plane supervisor use to wipe out an upper god? Maraudis could certainly think of this. He also thought solemnly. However, when his eyes fell on Ji-sun, he suddenly seemed to sense something. His pupils trembled obviously, and then asked a very abrupt question. Boy, are you condensing the godhood? Ji-sun was also slightly stunned when he heard this. This was the only unexpected thing he had heard so far. After a moment, he realized that the other party was talking about his wonderful resonance state. Is this the condensation of the godhood? Oh, the promotion ceremony was completed? Joker's promotion ceremony is the world playground. In his eyes, the world is the chessboard, and he is already a chess player playing against God. The process of this game is his promotion ceremony. King meets king, he has not died, but he has already made a brilliant move that will have a huge impact on the future. Ji-sun was reminded by this, and the resonance between his body and the world became more intense. Oh, this is the feeling of condensing the godhead. It turns out that the witch Lan Lingster has already guided me. Ji-sun's eyes were full of mist, as if he saw the chaos of the universe at the beginning of his body. That feeling cannot be accurately described in words. I really need to make an analogy. It's like, one day, a lovely reader opened a storybook called Becoming the King of Cards that he had never read. When he turned to the first page, a brand new fantasy world opened up. But even if he doesn't know what the story will be like later, the subsequent story has been determined since he opened the first page. The past, present, and future, from the perspective of cause and effect, actually happen and exist at the same time. If you really want to describe what it feels like to become a god, it's probably that the character in the book one day understands the rules of the universe and appears in the same perspective as the reader, becoming the observer of this world. This is God. No matter what world, the moment you feel that you have the perspective of an observer, you have touched the true mystery of the universe. At this moment, Ji-sun's perception made the cursed power in his body resonate with the universe, and that resonance was transforming the extraordinary power into divine power bit by bit. Ji-sun didn't know what exactly happened to him at this moment. But Maraudis, who had condensed the upper godhood, knew it very well. He looked at Ji-sun, whose body was shaking, and a shadow was formed around him, and his vertical pupils shrank slightly, and he already understood what happened. This kid actually regarded this cooperation as his promotion ceremony. What a trick. Although Melodius was angry, he had to admit that Ji-sun in front of him was the second human besides Lan Lingster that he could catch his eye. At the same time, this proud dragon clan also felt a sense of emotion. He had to admit that Ji-sun condensed his godhood on the spot, which gave him a very amazing impression. He was transgressing his status. From this moment on, Melodius regarded Ji-sun as a fellow for the first time. The law of chaos? It's the same as that guy. Melodius looked at the nothingness lingering around Ji-sun's body, and his eyes became complicated. He felt ridiculous in his heart. He was full of disdain an hour ago, but now he had to help this human to guard and condense his godhood. He is really as arrogant and mysterious as Lan Lingster. Melodius complained in his heart, and suddenly thought it was a good thing. A slightly stronger teammate is better than a weak human who can't help anything. A few months later, the city-state of Wutla in the north of the Red Dragon Kingdom. Here is a huge city in the top 20 of the southern continent with millions of residents. On this day, the roar of dragons resounded throughout the sky above the entire city of Wutla. In the sky, a group of powerful high-ranking dragons were spitting dragon breath crazily towards the city, slaughtering the residents in the city. Under the attack of a group of top-level dragons, the entire city quickly fell. The city walls collapsed, and countless buildings turned to ashes in the dragon's breath. This was a scene like hell. Against the backdrop of the huge size of the dragon, the residents in the city were like ants who were doused in hot water in an ant nest, and had no choice but to flee everywhere. There were also some guys with wings who wanted to fly away. But those residents are neither human nor dragonborn. They are high-level dragonborn vampires transformed by Scarlet Corruption Seatis. This is the headquarters of the Scarlet Cult. At this moment, on a high mountain outside the city, Ji-sun is leisurely watching the flying dragon slaughtering the city. Yes, this plan was designed by him. Although the two outer gods outside are very strong, Ji-sun has a hunch that these vampires will pose a greater threat to the New Talon Empire. Moreover, the territories of these vampires are also bordering New Talon, and the vampires are constantly infiltrating and harassing. So I deal with it first. After the vampires' lair is wiped out, at least for a long time in the future, the border of New Talon will be much more stable. Ji-sun did not take action. The dragon god Maraudis has come in person, and brought a large group of top-level dragons, so of course he, a human, doesn't need to take action. Maraudis has already controlled the body of Scarlet Corruption Seatis in the dragon god's domain. Although I know that I can't kill the outer god, I'm sure he will be severely injured. Ji-sun looked at the black and red clouds in the sky, and while eating melons, he was also thankful in his heart that Vampire is really strong. He has persisted for so long without any signs of defeat. If I really give him a few more years, I'm afraid I really can't deal with it by then. Last time in the dead zone, Ji-sun saw with his own eyes that Seatis had taken a part of the Titan's corpse. Now it seems that the guy was preparing at that time. Sealing God Jar sealed the seven lords of the calamity, and gradually erased the consciousness of those outer gods. And Seatis is the only one among the seven lords of the calamity who has never been completely sealed. He knows more information than the others. Now it seems that he came to the right place. If it weren't for the dead dragon Maraudis, these vampires would have been invincible. Ji-sun heard last time that the seriously injured Errol, who escaped, was killed by Scarlet Corruption Seatis. Now it seems that the guy may really be the one who is most likely to become the main godhead when the true god revives. That's right. This sneak attack will make his plan more successful. Ji-sun ate melon, while carefully observing everything around him. Others saw chaos, but he saw the flowing power of the god-level rules. Ji-sun has condensed the godhead. Thanks to the help of the dead dragon Maraudis. Maraudis destroyed the holy church before, not only severely wounded dragon god Errol, but also killed two lower-level dragon gods, one black and one red. For dragons, there is no such thing as extraordinary materials. Originally, the two dragon god corpses would decay in nature, and the spiritual energy would feed back to the southern continent. But it was a bargain for Ji-sun. At his current level, he wanted to rely on feasting to devour extraordinary characteristics, but only god-level materials. The corpses of the two old dragon gods brought him great benefits in condensing his godhood. This allowed him to stabilize his godhood in a very short time, and also gained amazing insights. Later, he followed the upper dragon god, Maraudis. Although this guy always looked indifferent, as long as Ji-sun asked for advice, the arrogant dragon head would still lower his head to give some advice. Then it was now. One man and one dragon conspired to deal with these vampires first. Ji-sun looked at the chaotic rule power in the sky, not only watching the battle, but also deducing, in this case, the guy who killed the mushroom head in my world deduction should also be here. How will he do it? Is it an indescribable great magical power, or some incomprehensible artifact? In the Great Collapse era, the battle between King Joker and the Titan God shattered the Card Master plane. This made it extremely difficult to advance in the extraordinary path of the entire plane. But it is also a good thing. It also means that some means that are beyond the endurance of the broken plane cannot be used. Emperor Lanlingster had some speculations back then. The reason why he felt that he was being watched, but it has not been erased. It is very likely that his power has already approached the peak of the plane. And the means of annihilation of the plane supervisor also needs to be prepared and has a price. Even the subsequent story of luring him to explore the dead zone and the ambush of the dragon clan is part of the means of annihilation. There are too many doubts in this. Ji-sun did not dare to confirm it. So, he wanted to see it with his own eyes. Instead of waiting for the plane supervisor to be ready to erase, it is better to take the initiative to seal the seven lords of natural disaster and force the other party to show up in advance. After discussing with the dead dragon Maraudis, he prepared to take forceful action. After the thought came to him, Ji-sun felt more and more strongly that the unknown means of annihilation had already targeted Maraudis. even himself. As Ji-sun guessed, when the battle was fierce, in an inconspicuous residential building somewhere in the city, a young man with golden divine patterns on his skin was also watching the fierce battle in the sky. Even though he was surrounded by the flames of dragon breath that could turn hard stone into lava, the young man remained calm. The golden divine pattern was like an invisible barrier, protecting him and isolating him from all dangers. Scarlet Corruption C-Dis was obviously no match for the upper dragon Merodes. If he didn't take action, he would be severely damaged and sealed. The divine power he had collected with great effort would also dissipate. The young man's eyes flashed with deep thinking, and he finally made a decision. Suddenly, an ancient secret book appeared in his hand. As soon as the secret book was taken out, an indescribable mysterious atmosphere spread. It is incompatible with the operating rules of the card master's plane, as if it is not something from the same time and space. If Ji-sun was here, looking at the secret book, he would definitely see the stars flowing, and the secret book seemed to seal a complete universe. At this time, the golden patterned boy opened the secret book. The secret book seemed to be missing, with some pages missing. But it didn't matter. As the boy thought, a new line of story appeared on the secret book, and the story started from the war between the 7 kingdoms that lasted for thousands of years. An amnesiac refugee was found by a scavenger on the battlefield between the kingdom of Jilin and the kingdom of Fama, and was sent to a slave camp. His name is Ji-sun. The story of the Dragon Slayer and the evil dragon Merodes begins. The Book of Dimensional Reduction, the artifact of creation. On the other hand, Ji-sun and Merodes were completely unaware that the universe they perceived had been reduced in dimension by the artifact. Chapter 619. Everyone go and see. The mercenaries hired by Lord Dorn from the capital are outside the city. Are we finally going to get rid of the dragon? O great Monliad, the god of war, bless your devout believers and help those mercenaries successfully rescue the kind-hearted princess. I heard that the leader of the Dawn mercenaries is very powerful, a magic swordsman who practices both physical and magical skills. He will definitely get rid of the dragon. Oh, that's hard to say. These days, Lord Dorn's knights went to the dragon's lair and were burned to death by the dragon. The Principality of Dorn is a small country with a population of only a few 100,000. It belongs to the kingdom of Ashen and is located on the northwest coastal border of the kingdom. This is a magical continent blessed by the gods. There are 7 powerful kingdoms, namely the Scarlet Kingdom Kirin, the Frostwolf Kingdom Fama, the Black Rose Atria, the Wormwitch Tribe Rockhammer, the War Kingdom Ashen, the Gundor Medicine Alliance, and the Magic City Cedrus. The Kingdom of Ashen is the most powerful of the 7 kingdoms on the continent. Each of the 7 kingdoms has its own patron god, and everyone believes in the same supreme god, that is, Baal, the Titan god. One day, outside the Blackstone city of the Principality of Dorn, a well-equipped mercenary group was riding on horses, heading slowly towards the city marked as a pile of black stones on the sheepskin map. Blackstone City was built on the blue sea, with plenty of sunshine and gentle sea breeze, and it also produced the best grapes and wines in the Kingdom of Ashen. On the gravel-paved official road, this team of mercenaries with torches and flags walked and chatted. Everyone, Black Rock City is ahead. Ha ha ha, it is said that the girls and wine in Black Rock City are the best in the kingdom. I have seen them waving at us. Robert, don't be careless. This mission is not easy. It is said that the evil dragon Merodes is a mutant dragon, not a metal dragon or a 5-color dragon. It is so powerful that even the Knights of Lord Dorn can't do anything about it. TSK, how can the strength of our Dawn group be compared with those hereditary knights, who can't even hold a knight's lance? Besides, there is a captain. That's right. No matter how powerful the monster is, Captain Ji-sun will always be able to deal with it. I heard that Lord Dorn's little princess Sophia was captured by a dragon while traveling. We don't have to kill the dragon this time. Just rescue the princess. Hey, what do you think the dragon captured the princess for? If it wants to eat people, the princess won't be tastier than others, right? I don't know. Maybe it's because dragons like to collect valuable and beautiful treasures? Maybe those big lizards also know that princesses are the most precious property in the human world. Ha ha ha. I heard that the dragon's lair is full of gold coins and treasures. I don't know if it's true. Who knows? I haven't seen a dragon yet. I hope it's real, and I kill it in one fell swoop. This mercenary group has only 8 people. Captain Ji-sun, the magic swordsman, Robert, the heavy knight, Gwyneth, the magician, Sina, the priest and pharmacist, Savar, the archer, Ran, the assassin, Aoife, the hunter and trapper, and Lalota. Each of them is a strong man who can stand on his own. Although the target of this mission is an evil dragon, there is not much worry in their tone, because they are one of the few individual mercenary groups in the entire kingdom that have obtained the S-level rating of the Mercenary Union. Captain Ji-sun is a swordsman who looks very young, but he is actually not young. He himself does not know how old he is. The beginning of the memory is still 20 years ago, when he was caught as a deserter by the scavenger on the battlefield and sent to the slave camp. He lost his previous memories, didn't know where he came from, didn't know if he had any family, and only remembered his name was Ji-sun. Later, he worked as a war slave in a slave camp for 10 years. Because of his bravery, he earned enough money to redeem himself. Later, he gathered a group of teammates and formed a mercenary group. Another 10 years passed before the now famous Dawn mercenary group was established. Although Ji-sun knew that he didn't look old, he had to admit that his energy and blood had begun to fail at this age. That is a kind of aging that both the soul and the body have to admit. When I was a slave in my early years, I trained too hard and lost my blood and chi, and I have accumulated a lot of hidden injuries. Maybe after this mission, I will consider retiring. Ji-sun doesn't like riding horses, but prefers to lie on the cart pulling goods, because this way he can lie down and read books leisurely. At this moment, he is reading an ancient book. The archer Zybel rode a horse next to him and asked curiously, "Captain, what are you reading?" Ji-sun pointed to the books in his hand and said, "These are the ancient books found in the basement when Earl Filmer got rid of the evil spirit in the ghost castle last time. This is the travel notes of a bard named Pharaoh. It's quite interesting. That guy had traveled all over the continent, and even overseas 3,000 years ago." Before he finished speaking, the assassin ran in a black corset not far away laughed and teased, "Oh, our leader with limbs stronger than a bull actually likes reading books? Ha ha ha." When this was said, everyone laughed. Ji-sun also laughed. In this world, only nobles and churches have people who teach literacy, and the literacy rate of civilians is very low. Ji-sun also learned the common language of the continent because of the arrival of the new member of the team, the magician Gwyneth, in the past 2 years. Originally, he thought he only liked to learn fighting, but after accidentally coming into contact with some books recently, he found that he liked it more and more. But in people's impression, reading is something that those weak magicians like to do. A swordsman who likes to read is like a farmer who embroiders, which gives people a great contrast. The teammates started to tease. Ji-sun certainly didn't care. He continued to look at the travel book and said, "Don't underestimate these books. I think the guy named Pharaoh may be a very strong adventurer. Otherwise, he would not have the opportunity to travel to so many places alive. And that guy's understanding of the world is very interesting. The book says that the operation of the world has rules to follow, but it is not completely regular, but there is a hint of chaotic order," he said, wanting to share some of his own experience. However, after hearing this, everyone was not interested in travel notes. Instead, the archer Sybil asked, "By the way, Captain, you have been stuck at the Grand Knight level for 10 years. When can you be promoted to Legendary Knight? Your strength is not inferior to those Royal Grand Knights in the capital. If you break through to Legendary Knight, I'm afraid there will be few rivals in the entire kingdom." After this was said, everyone nodded in agreement. They knew very well the powerful strength of their captain. It is no exaggeration to say that this person is more powerful than most of the legendary mercenaries in the Mercenary Union. This is also the most important reason why they dare to accept this dragon hunting mission. Ji-sun heard this and sighed slightly. Maybe there is no chance. The priest of the Holy See said that my faith in the gods is not devout enough, so I can't get the extraordinary power blessed by the gods. Although it is a bit regrettable, it is not a pity. Along the way, my life has been very exciting. As soon as this was said, the priest Xena, a devout believer of the 7 pillars of God, asked curiously, "Ah, Captain, why don't you believe in God?" Ji-sun didn't know. Maybe it was because he lost his memory 20 years ago and forgot his belief in God. In short, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. He always felt that believing in the sword in his hand was more reliable than believing in any god. Thinking of this, Ji-sun took a look at the parchment that he used as a bookmark. This was a strange piece of paper the size of a palm, which he had kept close to his chest when he woke up from a coma. It was a strange piece of paper that could not be burned or torn. There was nothing recorded on it, but it seemed to have a magical power. Ji-sun looked at it, as if his intuition told him that it contained very important information before he lost his memory. So for so many years, he kept it by his side, taking it out from time to time to rub and look at it. The paper was the same as it was 20 years ago, and it was not yellowed at all, but he was old. Just as he was thinking, someone in front suddenly shouted, We are in Blackstone City. Walking up the hillside, under the sunshine, it was a beautiful coastal city. The sea breeze blew on his face, the blue sea came into his eyes, and Ji-sun's deep pupils were faintly shining. Seeing the endless sea, he suddenly remembered the words written in the travel notes. Where is the end of the sea? And what is outside this world? It was a kind of profound thinking about the exploration of the world. Ji-sun had a very strange feeling in his heart. Many words of the bard named Pharaoh seemed to resonate with his inner thoughts inexplicably. At this moment, an idea suddenly came to him. After this mission, it seems not bad to travel around the world as a bard for the rest of my life. Blackstone City is a prosperous commercial city. The cobblestone road is flanked by pointed roof buildings made of rough stones. The air is filled with smoke from burning firewood, mixed with the aroma of roasted wheat from the bakery, and the original smell of the leather workshop. The most intense fragrance is the fragrance from the wine shop. Ji-sun and his group of armored people entering this city are very eye-catching and immediately surrounded by the residents of the city. Why is there only a few people in this mercenary group? Oh, you don't know that? Did you see the 7 stars on their group emblem? That's the stone medal that only S-level mercenaries have. There are not many such powerful mercenary groups in the entire kingdom. Wow, is it really that powerful? Adults and children are very interested in Ji-sun and his mercenaries. No matter how small the Duchy of Dorne is, the Lord is a top noble after all. Princess Sophia has been abducted by the dragon for more than a month, and the Lord is of course extremely anxious. Ji-sun and his companions originally planned to rest in the city for a day and taste the local wine. But as soon as they entered the city, they were taken to the mercenary union by the Lord Steward and received detailed information about the mission. An hour later, everyone appeared outside the city again. The dragon's lair was in a deep mountain forest, where monsters were active 100 miles northwest. They had to solve it as soon as possible. The generous reward also made everyone have no complaints. Anyway, it was okay to set off early to solve the problem. Ah, the mission is worse than expected. It is said that there have been no less than 10 groups of people who wanted to rescue Princess Sophia, but none of them returned. Among them, there is also an A-level veteran mercenary. Yes, the strength of the evil dragon may be higher than expected. It is not necessary to attack by force. The mission is just to rescue Princess Sophia. When the time comes, the captain and we will hold back the evil dragon, and you, Ran, will secretly go to the dragon's lair to see if you can rescue the princess. Also, if there are treasures in the dragon cave, take them out as well. That's right. Although they knew that this dragon hunting mission was very dangerous, the Dawn group did not back down. They had handled many dangerous missions before. Strength is their biggest source of confidence. The magician Gwyneth is an intelligence analyst in the team because she knows the 7 languages and is proficient in various secret books. While everyone was walking and chatting, she was carefully checking the information she had obtained from the mercenary union. But as she looked at it, the magician lady actually showed a strong interest in a few rotten stone tablets that were too rotten to be seen clearly. Suddenly, she seemed to have understood the contents of the stone tablets and exclaimed, "Oh, Captain, look, I found something in the clues of the mercenary union." This exclamation attracted everyone. Ji-sun looked over. Heavy Knight Robert glanced at it. It's just a few rotten stone carvings. Gwyneth couldn't hide her surprise on her face and corrected, "Oh my god, this is not an ordinary stone carving. This is a lost secret text of black magic. If I deciphered it correctly, this is the magic notebook left by Nanshan Yu, the first black magician in the plane 3,000 years ago." After hearing this, everyone in the Dawn group took it seriously. You know, on the mainland, the status of magicians is extremely high. They are not only polymaths, but also the most powerful extraordinary profession. And almost every formal magician has a more powerful old magician and a complete inheritance system. Gwyneth is from the magic city of Cedrus, and is the orthodox descendant of the great magician Red Mage Yuan's 300 years ago. It was by chance 2 years ago that Ji-sun saved this young magician who was traveling around, and their Dawn mercenary group had such a teammate that other mercenary groups envied. She was so amazed. That means those stone tablets are really amazing. Heavy Knight Robert was confused and touched his head. Dark magic? The first in the plane? Gwen, what are you talking about? Gwyneth realized it belatedly, looked around, and said, "Shh, this is a taboo, it is not allowed to be discussed." Ji-sun also became very interested after listening. Except for the learned magician, no one knows this secret. And he also felt that it seemed like a coincidence. Oh, 3,000 years ago. The travel book he was reading recently was also written by a bard named Pharaoh 3,000 years ago. Gwyneth looked at her teammates with great interest and explained in a low voice, "It is said that there was a powerful magician named Nan Shinyu 3,000 years ago. The reason why she is called the first magician in the plane is that in a historical truth that has been covered up, the church and the seven kingdoms joined forces to encircle her, but in that battle, 8 great magicians and 4 legendary knights died, and in the end, the black magic Nan Shinyu just disappeared. It is said that he disappeared in the Eastern Sea, and that earth-shattering battle was also regarded as a shame by the seven kingdoms and the Magic Union, and was erased from the history books." As she said that, she added weakly, "I also learned about it when I was a child and accidentally found an ancient diary in the teacher's library." As these words came out, the Dawn group became more and more excited. Ji-sun was also very surprised, as if a new world had opened up. Could there really be such powerful humans in this world? Pastor Xena also asked, if you are a magician, why is it a taboo? This is what everyone is curious about. Magicians have a very high status, and even nobles respect them very much. How could it be considered a taboo? Gwyneth hesitated to speak, as if the secret conflicted with what she believed in. But looking at the burning eyes of the crowd, she hesitated for a moment, and said what she knew, because it is said that the great magician Nan Shinyu created some powerful black magic that can be released without believing in gods. Everyone understood it after hearing this. Extraordinary divine gift, this is the common understanding of everyone. Only by devoutly believing in the 7 pillars, and the great Titan God can you gain powerful power. Hearing this, everyone in the Dawn group even suspected that this was just a story. How could someone not believe in God and still have such a powerful power? However, Ji-sun had a strong intuition in his heart that this story was true. He said that, although his faith was not firm, he also had a deep attainment in the magic sword. Theoretically, it is possible to be more powerful. Magicians fear God. Similarly, they also fear the truth. Gwyneth looked at the suddenly boring expressions of her teammates and guessed that they did not believe in the taboo figure that she had admired in her childhood, and said, "The reason why Nan Shinyu's lineage is considered taboo is that she is so powerful that she can almost be compared with God. The black magic system she created is still circulating today. Those evil black magicians who appear from time to time are mostly from that lineage. And the facts are right in front of us. If the text on this stone tablet is correct, it is the text of the black magic system. That is to say, there may be a place nearby in the past." Gwyneth looked at Ji-sun and said her own conclusion, "Captain, these are the clues that the mercenaries brought back from the vicinity of the Black Dragon's lair at the risk of their lives. So if I am not mistaken, there is an ancient ruin related to the Black Magician near the Dragon's lair." Ji-sun was also thinking deeply after hearing this. Although his expression was as calm as ever, he was indeed very interested in the history that was erased 3,000 years ago. Can humans really rely on their own strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods? Also, could it be that the evil dragon that suddenly appeared in the Principality of Dorne was heading for those black magic relics? Chapter 620. No one knows the location of the lair of the evil dragon Merodes. We only know that the last time it was seen was in the dense forest 100 miles northwest of Blackrock City. Although the 7 kingdoms are prosperous and populous, there are ferocious monsters everywhere in the wild outside the towns and villages. Even if the Dawn mercenary group is an S-level mercenary group, it can't move fast in the mountains and forests. They have to deal with the monsters that suddenly appear along the way, and they have to open up a road in the dense forest. At dusk on the second day, everyone arrived at the Blackstone Forest. This is a natural forest with huge black fir trees towering into the sky. Unfortunately, because of the frequent appearance of the Wind Wolf, after the last family of lumberjacks was eaten by the monsters more than a decade ago, there were no traces of people within a radius of dozens of miles. The sun had already set, and the Dawn group used the dilapidated cabin of the lumberjacks in the forest as a camping site. They were not afraid of the monsters that others feared. In the wooden house, the bonfire was burning brightly. Several huge pieces of barbecued meat were sizzling on the campfire. This was the earth demon bear that was hunted during the day. Everyone sat around the fire, chatting occasionally. Archer Sybil was using a knife to clean the fat on the bloody bear skin. After all, this intact bear skin could be sold at a good price in the adventurer market. Heavy Knight Robert was oiling and maintaining his precious armor, and the magician Gwyneth was still frowning as she deciphered the black magic secrets on several stone slabs. Ji-sun was still reading the travel notes of Pharaoh. The hunter Ifa was holding some bread crumbs in his hand and feeding the nest of mountain rats of the original owner in the house. He was a trainer and was proficient in some animal language. The mountain rats ate the bread crumbs and squeaked a few times. Ifa seemed to understand, and turned to his companions and said, "Captain, these mountain rats said that there is a terrifying breath in the northwest underground. It should be the evil dragon." Jishua listened and nodded yes. "Then everyone should have a good rest tonight. There may be a tough battle tomorrow." They are all tacit partners, and they are already familiar with their partner's abilities. Everyone nodded and responded. However, at this moment, Gwyneth, who had been frowning and trying to decipher the stone slab, suddenly brightened up. "I finally deciphered it. Oh my god, these magic codes are actually encrypted using the 13-sided dice encryption method. The things studied by magicians are all unpredictable, and the teammates don't know why she is so amazed." Heavy Knight Robert asked, 13-sided dice. "Gwen, what is this?" Gwyneth explained, "Yes. This is a very special magic encryption method. The text is not seen as a plane, but as a three-dimensional polyhedron that looks like a dice. The polyhedron can be arranged so that a few simple words can form a complex sentence. A word may have different meanings in multiple phrases. Twist it, and it will have a new meaning. Magic knowledge is a very precious thing in this world. Usually it is not passed on to others. In order to keep their research secrets, magicians like to use various strange encryption methods to preserve their results, and also to show off their erudition. So many times, some old and ordinary books in the antique market may be encrypted secret scrolls left by ancient magicians. Of course, the most used ones are those black magicians who are regarded as taboo to prevent being discovered by the 7 gods. Several teammates were still confused after listening, and could not understand the complicated encryption method. However, Jason caught something special, 13 sides. In his cognition, multi-sided dice usually have an even number of sides. Gwyneth nodded, "Yes, this is the special feature of this encryption method. It is a high-dimensional pattern that cannot be drawn anymore, with one side folded, called the hidden information of the gods. I also cannot understand its principle, but I know some cracking formulas." Everyone became interested when they heard it. Intuition told them that this slate could be encrypted in this way, which must be related to some big secret. After a pause, Gwyneth explained, "It is said that this encryption method was first discovered in ancient ruins 3,000 years ago. The predecessors of the Magic Academy studied it for a long time before they accidentally cracked it. My teacher said that this 13-sided dice encryption method is so special that it seems to not belong to this world. If I don't know some formulas, I can't decipher it even if I give it hundreds of years. Deciphering is a very boring thing. The simplest way is to observe the rules and apply various known encryption techniques. Being able to decipher it, there is a lot of luck involved." Ji-sun and the others didn't care how they deciphered it. Instead, they cared about what was recorded on it. Gwyneth looked at the curious eyes of her teammates, and then looked at the stone tablet, with a slightly strange expression. "Well, although it is a little incomplete, it has been roughly deciphered. There is a very strange sentence written on this stone tablet. The stone tablet says, 'I suspect that the world will has blocked part of human cognition, making us lose the ability to perceive the true universe. I want to open a world rift to see if my guess is true.'" When they heard this beginning, everyone's expression twitched. What a crazy guy. No wonder he is a black magician who is considered taboo. Open the world rift? Oh my god, isn't that guy afraid of the world being destroyed? Hey, on the other hand, the southern god reigned 3,000 years ago, was really strong. He could actually tear the world apart? This is the power of God, right? Could it be that this valley is the remains of the world rift? If that's the case, there may be some top magic treasures. Maybe the evil dragon chose this place because he was attracted by the magic aura. Ha ha ha, I'm looking forward to it more and more. After all, they are mercenaries, so they don't worry about black magic. The decoded information gives them a professional acumen of treasure premonition. Ji-sun also has a strong interest. Compared to treasure, he enjoys the process of adventuring and exploring the unknown more. However, for some reason, Ji-sun's mind is not thinking about any magical relics, but a question: encryption? Maybe. Ji-sun looked at the travel notes in his hand, and suddenly had an idea. Since this pharaoh is also a bard from 3,000 years ago, and his strength may be extremely strong, could it be that this guy also knows Nanshin? Also, could there be encrypted information in the travel notes in his hand? Thinking of this, he suddenly had an idea and turned to ask, "Gwen, what is the principle of the 13-sided astrology dice encryption method you mentioned?" Gwyneth heard that it was the captain who asked, of course. She didn't hesitate to say, then it's very troublesome to explain. But just remember a few formulas like this and that." Ji-sun just listened silently. His teammates beside him had already been overwhelmed, with painful expressions as if their brains were unwilling to process the complex information. However, Ji-sun didn't know why, he always felt that it was not difficult to understand. Those words automatically turned into orderly regular formulas in his mind, and then formed a very strange 13-sided dice. It was as if he had seen it before, but just familiarized himself with it again. Gwyneth roughly explained the principle of decryption, and looking at the painful expressions of her teammates, she laughed, "Ha ha ha, don't think you can understand it all at once. It took me several months to learn how to do it. It's hard to get started with magicians, let alone some big and strong melee professions." Everyone was relieved and ate meat and laughed. Gwyneth turned to look at Ji-sun, who was thinking. She knew that the leader liked to study some strange knowledge, so she added, "Leader, if you really want to learn, I will tell you slowly." "Yes." Ji-sun nodded, as if responding. But he didn't know where his thoughts had gone. The next second, his eyes fell on the travelogue. A magical scene quietly unfolded. The words that originally made up the travelogue suddenly seemed to come alive, automatically shuffled, and then formed a 13-sided dice shape. Huh? Seeing this, Ji-sun didn't know what happened, and he was surprised. But before he could think about it, he found that the words on the dice had turned into another completely different content. Hey, adventurers of the future. The fact that you can see these words shows that you are not an ignorant believer deceived by the 7 gods. Then, you are qualified to contact the truth of the world. When Ji-sun saw these words, he was stunned, as if he saw a free-spirited adventurer talking to him across 3,000 years. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable familiarity. Not just this time, in the past 20 years, many times, Ji-sun felt that what he experienced seemed familiar, as if he had experienced it before in a certain time and space. But then, the next sentence made his expression solemn. Unfortunately, the truth of the world may make people despair. It was as if he had read a novel that was hard to extricate himself from. From the first sentence, Ji-sun's eyes had been fixed on the changing words, and could not move away. The following content is as follows. My name is Pharaoh. As you can see in the travel notes, I am an adventurer and a bard. In my life, I have traveled to the 7 kingdoms, the endless sea, the abyss, explored countless ruins, and read countless classics. Well, without any modesty, I have some innate talent for deduction. This is also the reason why I can easily touch the peak of extraordinary power. So I am extremely sure that the world we see may have some problems. Yes, I suspect that this world has consciousness. There is a high-dimensional consciousness that prevents me from exploring the truth. Ji-sun saw this, and felt an inexplicable sense of absurdity in his heart. It was as if the cognition of the world built up in the past 20 years was shattered by some external object in an instant. Some strange thoughts emerged from his heart. And as he guessed, this pharaoh is really a top-level strongman? Ji-sun continued to read. I am not sure what the world consciousness is. I only know that it is a high-dimensional secret that humans cannot access. It must also be the truth of the world deliberately hidden by the 7 pillars and the Titan God Ball. So to explore the truth, you have to avoid the so-called gods. I traveled around, trying to find the truth that was hidden. I am sure that if my rank is higher, I may be able to see clearly what the flaw is, but I can't break through. It seems that there is an invisible shackle in this world, which prevents people from touching the mystery beyond the peak. In my deduction, this world is like a well. Someone put a lid on the well, and even thinking was restricted. So, I have been looking for a way to open the lid. Later, I was sure that there was a mysterious force in this world that prevented me from seeing the truth. Ji-sun frowned. The content in front of him seemed not just words, but like a strange magic. It entered his mind in a very strange way. Then it was branded. Before, I always suspected that the area I explored was not wide enough. Perhaps the end of the endless sea, the underground of the abyss, or even the end of the starry sky hides the truth of the world. But later, I found that the direction of my lifelong travel and exploration might be wrong. Hey, the brave man of the future, when you see these notes I left, have you ever thought about a question? How can you be sure that the world you are in now is real? Seeing this, Ji-sun seemed to hear a great giant in his heart asking himself a question. As if struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot. How to be sure that the world is real? It sounds like a ridiculous question. If the world is not real, how can it be fake? Ji-sun suddenly looked at his body, the bonfire in front of him, and his friends who were eating meat and laughing. If all this is not real, then what is real? He wanted to reject this ridiculous idea and comfort himself that this might be some evil sect's deceptive rhetoric. But for some reason, there was always a persistent idea in his heart that made him continue to watch. Yes, when I doubted the existence of this world, I realized that I had found the right direction. At least among all the conjectures I have explored, this is the only direction that can reasonably explain all doubts. No, to be precise, the world is both real and not real. This is relative. In our consciousness, it may be false. I know this is difficult to understand, just like it is difficult for the human brain to understand the pattern of the 13-sided dice, because it is a pattern that can appear in an abnormal world. I use a not-so-appropriate metaphor to describe it. Everything in a dream is illusory, but that is something people can only recognize when they are awake. But when they are in a dream, everything is real. So, being awake is the right direction. Ji-sun no longer knows how to describe the complex fluctuations in his heart. For a moment, he was a little dazed. It was as if he was in a nightmare state at the moment, and he wanted to wake up, but couldn't. Everything around him was both real and like an illusion. That feeling was terrible. And his intuition told Ji-sun that someone really had injected some extremely profound knowledge into his brain. It was beyond the brain's tolerance. This was originally very dangerous. I don't know why, but at this moment Ji-sun felt very happy. It was like someone was pointing the way in a foggy world, guiding him to see the truth in the fog. Of course, when you realize this law, congratulations, you finally have a soul. Then what is the soul? How can you be sure that you have a soul? Ji-sun really felt that his brain had turned into a mess. How can I not have a soul? Never doubted it. But looking at the following content, he doubted it. The fate of ordinary people is actually determined from the moment they are born. It seems that people's lives are full of variables, but in fact, they are always a causal line that can be deduced from the beginning to the end. He will become a blacksmith, farmer, tailor, slave, nobleman, or magician, knight because of the family environment he was born into. But in fact, there is no difference. Born, grow up, grow old, and finally buried in the grave. What you think are the variables are actually choices driven by desire instinct. When hungry, look for food. When restless, look for women. Farmers work hard in hunger and cold. Thieves seek wealth in poverty. Nobles seek desire in wealth. The essence is the same. Most human beings are just beasts driven by instinct. Therefore, most people do not realize where their souls are. Life is like a script performed in a theater. Everyone plays a different role. So, is the role his soul? No. When you watch your performance from the perspective of an audience, you will find that the character in the script is only a part of your soul. The soul is in a higher dimension, beyond cognition. If the world is a stage, and life is a script, then where is our real soul? To understand this truth, we have to become an observer in the audience. So back to the original question, how can you be sure that the world you see is real? I have spent my whole life to get a positive answer. This world is not real. To be more precise, consciousness is just the projection of the soul in this world. Is consciousness the projection of the soul? Ji-sun murmured in his heart. He didn't know when his attitude towards the travel notes changed. From the beginning of suspicion, questioning, and disdain, to now, it was like a bright light lit in the darkness, illuminating a scene he had never seen before. The bard named Pharaoh described an ultimate question about thinking about the world. Unconsciously, he had seen the end of the travel notes. There are a few more paragraphs above. I am sure I have found the right direction. But unfortunately, I have no time, because the will of the world not only limits the human body from reaching the peak of power, but also limits the lifespan of humans. Humans cannot find the exit of the world in their limited life. This is a dead end that I can't think of any way to break. Ha ha ha, I don't feel desperate. On the contrary, I am extremely sure at this moment that all my deductions are correct. The fact that I can recognize these mysteries about the universe is not new, but something that my soul in the high-dimensional universe already knew, and now the projected consciousness has just awakened. I created the law I found into a secret method to awaken the spiritual world. I gave it a very interesting name, called I Am the World. Ji-sun finished reading it. It seemed as if a whole ocean of knowledge was stuffed into his mind. He couldn't even recall and repeat any complete sentence he saw. But his consciousness clearly told him that he had seen the ultimate secret of the world. And the secret method of I Am the World, Ji-sun didn't know why, but suddenly felt that he knew it. It felt like a little flame fell on the firewood, burning more and more vigorously. Just like what was described in the travel notes, it seemed that I had understood it all along, but I just woke up at this moment. Captain, what's wrong with you? Captain? Ji-sun was immersed in that state of enlightenment, and suddenly heard a call beside his ear, and his pupils gradually focused. The bonfire was burning brightly, and all his companions were looking at him. Ji-sun responded, "Yeah, it's okay. I was distracted by something." Gwyneth listened without thinking much, and habitually teased, "Oh, I saw you staring at the travel notes for a long time, Captain. I thought you were bewitched by some black magic." Pastor Sina also laughed, "Haha, I really encountered this when I was in the church before. My teacher treated a guy who read magic books carelessly, and was bewitched by the succubus in the book. Ji-sun smiled as he listened. But before he could say anything, the heavy knight Robert beside him interrupted with great interest. Tell me more about succubus. The warrior's vigorous blood and energy always have nowhere to vent. Of course, Xena knew what this guy wanted to hear and smiled. Well, it's just some indescribable action novels. Some not-so-serious magicians use the blood and energy of succubus to write books, making people indulge in the erotic descriptions, and then lose blood and energy. It is said that just reading the text can give you the real experience of having sex with a succubus. Robert's eyes sparkled as he listened, and he exaggeratedly teased, "Ah, Xena, next time you encounter that kind of novel, don't rush to destroy it, show it to me first. I want to criticize whether the succubus is really that evil." The hunter-catcher Ifa also echoed, "Ha ha ha, show it to me too." The members of the Dawn group are tacit partners with each other, and everyone laughed at this. Gwyneth saw that Ji-sun was fine, glanced at the travel notes in his hand, and didn't take it to heart. It was just an ordinary travelogue. Moreover, even if there was encrypted information, she had never thought that someone could just flip through it casually and decipher the mystery that other magicians could never understand in their lifetime. Ji-sun did not explain what he had just seen in the book, because he could not say what he had seen. Soon, everyone in the wooden house began to take turns to rest. As the captain, Ji-sun took on the first round of sentry duty. He climbed onto the wooden roof, lay on his back on the roof, and looked at the bright white moonlight in the sky. The thoughts in his mind were extremely complicated. Ji-sun didn't know what he saw, but everything around him seemed different. At this moment, the world in his eyes had a clear flow. The breeze, the bright moon, the trees, the earth, the bonfire, the earth, the wind, the water, the fire, the light and the darkness, all kinds of elements flowed, forming a reasonable and traceable world. Ji-sun felt very wonderful in his heart. It was a kind of pleasure in his head that glimpsed the truth. And once the thoughts were clear, it seemed that the bottleneck of the legendary night that had trapped him for 10 years seemed to be broken through. Chapter 621. The next morning, the Dawn group packed up their equipment and continued to explore the Blackstone Forest. Ji-sun was still immersed in the magical state of perception from last night. Although he hadn't slept all night, he felt great at the moment. The whole world was completely new in his eyes. It was still a dense forest, but it was completely different at the moment. Ji-sun felt as if he could clearly see the laws of the operation of the elements and everything around him. He knew that this change was related to the secret method of I Am the World. The teammates also noticed something strange about Ji-sun, who was thinking silently all the way. Magician Gwyneth had the sharpest perception. As they walked, she finally couldn't help but be curious and said, "Captain, why do I feel that you are different?" Ji-sun was slightly startled when he said this. What's different? At this moment, his thoughts returned, and the dreamlike feeling disappeared instantly. Gwyneth pondered for a moment and said, "I can't explain it, but I just feel that you seem to have suddenly become very mysterious." Well, it's a bit like my former teacher's teacher, the great magician Mr. Moxa. The calmness and mystery brought by having super strength are not exactly the same. Hearing this, the archer Zybel beside him asked curiously, "Captain, have you broken through the legendary realm?" Ji-sun laughed at himself and said, "I think so." Everyone also felt that it was not so easy to break through, and laughed and joked. At this time, the hunter-trapper Ifa, who was exploring the way ahead, discovered something and suddenly shouted, "Captain, we may have reached the place where the fierce tiger mercenary group discovered the ruins before." The stone slabs were brought back by their colleagues. A group of more than 30 A-level mercenaries had only one seriously injured guy who escaped alive, and was still unconscious in the monastery of the Blackstone Lair. Everyone became alert immediately after hearing this. When they walked over, they saw many cracks in the mountain. The traces of soil were still fresh, and it looked like they were cracked by the recent earthquake. In the washed-down soil, you can see a lot of broken stones with the same material as the stone slabs and obvious traces of artificial carving. Ji-sun knew they were getting close, and ordered, "Everyone follow the plan. The dragon's sense of smell is very sensitive. Let's lure that big guy out. Lane and Lolota, you two are responsible for finding the dragon's lair and determining the location of Princess Sophia." Everyone responded in unison, "Okay." They were already a very tacit team, and there was no need to make any more arrangements. According to the intelligence, the most powerful monsters in this forest were the group of wind wolves. This was not a big threat to the Dawn group. Lane and Lolota disappeared into the dense forest, while Ji-sun and his companions deliberately took out some blood food to lure the monsters and began to explore. This is a very mature hunting tactic in the wild. The Dawn group went deep into the cracks in the mountains. It seemed that the ancient ruins should be hidden somewhere in the belly of the mountain. The 8 people searched for several hours, and found the place where the fierce tiger mercenary group was attacked before. The only survivor said before he fainted that they were looking for the princess in the forest, and then they were inexplicably attacked by the evil dragon. Without any ability to resist, the team was dispersed in an instant. He was the only assassin left who jumped into the river and barely escaped. In the dense forest, Ji-sun and his companions looked at the messy camp with sorrowful faces, and their expressions were very solemn. The dragon swept by, and the trees that the people were hugging fell to the ground in all directions. Large areas of burnt wood stakes were left near the camp. Robert took the molten iron sheet that he had just found from the scorched ground and said seriously, "It can burn iron boots into molten iron. The flame temperature of the dragon's breath is the hottest I have ever seen." As a heavy knight, he knew the material of the heavy shield better than anyone else. Dragon's breath could turn these iron boots into molten iron, so we could judge their strength. Hunter Ifa also said, "The breath left by the dragon is too terrifying, and all the wild animals nearby are scared away. It's hard to confirm the direction." The treasure hunting marten he tamed had a keen sense of smell, and was the best means of tracking. But at this moment, the little guy was already trembling with fear at the breath of the dragon, hiding in the beast's bag and not daring to come out. However, no one in the Dawn group backed down. Just because the A-level mercenary group couldn't do it didn't mean they couldn't do it. Everyone looked at Ji-sun and asked, "Captain, which way are we going now?" If it was a normal day to hunt monsters, they wouldn't be in a hurry. They would slowly follow the clues and eventually find it. But this forest is too big, so it might take several months. Their mission this time was to find Princess Sophia. The longer they delayed, the less likely it was that the princess would be alive. Everyone tried various methods, but it was still difficult to confirm the location of the dragon's nest. The dragon is a flying monster, and the traces it left are very mixed and everywhere. Ji-sun looked at the inquiring eyes of everyone. Originally, he would not have had any better suggestions in this situation. But at this moment, for some reason, the complicated thoughts in his mind automatically deduced. The folds of branches, the burning camp, the traces on the soil, the buzzing of bees, the startled birds, the distant roars of beasts. It seemed that there were no isolated things in the world before his eyes. They seemed to be implicated by lines of cause and effect, forming a colorful and complete world. The perceptions brought by the 5 senses automatically formed a series of cause and effect lines in Ji-sun's mind, as if the forest was reflected in his mind in another high-dimensional form. Although he didn't see it, Ji-sun didn't know why, but an arrogant dragon had already formed in his mind. It was like someone threw a stone into the dark water. Although he didn't see where it fell into the water, he could calculate the point where the stone fell into the water by sensing the direction and arc of the ripples. Ji-sun pondered for a moment, and his intuition made him make a judgment: go west. In this way, the 8 members of the Dawn group explored the forest all the way. Relying on the new ability of real-time deduction, Ji-sun led his teammates deep into the dense forest. He made decisions without hesitation when choosing the direction of the fork in the road several times. Ji-sun himself couldn't understand why he seemed to have the ability to instantly understand the cause and effect of everything he saw. He even suspected that his 6th sense had become stronger, because there was almost no deduction process, and he thought of it at once. The crowd did not ask any more questions. They thought the leader had just chosen a more reliable direction and followed him. However, it was this gamble on luck way of walking that made everyone pleasantly surprised to find that they seemed to have found the right direction. Because, in the dense forest in front of them, a spectacular ancient ruins appeared. "Leader, come and see." In front, the hunter Ifa suddenly exclaimed. Ji-sun and his group walked over, and saw a specially shaped ruins gate. The surprise was too great. In front of me was an ancient building with a simple shape, obviously in the style of a magic temple. On the 400-meter-high stone slabs, various mysterious runes were densely engraved. Gwyneth looked at the mysterious runes on the gate and immediately confirmed, "This is the Black Magic Rune." The Black Magic Rune is easy to distinguish, because those runes that trigger elements do not have prayers to the gods, only simple and straightforward elemental symbols. However, when she saw the level of the runes above, her face changed instantly, and she exclaimed, "Legendary rune. These are all legendary runes. Could this be the legendary Black Magic Temple, the Tower of Ascension?" Pastor Sina asked, "The Tower of Ascension? What is that?" Gwyneth responded with a look of astonishment. "There is a legend circulating in various books related to black magicians, saying that those crazy black magicians want to build a magic tower that can reach the sky, and then directly passed through this tower to ascend to the divine level. It's no wonder she was so shocked, because the runes in front of her were the most complicated runes she had ever seen. No doubt about it. This is just the gate of the ruins. How exaggerated will it be inside? Except for the legendary black magic temple, she can't think of any other possibility. Hearing this, everyone's expression became shocked. Ascend to God? If they hadn't seen such a spectacular building with their own eyes, they would never believe that there are such crazy people in the world. Dreaming of becoming a god, in their education, just this idea is already blasphemy, and those black magics are actually done. However, when Ji-sun heard this, he suddenly thought of a passage he had read in Pharaoh's travel notes yesterday. According to Pharaoh, a certain world will restricted humans from touching the power of the gods. Could it be that the black magicians did this just to break the shackle? Gwyneth said again, but the Tower of Ascension has always existed in legends. And the church has also blocked relevant information, so I'm not 100% sure. But since the previous stone tablet was left by Nan Shinyu, even if it wasn't, it was probably a secret base for the black magicians. Robert laughed. Ha ha ha, whatever it is, this is a magical relic. If no one had come here before, we would have made a fortune. Yes. Ha ha ha, Captain, we are really lucky this time. We found it in one try. Everyone listened with strong expectations in their eyes. They took the mission to make money. It would be ideal to find an ancient relic. From the rolling soil around, if it weren't for the ground crack, the relic would not be exposed above the ground. Ji-sun originally thought that he should be happy. However, he seemed to sense something and suddenly reminded, everyone be careful, we seem to be targeted by something. Everyone thought it was the evil dragon, so they didn't dare to be careless and immediately became alert. The dragon's sense of smell is very sensitive, and it can often smell the scent of prey dozens of miles away. But many times they are also lazy, and they will sleep in the cave for a long time after eating. From all the traces, it seems that the evil dragon is in its ruins at the moment. Ji-sun and his group did not dare to go deeper rashly, so they chose to make a noise to lure the dragon out of the cave. Soon, a bonfire started burning in a mountain stream southwest of the cave, and the golden barbecue was immediately filled with fragrance. If a few humans were not worthy of waking up a well-fed dragon from hibernation, then barbecue with spices would be very useful. Sure enough, not long after the barbecue started, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded throughout the valley. Here it comes! Everyone immediately became alert. Ji-sun also looked closely, and saw a black spot appear in the blue sky. The black spot rapidly enlarged in the field of vision, and in a blink of an eye it turned into a ferocious dragon with a wingspan of tens of meters. It was obviously a black dragon, but the dragon's scales reflected the metallic luster in the sun. It gave people a very strange feeling. It was like a black sun. What an exaggerated dragon power. Hey, this guy's aura is more terrifying than the legendary Warcraft lord we killed before. If this mission is successful, we will be the dragon slayers in the mouth of the bard. Robert, forget about slaying the dragon. It would be great if we can hold back the big lizard and give Larn and the others a chance to rescue the princess. Everyone frowned under the pressure of the aura, but the atmosphere was not too heavy. They deliberately chose such a far place to give the assassin Larn and his two teammates a chance to go deep into the dragon's nest to rescue people. Although this evil dragon looks very strong, it is not a big problem for the Dawn group to hold it back. However, when Ji-sun looked at the black dragon, he had a feeling of déjà vu even though it was the first time he saw it. Before they could think too much, the evil dragon swooped down from the sky at lightning speed. Before it rushed over, 3 sharp armor-piercing feather arrows flew through the air. The archer Sybil, who was hiding in the bunker, suddenly drew his bow and shot quickly. His superb shooting memory allowed the 3 arrows to accurately shoot at the eyes of the dragon. However, before the 6 people could rejoice, they saw the evil dragon tilt its head slightly, and 3 feather arrows hit the scales on its head, making a crisp sound of ding ding ding. The armor-piercing arrows only left a few white marks. Everyone was watching, and it was expected. The evil dragon was attacked by several humans, and it swooped down and spit out a dragon's breath in anger. Robert, the heavy knight, held a magic heavy shield, and a layer of strong fighting spirit lingered on his body. He stood in front without retreating. The magic shield of the heavy shield was like a strong reef in the torrent, diverting the dragon's breath, and Ji-sun behind Robert was safe and sound. Before the dragon's breath completely dissipated, Ji-sun suddenly rushed out. His intuition told him that now was the best time to attack. Before his teammates could be surprised, Ji-sun suddenly stepped on the rock wall, rushed dozens of meters, and then jumped off the rock wall, just in time to appear next to the dragon that was swooping down in the air. He slashed down with a sword, and the two-handed heavy sword wrapped in the wind sword energy. Clang! Slashed on the dragon's neck. The timing was so subtle that the dragon didn't react. Although the sword didn't cut a wound, it left a white mark on the dragon's scales. Ji-sun was happy. As long as he could break the armor, he could break the defense with a few more slashes. However, before he put away the sword, he suddenly saw the muscles on the dragon's wings contracting rapidly. Ji-sun saw it, and instinctively deduced that the next move of the evil dragon would be to turn around and spit out dragon breath. Almost instinctively, he did not retreat along the inertia of the sword's recoil, but suddenly stepped on the air and turned his direction in the air. It was this action that magically and perfectly avoided the dragon's breath. The fighting spirit isolated the high temperature of the dragon's breath, and Ji-sun slashed it with another sword. In a blink of an eye, the man and the dragon fought several rounds in midair. Although the scene happened in a very short time, the teammates in the distance were stunned. A second ago, they thought it was a bit reckless for the leader to rush forward alone, but now seeing this posture, they screamed with excitement. Oh, the leader's martial arts have improved again. Why do I feel that he is more agile than that guy Lane? It's not agility, but combat intuition. Oh, I think the leader is about to break through the legendary realm. Stop watching, let's go too. Okay. The other teammates were not idle either. Robert held a huge shield in front. The magician Gwyneth had already chanted the Frost spell. Cena's corrosive potion sizzled on the dragon's scales, and the archer Sabar's arrows were accurate. Even facing a pure-blooded dragon, the knights did not lose the upper hand at all because of the tacit cooperation of the Dawn group. The two sides fought fiercely in this mountain stream. But it was this fight that made the teammates more and more shocked. The dragon's fighting power was gradually outrageous, and it was beyond their understanding of any monster they had seen before. No wonder more than a dozen waves of people were wiped out before. This was not even something their S-level mercenary group could handle. If they wanted to slay the dragon, they would need a super large army of at least 1,000 people, under normal circumstances, facing a target far beyond their expectations. Their original plan was to escape through the cracks in the mountain stream as soon as possible. But now, not only did they not escape, but they also fought without losing the upper hand. This is what shocked everyone in the Dawn group. They hadn't retreated yet, because their leader could fight the dragon for a long time with only one sword. His sword moves were still the same familiar ones, and his physical strength hadn't changed, but he felt much stronger. He dodged at the right time, and didn't waste any fighting spirit. The battle was like a gorgeous show of skill, and that figure gave everyone an increasingly strong shock. It's no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for the leader Ji-sun to contain the dragon, the heavy knight Robert alone would not be able to hold the hatred, nor could he protect his teammates. On the other side, Ji-sun was already immersed in the calculations that his brain was telling him to run. He didn't realize at all that he had gradually become outrageous in the eyes of his teammates. He had only one thought, that he couldn't retreat, as once he retreated, the stalemate would be broken. He had only one thought in his mind, to use the best option to deal with the attack of the evil dragon. The battle looked very fierce, but for Ji-sun, he enjoyed this hearty battle immensely. He had never felt a feeling as if he was in control of the whole world. Is this the world that I am? At this moment, Ji-sun fell into a rational state without any emotional waves. The dragon was so powerful that if a light-armored swordsman like him was hit head-on, he would be seriously injured. In other words, as long as there was any mistake, the entire team might be wiped out. However, Ji-sun had an almost arrogant self-confidence at this moment. He didn't think he would make any mistakes in the battle. It was an extraordinary experience that everything was under control. It seemed that no matter what the dragon did, it would not be unexpected by the brain. Ji-sun himself felt that this state was extremely magical. Before, he mostly relied on his combat instincts and skilled martial arts from years of fighting. Now, he relied not only on combat skills, but also on a kind of thinking and deduction ability that was well thought out. This made him not at all inferior in the battle with the evil dragon. Although there was no hope of slaying the dragon, it was more than enough to drag it on. In this way, the 6 members of the Dawn group fought fiercely with the evil dragon in the mountain stream for a long time. Large chunks of rocks fell from the surrounding areas, the roar was deafening, and the movement became louder and louder. During the battle, Ji-sun also saw that the dragon seemed to have been injured before, and its right wing was obviously greatly restricted, so the two sides could hold out for so long. At the same time, he also knew that it was impossible to kill the dragon. But originally, he didn't expect to kill it. Just after the two sides held out for half an hour, suddenly, a blazing smoke rose in the distance. That was the direction of the ruins before. Ji-sun saw it, and knew that his teammates had done something wrong. The dragon Maladies obviously realized that he had been calculated by these humans, and someone went to its nest. Although it was furious, it flapped its wings without hesitation and flew away. Watching the dragon fly away, everyone in the Dawn group breathed a sigh of relief. The wolf's smoke was also part of the plan. If Rain and his team found Princess Sophia, or if there was no Princess Sophia in the dragon's nest, they would light the wolf's smoke to attract the dragon back to the nest. In either case, the plan was perfectly accomplished. After fighting for so long at high intensity, Robert and his team sat down on the rocks one by one, exhausted. Wow, this evil dragon is really terrifying. Where did such a powerful dragon come from? Maybe it came from overseas. It is said that there are many dragons and sea monsters in the endless sea east of Blackstone City. But by the way, Captain, what happened to you just now? Why did you suddenly become so powerful? After saying this, everyone looked at Ji-sun, who was holding a big sword and thinking about the battle just now. Ji-sun looked at those curious and surprised eyes, smiled and shrugged. I don't know either. I have made a breakthrough recently, and it seems that I have suddenly realized something new. It is too troublesome to explain that I am the world, so he just casually replied, thinking that he would explain it to everyone slowly in the future. Let's go. Let's leave here first. Everyone listened and stood up. Ha! I said that the captain should be breaking through the legend. Yeah, I think so too. I don't know if Rain and the others have found Princess Sophia. In comparison, I am more concerned about whether there are treasures in the ruins. If I can't kill the evil dragon, I really want to see if the dragon's nest is as legendary, covered with gold coins and jewels. As they walked, they talked about the previous battle. Although they failed to slay the dragon, this experience was a legendary event that they could brag about for the rest of their lives. Not long after, they appeared in a cave a few miles away. This was the agreed meeting place. Not long after, they heard footsteps rustling in the jungle. The movement was very light, and it was obvious that it was human. Ji-sun and his companions looked closely, and saw that Lane and Lolota were escorting a blonde girl in a princess dress out. Although the skirt was torn by branches and stained with mud, it still couldn't hide the girl's beautiful and noble temperament. Robert and others were surprised when they saw it. Princess Sophia? Yes. The blonde girl nodded and added timidly, Thank you for saving me. She knew that these were the mercenaries her father had found, and her panic was calmed down a lot. But for some reason, when she saw the mercenary leader, the girl's eyes were slightly startled. Ji-sun looked at the girl's pretty face, and was slightly stunned. He felt like he had seen her before. He saw that the girl seemed to have the same expression, so he asked, Princess Sophia, have we met before? Sophia looked confused in her crystal eyes, and did not respond. Others saw this scene, and immediately started to tease him. Ha ha ha, Captain, your way of chatting up is a bit. Ji-sun looked at the other party, and smiled awkwardly, thinking that he had made a mistake. At this point, although the difficulty is a bit high, it is also a normal mercenary rescue mission. However, no one expected that the accident would come so suddenly. Probably to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere, the heavy knight Robert asked with great interest, Lane, what is the situation in the dragon's nest? Lane and Lolota went to the ruins to rescue people before. Now that they have reunited, they are also excited to share what they saw in the dragon's nest. I don't know what shocking scene they saw, but Lane, who is used to big scenes, stuttered a little. Oh my god, what can I say about the ruins? Anyway, it could be the Black Mage's Tower of Ascension. There's something in there. When everyone saw their companion's excited expression, they were instantly aroused with strong curiosity. However, before they finished speaking, they stopped abruptly. Ji-sun's pupils suddenly shrank. Not good. At this moment, everyone discovered that a line of blood quietly appeared on the necks of Lane and Lolota. Dead. Their expressions froze on the spot. After a moment of shock, Robert and the others finally reacted, and their hair on their back stood up, and they stared in anger. Damn, there's an assassin. Ji-sun also noticed it. He looked at the translucent figure beside Law-in and the others. There was only one possibility for someone to kill someone right under his nose. That was a legendary strongman. But before the Dawn group could fight back, those people had no intention of hiding and came out directly. There were 5 people in total, and the one who took action was a female assassin in a cloak. She did not seem to hide her identity, and directly revealed her fair and indifferent face, as well as her iconic crescent dagger. As soon as the Dawn group saw it, they immediately recognized the identity of the killer, Black Rose Atria. The kingdom's legendary assassin, Half Moon Queen Selena, one of the strongest assassins at the time. And not only this person, not far from her, for people wearing white robes also walked out of an invisible magic carpet. This is the robe of the church. Just seeing this iconic magic robe, the expressions of the Dawn group froze, and the action of counterattack just now was also frozen on the spot. Ji-sun and his companions had seen the leader in the capital before. He was the Archbishop of the Seven Gods Church, the Ghost Crow Mage Cole. He was not only a great mage with top strength. He was also the clergyman of the Seven Gods Church stationed in the Kingdom of Ocean, the one with the highest position. The Dawn group was shocked and angry. They never expected to meet people from the church here. And those guys from the church actually killed their two companions without asking about the situation? Why did they kill people? Chapter 622. The 8 members of the Dawn group are close friends who share life and death. Seeing the decapitated bodies of Lane and Lolota spurting blood in front of them, Ji-sun and the other 6 were all furious. Heavy Knight Robert shouted, "Why did you kill people?" Even though the person in front of him was the Supreme Archbishop of the church, he still did not retreat. Ji-sun also suppressed his anger and looked at the 5 people in front of him coldly. The Archbishop of the Seven Gods Church, Ghost Crow Magician Cole, did not even glance at the bodies, but said coldly, "They touched the forbidden black magic and have been contaminated." This was not an explanation, but a declaration of his supreme right to punish evil on behalf of justice. The 7 gods, the spokespersons of God, and the defenders of justice and order, did have this qualification. Then, the Archbishop looked at the angry Ji-sun and the others, and did not feel any threat at all. He said in an imperative tone, "You must also go back to the church with us and accept the investigation." Robert was hot-tempered, and he wanted to ask for an explanation, and said angrily, "Why? Why do you think that Lane and the others have been contaminated?" As partners with great tacit understanding, they knew very well whether Ran and Lolota were contaminated or not. The moment they came into contact just now, they knew very well that it was their partners, not some demon-possessed. Besides, even if it was really a taboo, why did these guys kill people without asking any questions? Ji-sun realized what the feeling of being targeted was. It was not the evil dragon, but these guys who had been hiding in the dark. The whole process was deduced in an instant. The rubbings of the information were sent to other branches of the mercenary union as soon as possible. Someone must have deciphered it. It was the secret code of the Black Magician, which attracted the people of the church. The people of the church came late, so they simply followed Ji-sun and the others, and waited for them to find clues to the ruins. Then, there was the scene that happened before. In addition to anger in Ji-sun's heart at this moment, he also thought of something else. These guys looked like murderers to silence people. What on earth were they trying to hide, and what was in the ruins that made them so afraid? Bishop Cole glanced at the Dawn group coldly, and didn't want to explain. He looked at Princess Sophia and signaled to the people around him, "Take her away too, rebels, kill." A legend, a great mage, and 3 great knights of the same rank as Ji-sun. The combat power of these 5 people can kill the remaining 6 members of the Dawn group at any time. After hearing this, although everyone was furious, they didn't say anything else. Because in their belief, the church represents the great 7 pillars of God, which is the supreme existence that cannot be questioned. Just when everyone in the Dawn group was wondering whether their companions were really killed because they had touched the taboo, an accident happened again. The 2 knights received the order, and were about to take Princess Sophia away. At this time, a layer of strange black and gold magic light suddenly bloomed from the weak blonde girl. At the same time, a black sun divine mark appeared between her eyebrows. Seeing this scene, Ji-sun's pupils suddenly shrank. He was very surprised just now that Princess Sophia was brought out of the dragon's nest by Law En and the others. Since she was said to be contaminated, why did they leave her alive? Now I know that these people in the Holy See seem to know that Princess Sophia has a big secret about the ruins. Not good. Ghost Crow Master Cole looked at the black light emerging from Princess Sophia and shouted softly, "Be careful." But it was too late. The 2 knights were about to touch Princess Sophia's arm, but before their steel armor gloves touched her, they were burned red by a terrifying high temperature. At the same time, a dazzling black light flashed, and the field of vision was already a blinding white light. Even though Ji-sun closed his eyes and advanced to prevent it, he was still pierced by the flashing light, and his eyes were in great pain. After 2 or 3 breaths, his vision gradually recovered. When he looked again, Princess Sophia had disappeared. Archbishop Cole was looking at her with a gloomy face. He looked at the half-moon Queen Serena beside him, as if they were communicating something. In a blink of an eye, Cole's entire group collapsed on the spot, turning into a group of black crows and flying towards the forest. The 3 great knights around him also quickly disappeared into the dense forest in the direction of the crows. Ji-sun happened to see the exchange of glances between the two, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Princess Sophia didn't escape just now, and it would be no problem to bring everyone back. But now that people have escaped, the people of the Dawn group are a burden. They know the secret of the ruins, which is already a reason for them to be silenced. Just like Lane and Lalota before. The guys in the church never took these mercenaries seriously. As expected, Ji-sun's vision had not yet fully recovered, and he squinted his eyes to catch the movement of the half-moon Queen Selena's knees sinking slightly. This was the beginning of the burst sprint. A murderous intent that made his back cold instantly attacked his heart. Without any time to think, he almost instinctively turned slightly. At the same time, a sharp crescent sword energy passed by his chest. Before everyone understood what happened, the tree behind Ji-sun that was hugged by one person broke smoothly on the spot. Be careful. Ji-sun reacted immediately and shouted, "These guys are going to kill me." Selena seemed a little surprised that her sneak attack of sting was avoided. After all, she is a legendary assassin. The Dawn group listened to the leader shouting and reacted immediately. The 6 of them immediately formed a diamond defense formation. However, facing the terrifying dominance of the legend at this moment, even the defensive formation was still as fragile as cardboard. Before Ji-sun's voice fell, everyone saw that the assassin had already disappeared into the air. At the same time, a sound of silk being torn apart came from the ear. The visibility powder in Ji-sun's hand just happened to be thrown into the air, revealing a transparent figure in the air. A sad shout came from the ear Xena. In a blink of an eye, the priest Xena's expression had frozen there. She looked at her teammates and showed a miserable smile at the end of her life, as if to say, "Goodbye, everyone." But I can't say it. The bloodline on the neck appeared, and scarlet blood flowed out. Killing the fragile priest in the team with one move, this legendary assassin gave everyone a kind of death pressure like a mountain collapsing. Ji-sun glanced at Shina, whose life was rapidly dying, and cursed inwardly. But now is not the time to grieve. He stared at the vague shadow, who was circling behind and wanted to continue killing people. He rushed forward without hesitation and shouted, "I hold her back, you guys go." As the leader, he would stand in front of his teammates at any critical moment. This time was no exception. As soon as the words came out, Ji-sun rushed out. At the perfect time, he cut the shadow on its way to kill Ifa with a sword, forcing it to retreat violently. Seeing this, the members of the Dawn group were still a little hesitant, but leader. Although they knew that the enemy was strong, they were all partners in life and death, and they were unwilling to let their leader fight alone while they escaped. But before anyone could say anything, Ji-sun shouted, "Go! If you stay, you will die. Run separately." While he was talking, he was already fighting fiercely with the half-moon Queen Selena. The great sword and the half-moon dagger crossed and flashed with fire, and the two figures were extremely fast. When did the captain become so powerful? Everyone looked at the two people in the fierce battle, shocked that their captain could not win the fight with a legendary assassin, and at the same time realized that if they hesitated for a moment, their captain would be in danger. As partners, they certainly knew what Ji-sun meant. Only by running separately would they have a chance to survive. Without these burdens, the strength of their own leader would have a real chance of survival. The 4 survivors, Robert, Savar, Gwyneth and Aoife, looked at each other, their eyes stern, and each rushed into the dense forest in one direction. On the other side, the eyes of half-moon Queen Selena, who was in a fierce battle, became more and more sharp under her hood. She was also very surprised that this guy could fight with her for so many moves, and was not killed. There is a qualitative difference between the strength of the legend and the Great Knight realm. Especially for a profession like assassin that is good at instant killing, it usually takes only a few moves to deal with a heavy swordsman who is not very flexible. But what about now? The moves that are obviously sure to kill were repeatedly avoided or blocked by that guy. Obviously, there is a huge advantage in agility, but he just didn't take advantage of the moves at all. It would be fine if it happened once. He can cleverly dodge every time, so this is not a matter of luck. Selena suddenly realized that the human in front of her might also be a polluter, and Ji-sun had the same feeling. It seemed some familiar feeling had returned. Ji-sun didn't know what that feeling was. But at this moment, his body seemed to have some kind of fighting instinct, allowing him to easily deal with the enemy, who was half a level higher. That was not only the deduction ability of I Am the World, but also the increasingly hearty pleasure of fighting. During this moment of fighting, it seemed that he was in a state of enlightenment at all times. Every time he fought, he found that he was getting stronger and more calm. He was clearly a heavy swordsman who defeated force with force, but at this moment, his elegant swordsmanship turned into a light swordsman style of defeating force with skill. It was precisely because of this explosive improvement in combat skills that Ji-sun was able to fight against a legendary assassin for so long. After fighting for dozens of moves, Ji-sun glanced at his teammates, who disappeared into the forest, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had delayed long enough, and the probability of his companions surviving was already very high. In a desperate situation, he has done the best he can do now. But the difference in physical strength makes Ji-sun very clear that it is impossible for him to defeat this legendary assassin. And this guy looks a little angry, and his expression is obviously hesitating whether to use some trump cards that require a price. Thinking of this, Ji-sun turned around and rushed into the dense forest without hesitation. The target is the entrance to the ruins in the northwest. Things have developed to this point. Even if you escape from the forest, you will definitely be wanted by the church. Everything is over. His intuition told him that the only chance to survive now was in that ruin, and Ji-sun always felt that the ruin seemed to have a kind of magic that attracted him to explore it. Ji-sun ran all the way, and the half-moon Queen Selena behind him chased him all the way. Compared to the other members of the Dawn group, he, the leader, was obviously the most worthy of pursuit. Ji-sun had an absolute advantage in jungle pursuit. However, Ji-sun, thanks to the ability of I Am the World to plan everything, cleverly borrowed various terrain obstacles, and did not suffer any loss at all. On the contrary, the legendary assassin became more and more impatient, and had already used the violent secret method to stimulate the blood, but still could not do anything. Ji-sun also felt very strange. It seemed that if the enemy became stronger, he could always find a way to deal with it. It was not a temporary epiphany, but more like some kind of instinct hidden deep in the memory, which was only activated at the critical moment of life. Ji-sun inexplicably thought of the sentence he had seen in the travel notes before, that consciousness is the projection of the soul in the low-dimensional world. I didn't understand it at all before, but now I vaguely grasped something. Originally, the two were not far from the entrance of the ruins. After chasing, Ji-sun saw the huge rune stone door in the forest again soon. Ji-sun saw the extra footprints at the door, and knew that the Archbishop of the Seven Gods Church, the Ghost Crow Warlock Cole, had already entered. Even though he knew there was a giant dragon inside, Ji-sun did not hesitate at all and plunged in. Once he entered, he realized what a magnificent ancient ruin this was. The dark corridor was filled with all kinds of mysterious runes that were difficult to understand. The enemy did not give Ji-sun any chance to think and chased him all the way. He could only run fast in the dark corridor. But he did not run around randomly. Ji-sun saw some triangular marks in the corner of the wall. This was the secret code of their Dawn group. It was probably left by Lane and his team when they came in to rescue people. Thinking that his teammates had walked there before, Ji-sun buried his head all the way. Originally, he was interested in this legendary black magician's temple, Tower of Ascension. He was somewhat instinctively afraid, but once he entered, he found that he did not see the dark and gloomy world he had expected. Instead, the dense symbols around the rock wall gave him a sense of reality, as if they recorded the ultimate secret of the world. As he went deeper, Ji-sun felt more and more strange in his heart, as if a mysterious force had awakened him from his dream. Not long after, his vision suddenly became clear. He realized why Lane and the others had been so shocked when they talked about the ruins before. Because a huge starry sky temple appeared in front of him. If the great temple has a brilliant starry sky as its zenith, it is not just a decoration. Looking over, a galaxy of stars is flowing. It feels like a hole has been opened in the space. Even before night, you can still see the brilliant galaxy through this hole. And below, there is a huge rune pyramid 1,000 meters high. The location where Ji-sun appeared happened to be a hole in the rock wall. When he saw this scene, he was shocked beyond words and took a breath. Hiss, did that Nanshinyu really open a world rift? I just heard from Gwyneth that the crazy black magician Nanshinyu wanted to tear the world apart 3,000 years ago. Now it seems that he really did it. The scene in front of me gave me a very unreal feeling. It was as if someone tore a hole in the dream, and an indescribable and strong sense of conflict that was incompatible with this world filled my heart. This relic is full of extraordinary power of blasphemy. No wonder the people of the church want to kill people to silence them. Before Ji-sun thought about it, he was attracted by the battle at the foot of the pyramid in the distance. The evil dragon that had fought before was now fighting fiercely with Archbishop Ghost Crow Magician Cole. However, Archbishop Cole was no longer in human form, but had turned into a huge and abstract black crow. Ji-sun glanced at it, as if he had seen a god, and his eyes froze instantly. The brain could not digest the terrifying amount of information, and his thoughts became slow. However, the next moment, I, the world, automatically diverted the torrent of information and focused my vision again. God cannot be looked at directly. Ji-sun immediately understood that Cole had summoned the will of God to descend. This is the ability of the archbishop of the sect, who is said to be the closest to God. But before he could think about it, he felt a deathly coldness on his neck, and he instinctively raised his head to dodge. A half-moon dagger slid across his skin, which made Ji-sun feel the great horror of death on the edge of a line. I don't know what happened, but a strange attraction suddenly lingered on his fist, and then he punched the figure beside him. In an instant, the air twisted into a vortex, and a punch concentrated the phantom from a distance of 1 foot. Bang! A dull sound echoed throughout the corridor. The half-moon Queen Selena slammed heavily against the wall, and with the sound of the door, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The legendary strongman looked at himself being hit hard by a punch, staring at Ji-sun in front of him with incredible eyes, exclaiming, "You are indeed a polluter." Ji-sun was also surprised that he could actually hurt a legendary with a punch. Moreover, the wound on the neck actually healed. It was as if some mysterious power was protecting him from being killed. He didn't understand what was going on, so he kicked the ground and rushed forward with his sword. No matter what the situation was, he had to kill this man first. Half-moon Queen Selena looked at the big sword coming towards her face and wanted to dodge. But the punch just now had already torn her internal organs everywhere. As soon as she moved, another mouthful of dirty blood mixed with blood foam and fragments spurted out. He barely raised his hand to hold the dagger to block the big sword, but the huge force pressed down, and the blade cut a horrible wound on his chest with blood and flesh turned outward. Ji-sun looked incredible. He actually cut the legend. Normally, this sword can be easily avoided by the legendary assassin. He realized that the punch seemed a little special. However, Ji-sun did not hold back, and raised his hand to cut a few more swords. Selena dodged in a panic, but her injuries were too severe. Every time she dodged, it was like pulling the wound on her internal organs to cause a large-scale collapse. Finally, after being forced into a dead end, a sword pierced through his chest. This legendary assassin of the kingdom of Black Rose Atria died on the spot. Looking at the corpse in front of him with blood still oozing out of his chest, Ji-sun also looked incredible. Killed? He actually killed a legend? Before, he would not dare to think about it. But now, it really happened in front of him. Ji-sun walked over to look at the corpse, confirmed that it was really dead, and picked up the legendary dagger again, intending to see if there was any trophy left in the corpse. As luck would have it, at this moment, there were light footsteps and a questioning voice behind him. "Are you also an awakener?" Ji-sun turned his head and saw that Princess Sophia was standing behind him. Sophia originally wanted to see who was fighting here, but she didn't expect to witness Ji-sun killing a legendary assassin with her own eyes. Seeing Ji-sun's blank expression, she suddenly realized something. "Oh, you just awakened." Ji-sun was stunned when he heard this, and realized that the other party had said something very important, and asked back, "What awakener?" This seems to be the same thing as the polluter that Selena mentioned before. Princess Sophia explained, "Awakeners, reincarnated ones, or polluters, taboos, or a small number of black magicians in the eyes of the church. In short, they are some humans who have powers that do not belong to their bodies. According to the church, they are possessed by demons, and people who are bewitched by demons gain evil powers." Ji-sun seemed to understand a little after hearing this. After a pause, Sophia looked at him and continued, "But the awakened may not be possessed by a demon, but the extraordinary power projected by their own soul in the high-dimensional world. The move you used to kill the legendary assassin just now was the soul projected by what you originally possessed." This, Ji-sun understood immediately after listening. This explanation perfectly explained all the doubts. No wonder the previous punch was from your own soul trying to save yourself. After speaking, Sophia showed a puzzled look again. "But I'm curious, how did you awaken? Logically speaking, without extremely high cultivation or external stimulation, you can't break through the cognitive barrier of this world and awaken." This, Ji-sun didn't know what to say. External force? He suddenly realized that it might be the travel notes of Pharaoh that he saw a few days ago. But he didn't intend to say it. Instead, he looked at the blonde girl in front of him with suspicion. This is completely different from the harmless Princess Sophia before. It's like a different person. Ji-sun was also very curious about why she changed so much. Sophia saw his confusion. But as an awakener, she didn't show hostility, as if she saw a kindred spirit. Instead, she said directly, "I am also an awakener awakened by Lord Dragon God. My current awakening level is not high, and I don't know much. But it's good that you know that I am the same as you, and I have no hostility. Our common enemy is the Seven Gods sect." Ji-sun felt a little puzzled. How come he suddenly had an enemy so powerful that he had to fight against the world? Sophia looked at his strange expression and explained, I was chosen by the dragon god to go to the human world to find some information about this relic. I didn't expect to be targeted by the sect so soon. Hearing this, Ji-sun finally understood. So that's it. He said why he always felt that the dragon escaped too decisively when fighting with the dragon before. Now it seems that this is a deliberate hero-saving beauty plan, so that Princess Sophia can have a reasonable explanation to return to the human world. In that case, she could find the information related to the ruins. Although Ji-sun did not completely believe what the girl said, he felt that it was very credible. And the feeling of déjà vu, when they first met, was as if their souls knew each other. But this was not the time to chat. Not far away, the battle between the evil dragon Merodes and the Black Crow was still going on. Ji-sun frowned and asked, what should we do now? That level of battle was far beyond his cognition. This situation makes people feel helpless and have nowhere to start. Hearing this, Sophia's expression was also solemn. This should be the crack left by the Awakened 3,000 years ago to explore the truth of the world. But because of some knowledge of black magic, Lord Dragon God cannot interpret the purpose of those runes. Originally, we could have cracked it with some time. It's a pity that it has been discovered by the people of the church now. Ji-sun listened and didn't say anything. Sophia thought he had just awakened and didn't know the situation, and then popularized it. The reason why these ruins are regarded as taboos by the 7 gods is because they contain the truth about the world. Because this world may not be real. As she said this, she knew that this was too incredible for ordinary people, and added, of course, this is something that only we awakened people can perceive. You will slowly understand it in the future. When Ji-sun heard this, his eyelids twitched slightly, and he immediately thought of the words in the travel notes. How can you be sure that this world is real? According to what Fa Luo said, he has already determined that the world is fake. He has been looking for the exit of the real world all his life. Now that he had seen this relic, the vague statements in the travel notes that Ji-sun had thought of before seemed to become real all of a sudden. Ji-sun asked a very curious question, are there many awakened people in this world? Sophia said, various documents in the relic show that although there were few awakened people in history, there were some. Those predecessors have also been looking for ways to break through the shackles of a certain world. This relic was built by a great magician who had mastered the black magic. According to Lord Dragon God, this world has flaws. That black magician found the flaws in this world. Ji-sun understood. He glanced at the endless void on the ceiling again. It was like a worm in a bottle, seeing the world outside the bottle. Sophia looked at the fierce battle in the distance and sighed, that's all. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, this ruin can no longer be stayed. Now the will of the 7 gods has come, and the people of the church will arrive soon. Let's leave first. There was a sense of regret in that sigh. If he missed this relic, he didn't know if he could find such an opportunity to see the truth of the world next time. Just when he was about to leave, Ji-sun hesitated for a moment and suddenly said, wait. Sophia cast a puzzled look. Ji-sun thought about it and said, I seem to know how to use this altar. Before, he would definitely be very cautious and suspicious of these awakened people who suddenly appeared. However, since the Vatican's murder, Ji-sun no longer had any favorable impression on the 7 God sect. Moreover, Ji-sun also felt that he was really an awakener, because he found that he seemed to be able to understand the mysterious black magic runes on the wall. When he thought back, it seemed that since the punch he had thrown that severely injured the legendary assassin, some high-dimensional cognition had been projected, and he could suddenly understand it. Chapter 623. After Ji-sun realized that he was also an awakener, he realized why Princess Sophia looked familiar to him. It seemed that they were souls in a higher dimensional world and knew each other. This inexplicable familiarity also gave the two a basic foundation of trust. In the air above the ruins, the evil dragon Merodes and the ghost crow magician Cole, who had transformed into a big crow, fought fiercely. Various elemental forbidden spells and dragon breaths bombarded each other, creating wave after wave of elemental shock waves. This is already a duel at the pinnacle level of this world. A realm above legend. Ji-sun was amazed. Originally, for a great knight like him, this should have been the highest realm that he pursued throughout his life. But for some reason, after killing the legendary assassin just now, he suddenly felt that this man and dragon seemed to be just like that. It was as powerful as expected, not something indescribable. Originally, Sophia planned to leave in the chaos, but after hearing Ji-sun say that he could understand the black magic runes in the ruins, the two of them quietly moved towards the huge pyramid again. Fortunately, the evil dragon Merodes was attracting fire from above, which allowed the two to easily touch the black stones engraved with runes. Now it seems that this relic is the Tower of Ascension built by the black magician named Nan Xinyu 3,000 years ago. Ji-sun was also very curious about what those former awakeners had discovered. Can this pyramid really ascend to the gods? The two went around to the side of the pyramid that was not facing the battle. Although Ji-sun could understand it, it was too complicated and there were too many of them, and his brain had a hard time accepting such a large amount of information. There were too many runes. The side of the pyramid was nearly 2 kilometers long just on their side. The black stones piled up were all covered with runes. These symbols pointed to elements: space, earth, fire, stars, antiquity, curse, convergence, decomposition, sublimation, and other extraordinary magic-related contents. The amount of information contained was enormous. It took a long time to read a few lines of runes. If you really wanted to read them bit by bit, you might not be able to finish reading the runes on the pyramid in a few years. Ji-sun was not in a hurry to decipher the contents on the stone tablet one by one, but walked all the way. He felt that there should be some instructions left by the builders. Sure enough. Not long after walking, he saw a sentence that looked like an epitaph in a corner of the pyramid. Heart to the stars, the world is like a dream, all wishes are true, tomorrow is a gift, my heart is the universe. And behind that sentence, there is another sentence to my close friend Nan Xinyu. Seeing this sentence, Ji-sun seemed to see a person in front of him, who had stayed here for a long time 3,000 years ago. Come to see his old friend. The name on the stone tablet is a scribbled symbol of a lamp. Ji-sun had seen it in that travelogue. That is the symbol that Faluo often uses to replace his signature. Although there are only 2 simple lines of words, the words reveal the sincere remembrance of a good friend. It seems that when Faluo came, this relic already existed. And Nan Xinyu was already dead. Sure enough. Ji-sun confirmed his thoughts when he saw the inscription. The bard Faluo from 3,000 years ago knew the black magician Nan Xinyu. Both of them were human beings who stood at the top of the world in that era, and they were also awakeners. Sophia, who was standing by, looked at the inscription written in the common language, and didn't understand what it meant. She glanced at Ji-sun, who was lost in thought, and asked, "What is this?" Hearing the question, Ji-sun said seriously, "This is a rune compiled by the law of fate. It means that the awakened will eventually be guided by fate and come to this Tower of Ascension. He can understand it because I am the world. This is the secret code that Pharaoh left for those who are proficient in this secret method to understand." Ji-sun then realized that it was not a coincidence that he could find this relic and get the travel notes. Instead, the predecessors who had awakened used the laws of fate they understood to weave a path to guide the later generations to find the right direction. One day, fate will let them find this place. Princess Sophia thought for a moment and asked again, "So, there is a secret about this altar?" "Yes." Ji-sun nodded. Pharaoh left a sentence above, saying that the logic of this world is missing a part, and the universe pointed to by the tower is the flaw of that world. Nan Xinyu and Faluo are close friends, but it is strange that one is a black magician wanted all over the continent, and the other is a wandering bard. Like a bright lamp and a lamp shadow, jointly guarding these ancient inheritances. They are not the first awakeners, but they are the key figures who took over the torch passed down by their predecessors. The inscription shows that this Tower of Ascension is also the crystallization of the wisdom of many generations of pioneers. For example, the bricks and stones of this golden letter are not only engraved with runes, but also the names of pioneers. At the same time, Ji-sun was very moved. If there were no guidance from the awakened predecessors, he felt that he might have spent his life in a daze, thinking that the world he saw was the real world. Or, when he is no longer a mercenary, he will travel around the world and perhaps discover some laws of the world. But by then, he might be too old. The efforts of the predecessors from generation to generation have made it possible for Ji-sun, a latecomer, to get in touch with the truth of the world in a short time. Ji-sun finished reading what Pharaoh left. The general meaning is that this world is like a glass bottle. The people living in this world are like the little people in the bottle, who always think that this is the real world. And Pharaoh deduced that this world is complete, and there are some cracks on the bottle for unknown reasons. Being close to this crack allows people to more clearly perceive the existence of the real world. This is also the meaning of the existence of this relic. But it is not entirely good news. There is also a warning on the stone tablet that my best friend built this Tower of Ascension, which allows people to touch the power of awakening. But unfortunately, once this altar is activated, it will be immediately discovered by the Seven Gods sect. Later I determined that it was touching a certain rule of the world's will. Once an awakened person tries to contact the high-dimensional world, it will be triggered. Don't treat those 7 gods believers as human beings. They are just a series of restrictions set by the high-dimensional will to prevent the awakened from touching the truth of the world. Seeing this, Ji-sun completely understood why the people from the church came so timely. It seems that it is not just intelligence, but also the guidance of God. Seeing this, Ji-sun also felt the helplessness of Pharaoh when he engraved this text. No matter how powerful the awakened are, how can they fight against the entire seven-god sect? Of course, Pharaoh thought of it, and he wrote the following paragraph. Although this discovery is very despairing, it also has a good side. This world has an inherent rule. That is, the world cannot personally kill the awakened, and can only intervene within the rules of this world. Ji-sun also understood it immediately. If the world is a completely closed bottle, then the big hand of the high-dimensional world cannot penetrate the glass bottle, otherwise the bottle will be completely broken. Of course, the biggest intervention of this world on the awakened is lifespan. I can basically be sure that when our projected consciousness disappears, the high-dimensional soul will also disintegrate. This is a dead end. The power I have touched so far is not enough for me to fully understand the truth of the world. And I have begun to age. No matter how I deduce, I will never be able to see the truth of the world in my lifetime. I leave it to you, the brave man of the future. Ji-sun saw the last words left by Pharaoh, and his expression was extremely serious. Princess Sophia on the side did not expect that although the mercenary she met was not only an awakener, but also could read these ancient secret codes. She asked, "So what should we do now?" Hearing this, Ji-sun fell into deep thought. Now that the ruins have been discovered by the seven-god sect, if you want to survive, the best choice is to escape. But this ruin will inevitably be destroyed. To build such a spectacular tower of gods, it may not be done in one generation. It will take many generations and countless resources to build it up. It is no exaggeration to say that this may be the only chance for them to get in touch with the truth of the world in their lifetime. When Ji-sun thought of this, a strange arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. The crazy idea that came from nowhere in his mind could no longer be suppressed. He handed the travel book to Sophia and said, "This travel book uses the 13 dice encryption method. There are some secrets about the world in it. You take it and leave here." This is the only thing he can do now. Someone needs to be alive to take what happened here out. Sophia vaguely guessed something and asked in surprise, "What about you?" After a moment of silence, Ji-sun said, "I plan to activate this Tower of Ascension. Rather than being wanted by the church and going into exile, it is better to try to die and see what the truth of the world is." Ah! Hearing this, Sophia was shocked. However, before the two could say anything more, a crow flew over their heads. In a blink of an eye, the crow turned into a black fireball and flew towards the two. This is the Archbishop Ghost Crow Magician Cole, who intends to kill and silence them. Bang! The fireball exploded above the two people's heads, and a terrifying high temperature swept over. Ji-sun instinctively used his fighting spirit to block, but found that a few incomprehensible black lines pierced through his fighting spirit and rushed into his flesh. In a blink of an eye, his whole body seemed to be burning, his skin was charred and cracked, and he was about to burn himself on the spot. God's power. Ji-sun realized that this was definitely not something that a great magician could do. At this critical moment of life and death, the magical healing ability that appeared when his throat was cut before appeared again. In the blink of an eye, Ji-sun actually found that his body was completely healed. Sophia, who was standing by, was also stunned when she saw this. Before she could say anything more, the two found that more and more crows were flying towards them. And the sound of the battle on the other side of the pyramid was also coming towards this side. Ji-sun shouted, "Go!" "Okay, take care." Sophia gritted her teeth, said nothing more, and turned around and left. Ji-sun looked at the crows, and did not block them this time. Although this magic crow was powerful, its flying speed was not necessarily faster than him. He did not go to the corridor of the ruins where he escaped, but rushed straight up to the pyramid. Several black crows were chasing him relentlessly. And it was not just the crows. It was unknown whether the will of the world realized what Ji-sun was going to do, and triggered some rules to intervene. In a blink of an eye, several crows behind him merged into one and turned into the ghost crow magician Cole. "Come at me!" Ji-sun felt the murderous intent behind him, and thought to himself that it was bad. This guy is now blessed by the will of God, and he is not an ordinary great magician at all. In a blink of an eye, the staff in Cole's hand lit up, and the luster in his crow-like eyes flashed. Ji-sun found that his clothes were burning from a distance of dozens of meters. Damn it! This is the same as the black line that rushed into the body before, a high-level fire law. If it is a move, it can still be cracked, but this kind of locking magic can only be resisted. Ji-sun's current ability is simply unable to deal with this kind of spell erosion. If we really fight head-on, none of the 10 of us will survive. Ji-sun was burning with an inextinguishable black fire at this moment, and even the magical healing could not offset the bone-eroding pain. It felt like the person was running, and the god of death was chasing him from behind, and he could die at any moment. However, at this moment, a high-pitched dragon roar sounded. In a blink of an eye, a black shadow quickly passed by his head. The wind blew wildly, and Ji-sun felt cool all over his body in an instant. When he looked again, the black fire was blown out. He didn't expect that the evil dragon Merodes, who had fought fiercely before, actually saved him. At the same time, a low and majestic warning came from his ear. Boy, I don't know who you are. But since you are an awakener, we are not enemies. Many people came from outside the ruins, and I also felt that the will of several other gods of the Seven God sect has also descended. Whatever you want to do, it's best to do it as soon as possible. I can help you delay for a while. The dragon can speak? Ji-sun was slightly surprised when he heard it. But he also understood that this guy wanted to let him try with his life. It will definitely run away when it sees that the situation is not right. However, no matter how much he complains, he still thinks so. With the help of this evil dragon to stop Archbishop Cole, Ji-sun instantly felt as light as a swallow and rushed to the top of the pyramid in one go. At the top of the 1,000-meter-high pyramid, there is a black spire with a significantly different color. There is an eye pattern engraved on the spire. This is the all-seeing eye, which represents wisdom and magic runes. Ji-sun stretched out his hand to touch the eye, but as soon as he stretched it out, he found that his body could not move. At some point, a large group of clergy in white robes appeared under the pyramid. It seemed that they had used some space magic and rushed here in an instant. Just with this glance, Ji-sun saw at least 7 or 8 archbishops, and felt bad. This situation was already a dead end. His body could not move, and he immediately realized something. Mind control? Could it be a mind transfer? Looking closely, the black-skinned archbishop with a charming face was Simon Burney, the famous spiritual master mage of Black Rose Atria, known as the spiritual heart banshee in the mercenary world. A guy who is good at super mind control. It is because of this mental ability that Ji-sun can be controlled from a distance. It was during this moment of stiffness that Ji-sun clearly felt as if another person's soul appeared in his mind. She was like a snake, tightly wrapping around Ji-sun's consciousness, making his body unable to move. This kind of mental control is impossible to break for a great knight, who is only good at physical and fighting spirit training. Originally, Ji-sun was already ready to die in despair. But he didn't expect that at this moment, the abnormal consciousness entered his mind, and suddenly countless chains came out, locking this guy tightly. I am the world? Ji-sun suddenly realized that I am the world actually has mental defense capabilities. The essence of the mental technique related to consciousness control is to find the target's mental flaws, and then take advantage of the opportunity to control it. And the mental world of I am the world has the most perfect logical protection. Just now, I was just not proficient in this secret method. Now there is a life crisis, and the defense mechanism is automatically triggered. In an instant, the chains bound the invading consciousness. Simon Burney in the distance was attacked by magic. His face turned pale in an instant, and he quickly withdrew his mental power. Ji-sun's body broke free from the restraints. Without any hesitation, he touched the eyes on the top of the pyramid and activated the entire Tower of Ascension. In an instant, the world seemed to be suspended. Waves of terrifying magic gathered on the pyramid, and then rushed towards the starry sky on the ceiling, bursting out dazzling white light. It felt like a radio was powered on, and suddenly received a signal from the outside world. Radio? How did I come up with this strange word? I don't know how long it took. Ji-sun looked at the white light in front of him, and had a strange feeling, as if the morning sun shone through the window, and onto his face in a dream. He saw a dreamlike scene. In this half-dream and half-wake state, it seemed that a soul from a higher world projected a huge amount of cognition. Ji-sun suddenly opened his eyes. He ignored the Vatican personnel rushing towards the pyramid, but took out the parchment that he had treasured for 20 years, which might be related to his life experience. At first glance, it looked like a page of a book or a photo. A pattern slowly emerged on the parchment that had no information before. It was a clown's face with a big grin. Ji-sun looked at the photo, and the seal of his memory loosened. He seemed to recognize it, and muttered to himself, "Grey Fog Relic. It turns out that this is the method that King Joker left for future generations to crack the creation artifact." He then realized that this parchment was nothing else but a page of the creation artifact book of dimensionality reduction of the Titan True God Ball. When Joker sealed the 7 godheads of the Titan God, He also thought that when the true God revived in the future generations of the Kashi civilization would inevitably be restricted by this artifact of creation, even if it was broken. Therefore, at the last moment when he was surrounded by the Titan gods, he left his image on the page of the Book of Dimensionality Reduction. This is also the key to breaking the deadlock that he left for future generations. This world of 7 gods is the world created by the Book of Dimensionality Reduction. These awakened ones are all outsiders who were reduced to dimensions. If you want to escape, you need to have an understanding of the world rules that is higher than the artifact itself. But in this world with limited life, it is impossible. Even if it is a middle-level god or a high-level god, the world rules of this creation artifact dimension reduction book are as high as the card master plane. The height of the promoted gods in the card master plane can never be higher than the plane itself, nor higher than the world in this book. Even if it is broken, the probability is still very small. Another method is the artifact fragment in Ji-sun's hand. I am Nanshinyu and Senior Faluo from the card master plane of Ji-sun. Ji-sun saw the truth of this world in an instant. He understood everything. But in his mind, the world of the 7 gods where he had lived for 20 years was also extremely real. Whether from the perspective of laws and rules, this is a complete world. A real world in the book. Control a world? Is this the ability of a true god? Ji-sun seemed to understand. He seemed to see the power of rules in his heart. The ultimate goal of operation. If you can understand all the rules required for the operation of the universe, can't you create such a real world? No wonder Grey Fog Relic is just a fragment, and there is such a magical Grey Fog space. And at this moment, Ji-sun also understood how the countless magical different dimensional spaces in the card master plane appeared. Those are countless fragments of the creation artifact, absorbed by the plane will, and the remaining divine power of the card King Joker intervened, which gave the card master civilization a special small world space that left a chance for inheritance. Just as he was thinking, enlightenment also appeared. You comprehended the world, my heart is the universe. Proficiency plus 352,311, secret level increased by LV10. The relic in his hand glowed brightly, isolating the cognitive barrier that the world will bestow on the people of this world. Ji-sun knew that this creation artifact could no longer trap him. He also understood what the world that the Witch Landlingster Emperor had told him was. This is the power that only the upper gods can glimpse, the ultimate mystery of the rules of God. Chapter 624. Galway's consciousness descended upon his main body, waking up from a dream. Ji-sun suddenly realized, so that's it. The Titan True God actually used this creation artifact to kill the 2 predecessors, Nanshinyu and Fa Luo. He had never figured out how the plane supervisor could quietly wipe out the 2 middle-level gods, who had reached the peak of the card master plane. It was not until now that he was sealed in this artifact world by dimensionality reduction that he understood everything. A creation artifact that is beyond the cognition of everyone in the card master plane perfectly solves this problem. Today's card master plane has collapsed and cannot bear the arrival of high-level titans outside the plane. So if you want to kill a strong man like Nanshinyu, even if 7 lords of natural disaster is revived, it can't be done. However, reduce the dimension of the target and seal it in the world of the book, set a new life trajectory for the target in this world of the book, and then use the gene lock and consciousness barrier, it can be killed. The body cannot be promoted to the god level, and the mind cannot realize the truth of the world. This is already a dead end. The Book of Creation Magic Dimensional Reduction. Although the world and the dimension is different, all the rules are real. Even if you do nothing, the limited lifespan is the best way to kill. The dissipation of consciousness will be the annihilation of the soul. Unfortunately, this creation artifact is broken. This leaves a glimmer of opportunity. The wellhead is too high, and without external force, it is difficult for the frog in the well to jump out. Ji-sun's consciousness gradually recovered, and his thoughts became clearer and clearer. After reviewing the situation, he was deeply moved. TSK, what a good trick. If it weren't for the page of the Book of Dimensionality Reduction left by King Joker, I'm afraid that anyone who was reduced to a lower dimension would not be able to break this shackle. Lifespan is the biggest rule of killing in the world in this book. If there is no accident, he will inevitably come to the end of his life in a few decades. There are also natural disasters, war disasters, plagues, and companions of the 7 God sect. These are all means. Ji-sun recalled the past 20 years. From the slave camp to the mercenary, he survived various life and death dangers again and again. In fact, it was because the will of the world wanted to kill him. But because his fate was strong enough, he has lived until now. Fortunately, Nanshinyu and Faluo, the senior card masters, even if they were trapped in this world, still tried their best to find the flaws in the artifact world. And there was the god's hand left by the king of cards. Only then did Ji-sun have the opportunity to see the truth of the world. Finally, he understood the method of erasing the gods of the Titan God, and he felt extremely happy. Although this weak body cannot fully carry all his consciousness in the card master plane, it is enough to protect himself. The Book of Dimension Reduction, it is a world with complete rules. In other words, the Titan God can only use the rules of this world to kill those outsiders who have been reduced to dimensions. Just like a sealed glass bottle, he cannot directly put his hand deep into it to destroy it. Hey, he actually used this artifact world to gather faith, and at the same time absorb the original power of the card master plane to repair himself. After Ji-sun understood the world, he saw what the Titan God was doing after sleeping for several epochs. The true god status above the upper gods is a kind of god who has mastered the high-level divine power temporarily called world power. The sealed Titan God ball hibernated for several epochs, just like a parasite that took the card master plane as a host, absorbing the plane's origin to make up for its damaged original power. Now this world can no longer trap Ji-sun. Moreover, he is not in a hurry to get out. This is the artifact of creation. It is the same as the real plane, and it has the origin of the world. This was originally a dead end. But for the awakened Ji-sun, he felt like a mouse in the rice warehouse at this moment. How could he ignore the power of the origin that the gods regarded as a treasure? At the top of the pyramid, the white light that reached the sky had dissipated. The world rules filled the crack at the moment when the world cracked just now. The ceiling that was originally full of stars also turned into a dark stone ceiling. Ji-sun received too much information in his mind, and was stunned on the spot. Not far away, the large army of the Seven God sect had arrived. The dead dragon Merodes was besieged by a group of top powerhouses, embarrassed and angry, and could not hold on. He originally watched Ji-sun really activate the Tower of Ascension, and was still full of expectations. But seeing that he had no reaction for a long time, the dragon god finally shouted and urged, "Boy, are you ready?" Ji-sun listened to this, his eyes focused, and he glanced at the anxious dragon. Now I remember, oh, which dragon god is this? And that Princess Sophia is the Pope of the Sun cult. It seems that she was also involved before. Ji-sun knew that if he really answered a moment later, this guy would abandon him without hesitation and run away. Such a strong ally must be saved. As long as this upper dragon god Merodes is there, no matter where he appears, he will be the focus. This is the best shield to attract firepower. As a result, the dragon awakened much earlier than himself, but because he was the focus of attention, he was always hunted down. He has survived until now, and he has encountered more dangers than Ji-sun. Thinking of this, Ji-sun responded calmly, "Okay." It was this response that made Merodes' originally anxious vertical pupils startled. Okay, he seemed to be still thinking about what this sentence meant. The top masters of the Seven God sect also realized that the polluter at the top of the pyramid. It must be dealt with. In a blink of an eye, a legendary assassin with the fastest speed has sneaked up behind Ji-sun, and a matte black dagger has quietly wiped towards Ji-sun's throat. Ji-sun seemed to be completely unaware. When the dagger touched his skin, the assassin staggered and found that he had missed. The figure in front of him gradually disintegrated, and Ji-sun had teleported behind the assassin, and his fist wrapped in gravitational ripples had already hit the assassin's back. Bang! A punch hit the back of the chest. This was much stronger than the punch Ji-sun had used to hit the legendary assassin Half-Moon Queen Serena. Before, it was a muddle-headed punch, but now, it was a real punch. Before the assassin could react, the punch had already penetrated his chest, leaving an exaggerated bloody hole. Seeing this, Ji-sun muttered, TSK, the legendary assassins in this world are only at the level of the 6th or 7th level of the card master plane, far from the god level. I don't know if it's because the creation artifact is damaged, or if the upper limit of this world is like this. Anyway, it's not worth mentioning. It is precisely because of this that Nan Shinyi's predecessors with extremely high talents could not see the truth of the world in their entire lives. Ji-sun has now awakened part of his cognition, although his body is still the body of the great knight Ji-sun in the dimensional reduction world. But how to say it? His current realm is extremely high. The body only bears part of the cognition, not because the body is not strong enough, but because the cognition it carries has reached the upper limit of this dimensional reduction plane. Therefore, these enemies in front of him, for Ji-sun, have no secrets at all. Except for those God-descended ones, he can still take a look at them, and the general great magicians, legendary knights, etc. In Ji-sun's eyes, the instant movement of the extraordinary people of this level is a flaw, and their understanding of the law is also very superficial. After killing the enemy, Ji-sun also swallowed the extraordinary characteristics overflowing from the corpse. You swallowed the original power of the Book of Dimensionality Reduction, Divine Power plus 3. You swallowed the original power of the Book of Dimensionality Reduction, Divine Power plus 4. You swallowed. The extraordinary characteristics in the bodies of these top masters of the Seven Gods sect are not simple. This is the origin of the world. Although it's not much, it's easy to get. On the other side, watching Ji-sun kill a legendary assassin with one punch, the dead dragon Marades' dragon face showed anthropomorphic astonishment. He was ready to escape, but it turned out to be a reversal. First of all, he couldn't understand what happened to Ji-sun. But he also figured out that this legendary Tower of Ascension really let the human touch the power of the god level. Thinking of this, Marade's eyes also burned. Ji-sun didn't explain much. After killing one person, he teleported again and rushed to another person. In his eyes, these followers of the Seven Gods sect were like grains of food in the granary. If he ate more, he would be full. Whether it was the Grand Mage or the legendary knight, he almost killed them with one punch. Although the gods' men wearing the Archbishop's robes lasted a few more rounds, they could not escape Ji-sun's dimensionality reduction attack. The 7 pillars of the 7 kingdoms were just the medium used by the true god to gather the power of faith, not the real 7 monarchs of the natural disaster. Besides, even if he descended to the heavens, he was still limited by the upper limit of this dimensional world. He couldn't be more powerful than Ji-sun. But in a few moments, dozens of corpses were scattered around the huge ruins temple. The dead dragon Marades, who was the only spectator, had a shocked expression that never dissipated. Even the proud dragon clan, he looked at Ji-sun with deep awe at this moment. He couldn't understand things outside this world, so when he looked at Ji-sun at this moment, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Because Ji-sun could kill those 7 gods' followers, he could also kill him easily. With that elusive space teleportation, he couldn't escape. Before, he was very curious about the secret of this Tower of Ascension, but now, he didn't dare to speak rashly. Ji-sun also caught the expression of the dragon god, chuckled, and took the initiative to explain, Sir Melodious. This Tower of Ascension is indeed an altar to communicate with the outside world. After all, he is an ally, and he didn't intend to keep him in the dimensional reduction world, so he used honorifics. Hearing this address, the dead dragon Marades' expression really improved a lot, and he asked back, what's going on? Although he was awakened, he didn't know much. Ji-sun didn't waste time and explained directly, this is a dimensional reduction world, we have been reduced in dimension. He simply explained the real situation, but found that Marades didn't seem to understand. The cognitive barrier of the world's will is still there, and he can't understand things beyond the barrier. Ji-sun didn't waste any more time. Anyway, he was going out, and everything would be clear in the future, and said, because of the interference of the world's will, it's too troublesome to explain in detail. Anyway, we are allies. The dead dragon Marades looked at Ji-sun's expression, looked at the corpses all over the ground, and then chose to believe. The opponent's strength had no reason to lie. And now that he had killed so many top masters of the Seven God sect, he had to believe it even if he didn't believe it. While talking, Ji-sun was still swallowing the extraordinary properties of the top magic materials in the pyramid. His body also quickly broke through the legendary night realm, and could barely support ultra-long distance teleportation. He didn't delay any more time and said, if nothing unexpected happens, we will be able to leave this world soon. If Sir Marades has any private matters, you can deal with them first. I go to the headquarters of the Seven Gods Church to deal with the aftermath. As he said this, before Marades could say anything, Ji-sun had already broken through the space crack and teleported away from the ruins. When a beast finds that it cannot digest the food it has swallowed, it will choose to spit it out. Ji-sun knew very well that the world would definitely find a way to get them out after finding that it could not use rules to deal with him. This world is full of plain origins, and Ji-sun does not want to let it go. As soon as he thought about it, the space flashed several times, and he appeared in Haitusen, the capital of the war country Ocean. This is also the headquarters of the church that worships Lord of War Monliot, and it is also the place where the power of the world and the power of faith converge. Before the popes and archbishops could react, Ji-sun rushed in like a killer, chopping melons and vegetables. Those archbishops, cardinals, and the like were hit one by one, and even the pope could only hold on for 2 punches. These top masters cultivated with the origin of the world are the best supplements for Ji-sun. Because of the devouring power of the demon feast, he became stronger and stronger. After dealing with the war church of Haitusen in a very short time, Ji-sun teleported to the Scarlet Church of the Scarlet Kingdom of Jylin, and then to the Wild Beast Church of Fama in the Frost Wolf Kingdom. Ji-sun's 20 years as a war slave and mercenary made his footprints almost all over the 7 kingdoms of God, which also allowed him to teleport accurately and sneak attack the churches and royal families of the 7 kingdoms of God in the shortest time. Finally, he had time to visit some nobles who were loyal to the gods. These places gather a large amount of world origin. After the brutal bloodbath, the priesthood system of this dimensional reduction world was almost completely destroyed. In addition to stealing the world origin, Ji-sun also has another purpose, which is to create more flaws in this dimensional reduction world. It is not so easy to establish a complete order in a world. After his killing spree, it will take a long time for the plane will to be repaired. The next time someone is reduced to a dimension, it will be easier to find an opportunity to break the situation. As Ji-sun expected, when the world will found that it could not deal with the guy who was causing trouble everywhere, it could only choose the last method. What Ji-sun did not know was that while he was causing trouble, the ancient secret book in the hands of the young man, with golden patterns in the card master plane, lines of plots appeared without the author's control. The artifact of creation, the Book of Dimensionality Reduction, is a book, and also a world. Just like a serialized book, the story in the book is not finished. Instead, as time goes by, the plot in the book is still developing. And the story and the development of the world also need to follow basic and reasonable logic, so that the plot can be deduced and the world can continue to operate. Now the plot in the Book of Dimension Reduction is that because of the damage, the rules of the dimensional reduction world can no longer kill the awakened Ji-sun. Not good. The face of the divine pattern boy changed drastically after discovering the abnormality of the secret book. This is the first time that he has faced such a difficult decision since his awakening. If the dead dragon Merodes and Ji-sun were released, his current means would not be able to deal with these 2 difficult guys in the card master plane. However, when he was still hesitating about how to deal with it, the change occurred again. He looked carefully and found that the handwriting on it was rapidly appearing. Ji-sun broke through the highest magic tower in the magic city of Cedrus, and then killed his way to the palace. When the golden pattern boy discovered it, the plot of the story had developed to the point where the 7 gods church was completely destroyed. It's too late. A lot of the origin of the world has been stolen, although it doesn't have much impact on a creation artifact. But those origin powers are indeed a shocking opportunity for Ji-sun, a lower-level god. You swallowed the origin power of the Book of Dimensionality Reduction. Origin power plus 3,332, Chaos Law plus 87. You swallowed the origin power of the Book of Dimensionality Reduction. Origin power plus 4,452, Chaos Law plus 99. You swallowed. Enlightenment flashed frequently. The energy and perception that was purer than any extraordinary characteristics poured into the body. Ji-sun's body became stronger and stronger, and his understanding of the chaos law continued to soar. Since Ji-sun expected that the other party could not do anything to him, he would definitely let him go when he found out that he had stolen the origin of the world. Then, of course, he had to speed up the destruction. Ji-sun calculated all possibilities, and did not give the believers time to pray to Galway's gods to convey what happened. He blocked the transmission of faith with one hand, and slaughtered bloodily with the other hand, decisively destroying the 7 gods' church. With such speed and clean means, when he destroyed the 6 church headquarters, the believers passed on their prayers. World consciousness. I realized that something was wrong with my little world. Then, Ji-sun used the law of time again. He understood. World saw through the laws of operation of the dimensionality reduction world, and used the law of time to accelerate the development of the plot. This made the outside world realize that the plot was developing abnormally fast, and by the time they reacted, the plot in the book had already jumped out and could not be reversed. If Ji-sun was allowed to continue to mess up in the dimensionality reduction world, the little source of power that had been dormant for several epochs would probably be stolen. Finally, as expected, the young man with divine patterns looked unhappy, but he could only interrupt the plot that was out of control. The 3 people who were previously sealed by dimensional reduction were released. The surrounding scenery changed. A huge black dragon appeared in a forest. It was the dragon god Merodes. Beside him, there were 2 humans, a man and a woman. They were Ji-sun and Sophia. Compared with the confusion of the dragon god Merodes and Sophia, Ji-sun's eyes were full of passion. He knew what happened the whole time. The large amount of world origin and perception that he had stolen in the dimensional reduction world just now was no longer restricted by the world and was added to the body. Before he could think about it, the dragon eyes of the dragon god Merodes beside him also flashed, as if he understood something. We are out? Ji-sun nodded yes. The dragon god Meletus realized what happened, and his originally dark face became even colder. TSK, what a trick. There is such a dimensional reduction artifact. The memories of the two worlds overlapped, and even in his current state, he still felt a lingering fear. It is no exaggeration to say that he once again walked on the line of death. If it were not for Ji-sun, he, the upper dragon god, would probably be trapped to death in that dimensional reduction world. Thinking of this, Maraudis looked around, as if he wanted to find the guy who secretly attacked him. Ji-sun shook his head and said, he has escaped. No matter who it is, the upper dragon god Maraudis is invincible in the card master plane. In a head-on battle, no one can do anything to him except the coming of the true god. So before coming out, Ji-sun knew that guy had no other choice but to escape. On the other side, in the card master plane, the return of Emperor Ji-sun has made the entire new Terran Empire's fortune soar. On the front line of the Empire's battlefield, Qin Rushi, who was dressed in armor and looked heroic, sensed something at the first time. She was startled, and then she showed joy. He's back. In a secret command base, the blonde Catalina also sensed the soaring dynasty's fortune, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and she murmured to herself, it's been 20 years, and that guy is finally back. In the palace of Tennis City, Chujio, who was handling official business, felt something telepathically, looked into the distance, and smiled. I knew you would come back. At the underground altar, Nanjing, wearing a high priest's cloak, whispered, it's good that you're back. At the East Wasteland New World base, Dong Qi, who was tinkering with the angel armor, put down the mechanical tools in his hand and cried with joy, haha, it's still the same as before, always bringing surprises to people. As if sensing the return of their emperor, all the ministers and generals, who were canonized in the entire new Talon Empire, felt the powerful blessing of luck. Chapter 625. In the dense forest, Ji-sun and the dead dragon Maraudis carefully searched the surroundings, and found no traces of the guy who attacked them. They thought it must be a personality incarnation of the awakened Titan god, otherwise there would be no way to use the creation artifact. If they could kill him, it would be a permanent solution. But thinking that a true god of that status would definitely not leave such an obvious flaw, Ji-sun and Maraudis gave up after searching for a while. Although they left the reduced dimensional world alive, their expressions were not very good. Before, the dead dragon Maraudis was half believing and half doubting, but now after a trip to the dimensional reduction world, the dragon god has completely lost his temper. Now it is confirmed that they have been noticed by the plane supervisor and are on the elimination list. Although they have escaped this time, the crisis is far from over. It's even worse. Even Ji-sun's expression is slightly solemn. All the previous speculations have now been completely confirmed. The card master plane is the fenced hunting ground of the Chronos Titan Protoss, and any prey inside cannot escape. This suffocating feeling was like the noose on the gallows being put around the neck of every creature in the card master plane. After a moment of silence, Maraudis asked solemnly, boy, what are you going to do now? As he spoke, he looked at Ji-sun, and his eyes were no longer as arrogant as before. The fact is that he was really saved by this human. After all, he was grateful. Although Maraudis' tone still carried the arrogance of a superior dragon god, his attitude towards Ji-sun was completely free of any contempt. And even though he, the upper dragon god, is invincible in the card master plane, in the eyes of the Titans, he is just a prey that can be hunted at any time. This shattered all his arrogance and conceit. At this time, a reliable ally is even more needed. And this inheritor Joker is the second human he has seen besides Landlingster more than 100,000 years ago. Ji-sun pondered for a moment, but his mentality was as optimistic as ever. Since the bad can no longer be changed, then think about the good. Being able to come out alive was actually beyond his expectations. Although he still couldn't find a solution to the problem completely, at least he had cracked the truth about the erasure of the predecessors of the Kashi civilization for countless years. He also figured out what the creation artifact book of dimensionality reduction was. Theoretically, the dormant Titan god can't do anything to him now. Thinking of this, Ji-sun showed a playful look on his face and told his plan. Then let's go and seal the 7 lords of natural disaster first. Before, the situation was unclear, and I was worried about being wiped out by unknown means. Now that the relationship has been torn apart, there is no need to hide it. The Titan god still wants to revive through the 7 gods. Humph, don't dream about it. At least when Ji-sun was still alive, he would never let the 7 lords of natural disaster gather their power so easily. When Maraudis heard this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he nodded, okay. Being almost killed by the Titans, this dragon god was also full of anger. Since it is a dead end, let's just kill them all. 20 years have passed in the dimensional world. 20 years have also passed in the Card Master plane. The 7 lords of the natural disaster have all broken the seal, and now the situation in the entire southern continent has become a mess. Those 7 outer gods never wanted to rule human civilization, and they were not even interested in destroying it. They just wanted to collect divine power and revive the true God. Intelligent creatures have always been the best mediums for gods. For those gods who rely on faith to collect faith and condense divine power, humans are like seeds. If they are sown on the earth, they can absorb the original power of the plane scattered all over the world. It is also more convenient to harvest. Scarlet corruption Cyotes, beast blood boiling Mudu, source of corruption Nicer, mysterious worm mother Karakta, lord of war Monliad, source of plague Takbara, and elemental king Lagros, 7 outer gods each attracted a large number of believers and stirred up the situation in the southern continent. The most powerful one is Lord of War Monliad. Endless wars have brought together a huge amount of divine power for this outer god, who personifies war. The stronger he is, the more the war will not stop. Now the 7 god sect and the new Talon Empire are fighting fiercely on the fertile land of the southern continent. Many dragons have also been bewitched and joined the team besieging the new Talon Empire. This situation is very similar to 3,000 years ago, when the 7 god sect besieged the human empire. But there are also differences. Back then, the Talon Empire had run out of luck, and the last emperor, the Mad King Alduin, was corrupted by the tyrant, and made all kinds of foolish actions that led to the irreversible collapse of the empire. Now, the new Talon Empire is no longer a monarchy. The superiority of the system has eliminated the possibility of strategic decision-making errors caused by personal will due to power dictatorship to the greatest extent. There are also a large number of visionary rulers in the new Talon Empire, such as Qin Rushi, Catalina, Chujio, etc. Their existence has also made the entire empire develop rapidly and steadily despite the war. Because of the super strong mechanical technology support, they can withstand the siege of powerful enemies. In the war, the empire was not destroyed, but became stronger and stronger. 20 years have passed, and the young new empire has now become a powerful card master civilization empire. After coming out of the dimensional reduction world, Ji-sun fully understood how brilliantly the Card King Joker had planned to destroy the Card Master plane. The shattered plane can no longer bring down gods of the rank of true gods. Even another complete creation artifact cannot come down. It's like a storage ring can't store relics at the higher law level. The shattered plane is like the shattered ice surface in winter. People who are too heavy cannot step on the thin ice surface to fight fiercely. And if it is too light, it will not solve the problem. Therefore, once the method of cracking the artifact of creation book of dimension reduction is mastered, the entire card master plane will be relatively safe. The gray fog relic back then became the most critical breakthrough point. A causal line spanning several eras, at this moment, saw the result in Ji-sun. It was a brilliant layout of a top chess player. Ji-sun cracked the secret of the book of dimension reduction, which means that the means of dimensionality reduction and obliteration are meaningless. In order to save his life, the dragon god Merodes could only stay with Ji-sun at all times. A dragon god with the peak combat power in the plane, and Ji-sun who cracked the dimensionality reduction method, the two of them are already an invincible combination in the card master plane. No matter who wants to kill them by force in the card master plane, it is impossible. In other words, at least for a long time in the future, they are safe. Although the situation is chaotic, it is similar to what Ji-sun deduced 20 years ago. Even the current situation is the layout he deliberately made back then. An hour later, Ji-sun and Merodes have appeared in St. Lance, the former capital of the Black Dragon Kingdom. This is now the heroic kingdom established by the gladiator King Konabas. This new kingdom is another rebel army in the gladiator uprising in Giant City, and the regime established by the remnants of the Arel Empire, who are unwilling to accept new technology. It looks like a traditional kingdom of humans and dragons, but it is actually the Lord of War Monliad, the war sect disguised as a manifestation of human civilization. 20 years ago, Ji-sun and Merodes severely damaged. Scarlet corruption Cyotes, and the southern continent had no competitors, and this guy became the only one. The meaning of the existence of this heroic kingdom is to constantly provoke wars. They are now also the main enemy of the New Terran Empire. As the Emperor of New Terran, Ji-sun must take care of the number one enemy first. It was noon, above the capital city of St. Lance. A black dragon led several top-level pure-blooded dragons to spit out dragon breath crazily, destroying the city and the city defense army. Facts have proved that the dragon god Melodius, like the great Emperor Lanlingster in the past, has reached the peak of the plane's combat power pyramid. Even the gladiator King Konobos has condensed the godhood of war, but he was still beaten without any ability to fight back. Melodius's absolute strength allowed it to kill hundreds of enemies in the enemy's base camp, and no one could stop it. Woo woo woo! In the city, the horns of war kept ringing. There were Merodes and the dragons to deal with the fighting, so there was no need for Ji-sun to intervene. In a corner of the city, he walked leisurely to the city's temple. There was a huge statue of King Konobos enshrined here. Faith needs a medium to gather, and usually the statue is the best carrier. Ordinary people can't see that people's faith in war points to the Lord of War. But Ji-sun can now easily see that the traces of faith power gathered on the statue. TSK, it actually gathers so many plain origins. Ji-sun looked at the 100-meter-high statue and muttered in his heart. Now, he also fully understood why the spiritual energy of the central continent, which was originally full of spiritual energy, was exhausted after the 7 natural disasters. It was because these foreign gods were like parasites, stealing the power of the plain origin. Thinking of this, Ji-sun raised his hand without hesitation. The space was distorted in an instant, cracking out spider web-like traces, and the entire statue collapsed. As if a dam had collapsed, the shattered statue was flooded with faith power. But before the white light dissipated, the wisps of power gathered on Ji-sun and were swallowed up. Enlightenment flickered continuously. You swallowed up the power of war, power plus 155, law of chaos plus 2. You swallowed up the power of war, power plus 155, law of chaos plus 2. Ji-sun's current full-level feast ability swallowed up all the faith power in an instant. When he extracted the power, the gladiator King Konobos, who had just barely fought with the dragon god Merodes, immediately seemed to have been drained of his power and fell outside the city like a meteor, causing the entire city to tremble. Ji-sun didn't look at it much. That guy couldn't leave alive today anyway. The dead dragon Merodes had been abused by the 7 gods in the dimensional world, and the evil spirit must be released. Ji-sun destroyed his statue. There are still some places in the city where the power of faith gathers, such as the royal palace treasury. Thinking of this, he found the direction again and walked towards the palace. However, after walking a few steps, Ji-sun seemed to have some kind of induction in his heart, and he said lightly, "Huh?" Looking up, a mysterious man in a cloak was hurrying over on the street not far away. At Ji-sun's current level, if he didn't want to be seen on the street, he would not be discovered. The cloaked man seemed to have guessed that someone would come to destroy the statue. After rushing over, he saw that the statue was broken and muttered, "I hope I caught up." As he said that, he lifted his cloak, revealing a calm face and the iconic mushroom head. Those eyes full of wisdom stared around the street, as if expecting someone to appear. When Ji-sun saw this guy, the corners of his mouth slightly raised and he walked out. Not far away, the mushroom-headed man looked at Ji-sun who had appeared, and his expression, which had been calm for a long time, showed an unconcealed joy, and then bowed solemnly. "Teacher." "Yes." Ji-sun nodded. "I didn't expect such a coincidence that I would meet my disciple in St. Lance City." He looked at Darcy in front of him, and felt inexplicably emotional. 20 years have passed. Unknowingly, the little mushroom-headed man has become a 9th-level strongman who can stand on his own in front of him. Since he is a light chaser, he is one of the few people in the world who can access the truth of history. Obviously, this mushroom head had guessed something before, so he appeared here at the first time. On the other side, in a post house in the city. Following Ji-sun's advice, the dead dragon Merodes and his subordinates did not attack the civilian area. Although it is chaotic here, it is still safe. At the window of a guest room on the 2nd floor of the post house, 2 mysterious people in cloaks looked at the giant dragon that was not flying in the sky, with puzzled and solemn expressions. "Sister Isa, what's going on? Why did the dragon suddenly attack St. Lance City? Aren't those big lizards allies with this group of people?" "I don't know either. But the black dragon just now, why do I feel that it might be the legendary dragon god?" "Ah, you mean, the dead dragon Merodes? Didn't that guy disappear 20 years ago?" "I don't know either. I haven't seen that dragon god, but I heard from my teacher that the power of light and darkness is only possessed by the dragon god who returned from the underworld. It's strange. What happened to the sudden surge in the dynasty's fortune? Let's leave quickly. Hey, we originally came to see if there is a chance to assassinate King Konobos, but now it seems that we don't need to intervene. But we may be in bigger trouble. If it is really that dead dragon, the Empire must prepare early. By the way, did you see your arrogant senior brother?" "No." The moment the dragon attacked the city, the senior brother disappeared out of thin air. "I don't know where he went." The two cloaked men didn't say much, packed up their things, and walked out of the inn. When they came out, they saw two people walking slowly on the street. In the streets full of chaos and panic, the two people were mysterious and eye-catching. Isabel, whose cloak covered her pretty face, looked at the mushroom head and habitually muttered, "This stinky mushroom head, isn't he afraid of being discovered?" But at the same time, she was also extremely curious. Why would Darcy follow a stranger and look so respectful? What surprised her was that she found that she couldn't see the man's face clearly. Isabel was shocked. God level? Beside her, another cloaked man also saw Darcy and said quickly, "Senior sister, look, senior brother is there." Before Isabel could say anything, she saw the two people at the end of the street appear in front of her like teleportation. Ji-sun looked at the two people in front of him and recognized Isabel, who had already grown into a graceful young lady. At the beginning, the red-haired girl was a beauty, and now the years have made her bloom into a beautiful red rose. When they got closer, Isabel finally saw Ji-sun's appearance clearly. Instantly, her eyes widened, with an expression of shock that made her mind unable to think straight. This. Before she could speak, Ji-sun looked to the side, at the girl who was looking at him with curious eyes. Even though the cloak covered her face, Ji-sun still saw the familiar and lovely face, and the well-behaved bun on her head. A soft light appeared in Ji-sun's eyes, and he asked softly, "What's your name?" "Ah, me, I." The girl with the bald head was stunned. She was a little at a loss. Although she felt strangely familiar, she didn't know why this stranger asked her name as soon as he opened his mouth. The girl with the bald head tilted her head and looked at her senior sister, who was already shocked and her eyes were sparkling. But she didn't get any help. She looked at the senior brother in front of her. Looking at Darcy's calm eyes as always, she mustered up the courage and responded, "My name is Nanji." "Oh!" Ji-sun praised the name again. "Nice name." "Ah?" On the other side, Miss Bun was a little confused by the compliment, and her eyelashes fluttered slightly in confusion. Although she thought her name was nice, she was still a little embarrassed to be praised by a stranger she met for the first time. It seemed that her senior brothers and sisters knew each other, so they should not be strangers. The more Miss Bun looked at the man in front of her, the more familiar she felt. But the inexplicable tension made her mind empty at the moment, and she didn't know how to respond. She could only put her hands behind her back and hide them in her sleeves to hide her panic. Seeing her expression, Ji-sun's eyes flashed with a familiar shadow in his memory. This was completely the same as the bald-headed lady he met in Innocent City. The four of them looked at each other in the street and were silent for a moment. On the side, Isabel finally said that sentence, excitedly shouting, "Teacher." The lady with the bun was obviously stunned by this shout. She realized who the mysterious man in front of her was. Nanji's empty mind remembered the photo that had always been placed in her mother's bedroom. In an instant, the photo and the person in front of her completely overlapped. Exactly the same. The bright eyes turned. Nanji carefully looked at Ji-sun for a moment, and then timidly called out, "Father?" "Yes." Ji-sun nodded slightly, and the smile on his face seemed to make the whole world gentle. Chapter 626. The dead dragon Merodes killed the king of the hero kingdom, Cornepos, with an invincible posture. The human kingdom supported by the Lord of War Monliad was thus declared destroyed. Originally, Ji-sun thought it would be a bit troublesome to find the 7 lords of natural disaster who could break the seal. After all, the southern continent is so big. But he didn't expect to meet Darcy, the light chaser, in St. Lance City. The Illuminati Hermitage has its own unique intelligence system. During the 20 years since Ji-sun disappeared, Darcy had also made the worst plan and had been secretly preparing to seal the 7 outer gods. Therefore, Darcy knew the movements of the 7 lords of natural disasters very clearly. With the current strength of the Illuminati, it was still very risky to seal the outer gods. Even if they were sealed, it would probably end up like Jia Yu sealing the Scarlet Lord in Innocent City, where both sides suffered losses. So they came to St. Lance City this time to find an opportunity to assassinate Cornepos, and see if they could use this to weaken the luck and source of faith of the Lord of War disasters. Fortunately, Ji-sun and the others came back. He also brought an invincible ally in the plane. With the accurate clues provided by Darcy, Ji-sun and Merodes killed Cornepos, and immediately raided several secret war temples hidden in the Black Dragon Kingdom. The outer gods need carriers to collect faith, and those temples are the storage places of the power of Monliad, the Lord of War. What's more coincidental is that in an underground temple, in the Watla Mountains, the body of the outer god was blocked by Ji-sun and his men. Monliad has collected endless war power over the years, and has restored his power to be infinitely close to that of the upper gods. Unfortunately, he encountered the dead dragon Merodes. And now Ji-sun, whose realm has skyrocketed. After comprehending the world in the dimensional world, although Ji-sun's current rank is still a lower god, his realm is no longer comparable to that of ordinary gods. The divine art dark light, that interweaves light and darkness, can almost restrain all means of the material plane. The two sides fought a fierce battle in the Watla Mountains, causing mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. In the end, the Lord of War and Disaster, Konabas, was defeated. The divine power that was finally gathered was completely swallowed up by Ji-sun, and his body was sealed in the sealing god jar. This guy is the strongest among the 7 lords of the calamity. Once he was defeated, the other 6 were sealed one by Ji-sun and his men. Just when Ji-sun and his men were dealing with the 7 lords of the calamity, the new Terran Empire got the news and launched a full-scale offensive. The return of Melodius gave the dragons a ruler again, and the dragons immediately turned against the new Terran Empire and became allies of the new Terran Empire. Without the help of the dragons, the Iron Torrent advanced like lightning, and the remaining forces of the Hero Kingdom quickly collapsed. In just 2 months, the new Talon Empire almost swept across the entire southern continent. As Ji-sun expected, the guy who had attacked them with the Book of Dimensional Reduction did not dare to show up from beginning to end during the entire conquest process. 2 months later, Acheron, the former capital of the Red Dragon Kingdom. A grand ceremony of relocating the capital is being prepared here. The new Talon Empire is about to move its capital here. The law level and luck of the southern continent are much stronger than those of the old continent, and most of the population of the entire Card Master Plane has settled here. Now that the 7 lords of the natural disaster have been sealed, the luck of the new Tarun Empire is unprecedentedly strong. Unify the entire plane, and the luck of the plane is blessed on the Emperor. Ji-sun plans to use the capital relocation and enthronement ceremony to take himself a step further, and allow the strong men of the Empire to get better luck. 9 o'clock. There is still half an hour to the auspicious time for sacrifice. In the side hall of the palace, Ji-sun is changing clothes and tidying up his appearance. As when the new Tarun Empire was established last time, the High Priest of Nanjing is still the host of the ceremony. Nanjing has completely lost all her childishness now. She has shiny hair tied up high, and the elegant black and gold High Priest robes tightly outline her proud figure. Although her face and skin are not much different from those when she was a girl, she exudes a mature charm from head to toe at this moment. In the mirror, she is helping Ji-sun to sort out the details of the Emperor's new clothes with a gentle and meticulous look, while muttering, "After today's sacrifice, you will be recognized by the origin of the plane, and it will be even more difficult for the Titan God to revive. But those plane monitors will definitely take action, and your situation will be very dangerous." There was no more taboo about the term plane supervisor in the conversation. The previous taboo was to protect the inheritance of the Card Master civilization. For ordinary people, knowing that ancient secret would not only bring no benefit, but would be a disaster. On the contrary, if it was not discussed or mentioned, it would not be noticed. But it was different now. Because Nanjing knew very well that they had been targeted. If Ji-sun was quietly wiped out last time, this pointed name taboo. Still have to avoid it. But now, Ji-sun has come out alive. He also cracked the secret of the Book of Dimensional Reduction that the true God relied on the most. The Titans will definitely find a way to deal with all the relevant personnel. If a piece of land for growing crops is full of uncontrolled weeds, the best way is to uproot them, and then sow them again. When Ji-sun heard this, he looked at the gentle and beautiful woman in the mirror and smiled. If the Titan God Ball is unwilling to wait for a few more epochs to revive, he will definitely find a way to deal with me. I think he must be unwilling to wait. Theoretically, no one in the Card Master Plane can escape anyway. It's like a pot of meat stewed in the pot, and the nutrients have never overflowed. When Ji-sun dies, the divine power will dissipate and return to the origin of the plane, and civilization will be reset. After 1 or 2 eras, this period of history will be buried in the dust of history like the history of the Great Collapse era. The dormant Titan God Ball can look for an opportunity to break the seal again. Just like the death of Emperor Lanlingster, it still failed to prevent the Titan God from reviving. It just delayed an era. But that was in the past. Now Ji-sun has cracked the secret of the Book of Dimensional Reduction. The dormant Titan God can't do anything to him, but he can find ways to sabotage and prevent it from reviving. In this situation, even if the Titan God Ball can't do anything to Ji-sun, other plane supervisors will definitely find a way to deal with this trouble. So thinking of this, Ji-sun glanced at the 7 sealed spell pottery jars beside him, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised a faint arc. Then he said calmly, "So, I will definitely die this time. Since I will definitely die, I don't have to worry about the process of death. More consideration is curiosity. There are only 2 people here, and there is no majestic high priest. Nanjing looked at his indifferent expression, with a girlish look on her face. You still know? Ji-sun knew that she was worried about him, and smiled and said, it's not that serious. Although in the deduction, the Titans wanted to kill me, it must be a means I couldn't think of. The ending is that I will inevitably die. But because of the inevitable death, some means can be reversed. The card master plane cannot descend the true God. To kill me, it can only be some magical external object such as the creation artifact, high-dimensional magic, curse, etc. No matter what it is, once it is used on me, it is no longer a secret. Just like the time 20 years ago. Ji-sun used himself as bait. He wanted to test the Titan's means. Once tested, some plans will be more certain. The words were not made clear. Nanjing understood what he meant, but was still worried. What if? No what if. This is the last chance. Ji-sun shook his head, a deep look in his eyes. It was like a chess game at the end, with only a few pieces left, and there were fewer changes. They were all dangerous moves of king versus king. If you make a mistake, you will lose the whole game. There is no room for recovery. Nanjing certainly understood. If the plan fails, the entire existing card master civilization will be wiped out. Ji-sun knew that there must be some prophets and fortune-tellers eavesdropping in the dark. He said a few more words as if to provoke, if I succeed in the sacrifice today, I will definitely be recognized by the origin of the plane. Those guys will definitely take action today. If they don't come, I will be able to successfully ascend to the upper godhood after the origin of the plane is integrated. At that time, it will be difficult for them to deal with me in the card master plane. The collapse of the card master plane can prevent other true gods from descending, which protects the creatures born in the plane. But the downside is that the broken plane rules are missing, and it is also difficult for local creatures to find opportunities to ascend to higher godhood. Even the national angel was promoted to the middle godhood of Renee by using death to comprehend the balance of extraordinary compatibility. And the dead dragon Merodes went to the underworld before he had a breakthrough. But there is another way to almost certainly ascend to the upper god, that is the path of Emperor Lalingster's promotion, becoming Lord of the Plane. If you get the recognition of the origin of the plane, you can be promoted to the upper god. As the chess player, Ji-sun has seen clearly that this move is to force the opponent to make a certain move. Nanjing listened to this, and swallowed what she wanted to say. Looking at the familiar face in the mirror, she knew that Ji-sun had considered everything. Just like when they first met, he has never changed. Nanjing's eyes flashed with memories, and she silently helped Ji-sun to tidy up his clothes. The sun was shining brightly in the capital of Acheron today. The big sun in the space is the sacred object of the sun called sun disk, and now it is fooled by Ji-sun to gather elements and balance yin and yang with the moon. In a high tower in the palace, an old man with a black beard was lying leisurely in the sun. At this moment, a girl with a bun came up stealthily. The old man with a black beard found this sneaky girl, and his eyebrows twitched slightly, but he didn't open his eyes. The girl with a bun jumped out at once, pulled the old man's sleeve, and said coquettishly, "Grandpa Merodes, don't sleep. You promised to teach me the art of light and dark balance. I haven't learned it yet." The old man with a black beard was none other than the dead dragon Merodes. Because he was worried about being downgraded, he could only stay with Ji-sun. The dragon form was too eye-catching, so he changed into human form. Listening to Nanji's words, Merodes waved his hand with an expression that said, "Don't disturb my sleep. You ask Ji-sun that brat. He knows as much as I do. He is a high-ranking dragon god. Not only does he have to protect Ji-sun from being killed every day, but he also has to be pestered by his daughter to teach him dragon language magic." The more he thought about it, the more something was wrong. I came here to be a dragon master. How did it become like this? Seeing the old man's reluctant look, Nanji poked his finger eagerly and said, "But my father has to offer sacrifices and confer titles today, so he is very busy." When Merodes heard this, he blew his beard and glared, and said unhappily, "That boy is busy, and you come to torment my old bones?" Although he said so, there was no displeasure on his deliberately stern face. Of course, he knew that in the current situation, death could come at any time. Since he was going to die, he suddenly felt that all the hegemony and wealth he had been obsessed with seemed meaningless. On the contrary, this old dragon who had been lonely for more than 100,000 years, for the first time, had the sincere idea of teaching a disciple well. It seemed that only in this way could he leave some traces of his existence in this world. Nanjing's eyes turned, as if she had long been familiar with the old man's character, and she said coquettishly, "Oh, Grandpa Melodius is the best. Perhaps it was because psychics had a natural affinity, and although Melodia's eyes were still resentful, his words softened. Okay, stop shaking, my dragon bones are about to fall apart. You can learn by yourself. As he said that, he raised his hand, and a black and white bald head gathered. If someone else was here, they would be shocked. The original power of the upper dragon god, he showed it to others? Thank you, Grandpa. Nanji sat beside him with a smile, meditating and comprehending the light ball, and could hear the upper dragon god's faint corrections and instructions from time to time. Bang! Bang! In the capital of Acheron, the sound of salutes resounded throughout the city. The sacrificial ceremony was held as scheduled. An altar covering several football fields was built in the city center. Ji-sun, dressed in the emperor's new clothes, walked out of the palace and rode the sun god's chariot, heading towards the sacrificial site. Outside the palace, more than 100,000 hunting god armors were lined up on both sides of the main road of the imperial capital. This is the steel torrent of the Talon Empire, the invincible mechanical army. Watching their emperor's tour, the cheers of the soldiers were higher and higher. The people in the city also gathered behind the mechanical army, holding flowers to praise the emperor's wisdom. Ji-sun waved along the way. Half an hour later, the carriage finally arrived at the altar in the center of the city. Here, the ministers and generals had been waiting for a long time. 3 angel armors and 100 titan armors were guarding outside the altar like gods of war. Ji-sun looked at Dong Chi's pretty face under the mask of one of the angel armors, and responded with a slight smile. That Miss Chi-Chi is now the world's #1 mechanical female god of war, mighty and domineering. After walking a few steps, he saw Qin Rushi, who was wearing silver armor, holding a round shield and a giant sword, standing at the head of the Royal Legion. This Valkyrie has now been promoted to K of Diamonds Regicide, with a fairy spirit lingering all over her body, and the sharpness between her eyebrows is like a blade. The two looked at each other, and Ji-sun saw a touch of tenderness in Qin Rushi's eyes. There were also Xie Guizhong, Gong Wu, Andre, Master Merlin, Song Qian, Aragon, Bai Wei, Long Yu, Bonnie, Chen Jianliao, and familiar faces appeared in front of him. The head of the ministers was Chuchio, who was extraordinary in a light blue cord dress, and Catalina, who was heroic in a white military uniform, standing on the left and right. Finally, there is the national angel Renee. Ji-sun disappeared for the past 20 years, thanks to this archangel. Ji-sun walked along, as if he was looking back at the scenes of his acquaintance with his partners and friends. On the road to the emperor, his luck soared with every step he took. On the altar, the high priest Nanjing sang the words of sacrifice at the same time. Supreme King Joker, in the witness of the sun, moon and stars, in the gaze of the ancient gods, you have taken over the fate of the kingdom and shouldered the dreams and hopes of billions of people. You are the embodiment of kindness, justice, bravery, and wisdom. Your glory will spread to every piece of land on earth. May you have the insight to foresee the future and the power to protect peace, leading us through the fog of confusion and into a new era of prosperity. The southern continent has been almost unified. Today, the territory of the new Terran Empire is larger than that of the old Terran, and the plain luck gathered is stronger. This is the beginning of a new era. When Emperor Ji-sun walked to the altar, it seemed to resonate with the whole world. He clearly felt the blessing of the luck of the card master plane. You receive the blessing of the origin of the Terran plane in the sacrificial ceremony, and the original divine power plus 31. You have some insights in the sacrificial ceremony, and the divine domain plus 554. You have received the blessing of the spirit of the plane, and luck plus 999, and enlightenment flashes continuously. At this moment, Ji-sun clearly felt the state of enlightenment that the entire plane blessed him with. This mysterious power is the origin of the plane that the dormant Titan god tried every means to steal. Now it is actively given to Ji-sun by the spirit of the plane. Not only Ji-sun, but everyone in the entire Talon Empire has received this blessing of luck. In the eyes of ordinary people, the war has basically ended, and the entire plane will usher in a long period of peace. Everything seems to be moving in the best direction. However, at this moment, a murderous intent as real as a substance quietly descended. Here it comes! Ji-sun sensed the murderous intent directed at him, and shouted in his heart. However, before he could see clearly what was happening, a flash of light flashed in the sky. It was a golden spear, the pseudo-creation artifact, the Titan Spear of Bilgees. Ji-sun's pupil shrank suddenly, and he wanted to dodge, but found that although his body could move, no matter how he deduced, the ending was that he would inevitably be stabbed by the golden spear. He realized that this was a causal artifact forged with the law of fate. There was no way to avoid it. Swish! The spear easily pierced through his body protection domain and passed through his chest. Even though the 12th level Archangel Rene and the upper dragon god Melodius were not far away, no one could stop the golden spear. There was no room for struggle. Ji-sun was dead. Chapter 627. Ji-sun is dead. As he expected. In the eyes of the Titan god Baal, Ji-sun is very clear about his threat level, even greater than the upper dragon god Melodius, because he cracked the book of dimensionality reduction. If the true god Baal wants to revive, he must be dealt with first. The time, place, and even the outsider who took action were all expected. The only accident was the way he died. But this kind of accident was also expected. On the altar, the golden spear pierced Ji-sun's body. Although this Titan spear abilities has not reached the level of a creation artifact, it also has the rule effect of origin of destruction. This is a deadly weapon that poses a fatal threat to all gods below the true god. Its own value is also extremely high. In the entire card master plane, except for the 4 black coffins, there is no other artifact that can be compared with it. The spear's cause and effect rule hit Ji-sun's body, and the destructive force instantly destroyed all the divine power in his body. It was a high-level divine power that Ji-sun could not understand, and there was no chance of healing. The soul was completely destroyed. It was obvious that the enemy wanted to completely wipe him out. On the other side, on a mountain 100 miles outside the capital Acheron city, a team of 12 strong orcs with strange looks were looking at the huge city with bright lights at the end of the field of vision. The right arm of the tall orc with fangs in his mouth was completely shriveled. Just now, he threw the golden spear to Acheron city and killed Ji-sun from a distance of 100 miles. Although the divine power consumption was huge, the orcs smiled contemptuously as they saw that they had solved the most important target of this trip with just one strike. Haha, I thought the natives were so difficult to deal with that they actually needed a divine weapon of this specification. I didn't expect it to be so easy to deal with. Boss, you said it was such a simple task. Why did those titans go to such great lengths to let us clean it up? Those guys just cherished their lives. The risk of descending to this broken plane is huge. Didn't you see how many of us died just now? And even if they succeed in descending, there is a risk of breaking the plane if they start fighting. Even the true gods will die here. Yes. The lives of us wanderers are worthless. It is perfect for those guys to hire us. The Kronos clan is really rich. Such an ownerless plane with abundant origin, even if it is broken, can be exchanged for at least 10 pure upper godheads at the auction house of the 7th universe. They are willing to waste it like this. Boss, our Black Whale group has been wanderers for tens of thousands of years. When can we pick up a piece of such an ownerless plane? At that time, you can also merge one. Maybe you can break through the true god. Forget it. Do you really think anyone is so extravagant as to use the entire plane to cultivate their offspring? Only the upper-level gods like the Kronos clan, which have lasted for dozens of stellar eras, can be so extravagant. But it seems that the Titan prince born in this plane has encountered some trouble in his revival. Oh no, it seems that he is a true god with a broken divinity. Hey, it's interesting but strange. In this third-class plane, there are natives who can hurt a true god? Who cares? Let's just get this done. They said that all the spoils obtained in the plane belong to us. Hee, I have sensed that there are several guys who have condensed the godhood in this plane. Kill them and dig out the godhood. There are also several top-grade magic crystal veins, which are also worth a lot. I hope I can get more. This time, I use the divine spear to clean up the original power that I have accumulated for tens of thousands of years. I lost so many brothers when the plane channel descended before. If we don't make some money back, our trip will be in vain. But then again, the Kronos Titan Protoss is worthy of being a family of divine craftsmen. This divine spear is really useful. It's worth it just for this thing. Let's go and get rid of those natives first. As soon as the words fell, a group of orcs disappeared on the spot. Damn it, enemy attack! Not everyone knew the inside story. Seeing the Emperor die on the altar, the soldiers of the new Talon Empire were all shocked. The dead dragon Merodes was the first to react. With an angry dragon roar, he instantly turned into a giant dragon and soared over the city, entering combat mode. He had discussed with Ji-sun before, and knew that there was a high probability of an attack today. But he didn't expect that the enemy's means would be so sharp that he killed people right under his nose. Melodius looked at Ji-sun's body with his solemn vertical pupils, and felt a faint palpitation. He knew Ji-sun's ability better than anyone else. Although this guy's status has not reached the middle godhood. But the universe rules, he comprehended were amazing even for him, the upper dragon god. Such a strong guy was killed without even a chance to react. If the spear just now was directed at him, Maladies felt that if it was him, he would not be able to dodge it. Moreover, once Ji-sun died, it meant that no one could crack the Titan God's book of dimensional reduction. Melodius could not help but worry at this moment. Because once it was used, he had no ability to resist. It was like being aimed at by a hunter in the dark, a kind of terror from the unknown. Just as he was thinking, Melodius's dragon eyes suddenly shone, and he saw a flash of light in the distance, and a dozen strange-looking guys teleported to the sky above the capital Acheron. Everyone looked at this group of strange-looking humanoid creatures, and they were surprised and alert at the same time. 2 upper gods, 6 middle gods, 4 lower gods, 12 god ranks. This scene, no one in the card master plane has ever seen. This aura alone suppressed everyone present and made them unable to move. Melodius felt the divine power of this team of orcs, and immediately determined their ranks. He thought to himself, this configuration means that many people were lost when the plane shell descended. Did that kid guess it right again? He remembered that Ji-sun had deduced a situation before. That is, there might be new adventurers coming from another plane to kill him. This possibility is still very high. Moreover, from the perspective of personnel configuration, there are more middle-level gods than lower-level gods, which is obviously unreasonable. This means that when they came, they lost a part of themselves in the plane channel. But Maladies also remembered that Ji-sun said this sign was a good thing. The enemy asked for external assistance, which meant that the dormant Titan god had no other means. For some reason, when he thought of this, Melodius felt more relaxed, and murmured, "Hey, that guy is exactly like Landlingster back then. Ji-sun is dead. But every step until now, everything is under his control." This made Melodius think of Landlingster's incredible deduction ability back then. But the difference now is that he is not an enemy now, but an ally. And the 12 outsiders in front of them are about to experience the fear that they were once dominated by. He knew very well that no matter what the outcome of the struggle between the card master plane and the Titans was, these guys were doomed. Seeing the enemy appear in the sky shocked everyone in the new Talon Empire. It was not just the dragon god Melodius. The national angel Renee also reacted immediately. A pair of huge black wings spread out behind him, and the terrifying pressure of the 12th level archangel swept the scene. With 2 super powerful gods guarding the scene, the soldiers on the new Talon Empire side had room to breathe. Almost immediately, the cannons of 3 angel armors, 100 titan armors, and countless hunter armors were all aimed at the 12 orcs in the sky. Although the atmosphere was tense, it seemed that a fuse was missing. The 2 sides fell into a brief confrontation. However, looking at the black gun barrels, those ugly orcs didn't take it to heart at all. They looked at the high-end combat power of the Kashi civilization, and the contempt on their faces was not concealed at all. Hee, this plane actually has mechanical technology. When I first went to the mechanical universe, those mechanical ascending guys were so terrifying. These natives are far behind. Don't look at those half-baked machines. Don't you find that this dragon and the angel are strange? What law is that black light? I have seen angels and dragons, but why are these 2 guys so strange? I have never seen this law before. It's a bit troublesome. If I am not mistaken, that guy is a 12th level fallen angel. If it is really as the legend says, I can barely handle this combat power. I am afraid that only the boss can deal with it. And that dragon, why do I feel that his dragon power is a bit weird? Why do you think the Kronos Protoss is willing to spend so much money on hiring? Go ahead, kill these guys, and we clean up the battlefield. Yes! The 12 orcs started to chat in front of everyone in the new Talon dynasty. Melodius and the fallen angel Renee did not move, and no one dared to move. But suddenly, a murderous intent that changed the world suddenly broke out. Melodius didn't need to understand what the enemy was talking about. The moment he sensed the murderous intent, he spewed out a mouthful of black dragon breath. Even though he suffered 2 losses after returning from the underworld, one was the god sealing jar, and the other was the book of dimensionality reduction, neither of which could be mastered by ordinary gods. The terrifying combat power of the upper dragon god was fully displayed at this moment. The black dragon breath sprayed towards a group of orcs, and the faces of these orcs, who were full of contempt, just now changed drastically. The fanged orc in the lead quickly took out a divine shield to block in front of him. However, this shield that could block the power of the upper god's rules was burned by the strange black dragon breath, and the spiritual light quickly dimmed. It seemed like a force that did not belong to this world, rapidly eroding the protective divine pattern on the shield. Not good. Before the orcs understood what was happening, the fallen angel Renee flapped her wings and flew into the air, raising her hand and slashing with the archangel's sword. A black sword energy that seemed to have split the void into a gap slashed out, and immediately pierced into the gap in the defense of the orc team. Crash. A sound of armor breaking sounded, and green gold divine blood splashed out. Looking closely, it turned out that one of the unlucky orcs had his arm cut off by more than half. In just this encounter, the methods of the two top gods in the card master plane shocked this group of wanderers. They were not afraid of the opponent's strength, but they were afraid of what elemental law and divine rule the dragon used just now, which they did not understand at all. As soon as the two top masters started, the terrifying black light of the god-killing cannons on the palms of the three angel armors also burst out. The three rays cleverly connected to the gap where the orc army's defense had just been broken by the angels, and penetrated in. Just then, the black light trajectory instantly burned three black holes on the orc's armor. The fatal crisis struck their hearts, and the three lower god-level orcs, who were hit, completely lost their disdainful expression towards the card master's playing machine just now. They screamed and dodged quickly, thus avoiding the fatal attack of the annihilation cannon. In an instant, the 12 orc legions were dispersed. At the same time, the cannons of hundreds of Titan mechas also concentrated their fire, and brilliant flames instantly exploded in the sky. In the distant suburbs, a loud dragon roar was heard, which was the subordinates of maladies coming to reinforce. The power of laws and rules mastered by the gods do give them an almost invincible defense against low-level creatures. But they are not invincible. As long as there are no special rules, the essence is still energy conservation. Countless artillery fired continuously, and there were also the dead dragon Marodies, the fallen angel Renee, and 3 angel armors. The 12 orc legions were forced into a mess. They did not expect that these guys from the card master plane would be so strong. Especially the dead dragon Marodies. Originally, 2 upper god level orcs should be enough to suppress a high level dragon god, and the other 6 middle gods and 4 lower gods were enough to kill the card master plane. However, the black dragon breath of Melodius made the 2 upper god beastmen cry out in pain. They could barely protect themselves, let alone suppress. They thought it was a one-sided situation, but it turned into a desperate defense and evasion. Melodius' strength is invincible in the plane, and there is also plane protection. The collapsed card master plane cannot withstand the arrival of a true god, and the broken plane cannot even withstand the fierce battle of the upper god. In just a moment of fighting, both sides saw the space collapse, and the earth was torn and destroyed. This is almost fatal to those foreign orcs. Once they are caught in the broken endless void, even gods will most likely die. But Marodi's situation is much better. He is a creature born in the card master plane, and is protected by the origin of the plane. Just like a sailor who has been drifting on the sea for many years, he is much more stable in controlling his ship than some outsiders. The more intense the fight between the two sides, the more dangerous the situation of the orc wanderers will be, and they will be restricted everywhere. If they really want to fight to the death, these orcs will pay some price, and kill a group of masters of the Talon Empire. But they dare not. They come to earn commissions, not to die. This restraint also gives the new Terran the upper hand. However, only a few people know the truth. The dragon god Melodius, who has the upper hand, has a very serious expression. Because only he knows that he is on the verge of life and death in the current situation. It is true that he is invincible in the plane. It is also true that he is not afraid of anyone in the face of the card master plane. But Melodius has not forgotten that there is a true god who can reduce dimensions. Ji-sun Kid got it right again. While chasing and beating up the orcs, Marodi's sighed again in his heart. These outsiders are not titans, but some cannon fodders, like mercenaries. He remembered Ji-sun saying that the meaning of cannon fodder is bait. Once he takes the bait, the titan god hiding in the dark will show up. Thinking of this, Marodi's not only did not stop the momentum of attack, but also had a crazy posture to completely kill these outsiders. Because he knows very well. Ji-sun has been used as bait. Now, it's his turn. Only when he shows that he is stronger, and the invaders can't deal with him, will the true god ball forcefully reduce his dimension. At that time, it will be the time to really decide the winner. Because I discussed with Ji-sun before, the use of the Book of Dimensional Reduction has a huge price, and the original power consumed is definitely not something that can be released easily. As long as the Titan God Ball uses that method against himself, others can perform the resurrection ceremony. In other words, Marodi's bet his life on the success of Ji-sun's plan. Before, this proud dragon god would never be used as a pawn. But now, the situation is exactly the same as that guy's deduction, and he no longer doubts it. At the moment when his thoughts came to him, he seemed to see the entire plane turned into a huge chessboard. He saw himself become a chess piece on the chessboard, charging forward and invincible. He was originally complacent. However, when he looked up, he saw two huge chess players above his head. For the first time, he saw the chess player. One was the Titan god Ball, whose face could not be seen clearly, and the other was a joker with a strange smile on his face, and painted red and white. When he looked up, the clown grinned at him, and the curve of his mouth stretched to his ears. At this moment, in Maradi's eyes, the shadow of that guy and the opponent from more than 100,000 years ago overlapped. When he saw the chess player, he was not only unhappy, but an inexplicable sense of enlightenment came over him. Maradi's felt it vaguely. That was a higher realm above his current status as a higher god. About the ability of world. The battle of the gods began. The rhythm of the battle was very fast. In a blink of an eye, the entire capital of Acheron had been torn apart, and deep cracks appeared everywhere in the center of the city. Led by the dragon god Marades, two lower dragon gods, a dragon army composed of 7 or 8 ninth-level dragons, 3 mechanical angels, a mechanical army composed of hundreds of titan armors, and the lonely and brave fallen angel Renee, the peak combat power of the new Terran Empire is now capable of dealing with any foreign invaders. The balance of victory tilted to one side from the beginning. No matter how brutal this war was, it seemed that the new Talon Empire would definitely win. However, before the advantage was realized, the unexpected happened very suddenly. At some point, an arm covered with golden divine patterns wrote a line of words on an ancient book. The missing evil dragon Marades was finally found by the dragon hunters of the Seven Gods sect. He was chased and killed and fled. In the darkness, the evil fallen angel began to revive. After writing, the golden lines on the arm dimmed a lot. But when this text appeared, the world was reduced to a new dimension, and a new plot was generated. And in the card master plane, the battlefield quietly changed. The dragon god Marades and the fallen angel Renee suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned. Ha ha, I said that those guys from the Chronos Titan Protoss should have a backup plan. What kind of artifact is this? It actually sent those two guys away. It can restrain the upper gods, and it is probably the creation artifact. My god, there is actually a creation artifact in this plane? Don't worry about that for now. The mission is important. Kill these natives first. The disappearance of Dragon God Melodius and fallen angel Renee immediately excited the 12 orc wanderers. Without the suppression of the two terrifying auras, they instantly felt that they were able to do it again. In an instant, the divine domain that was suppressed just now expanded infinitely, and the entire sky turned into a brilliant rainbow color. Without the support of Dragon God Melodius, the two lower-level dragon gods were almost severely injured in an instant, and could only fly away and pull. The 3 angel armors could not withstand the attacks of the 2 upper beastmen, and in a blink of an eye, 3 figures turned into streams of light and smashed into the ground. Even if the soldiers fought bravely without fear of life and death, large-scale death could not be stopped. At this time, only Nanjing on the altar still had a cold expression. She glanced at the place where the dragon god and the fallen angel disappeared, her crystal eyes sparkling, as if she saw the traces of dimensionality reduction, and pondered, has the limit of dimensionality reduction not been reached yet? She is one of the few people who know and understand the existence of Creation Artifact Book of Dimensional Reduction. I also know that the Dragon God Maladies and the Fallen Angel are the baits in Ji-sun's plan. Only by luring the Titan Bar to take action and locking his position is the only chance to reverse the situation. But now, it is far from enough. Then is it my turn? Thinking of this, Nanjing made up her mind, and the petal divine pattern suddenly lit up between her eyebrows. This is the mark of the divine pattern inherited from the Nan family era. The moment the divine pattern on her forehead appeared, her whole person's momentum became higher and higher. At the same time, she slapped the ground, and a huge secret scroll appeared in front of her. The scroll automatically spread out, and formed a 100-meter-long scroll around her. On the scroll, the images of countless spiritual objects lit up. Divine Art Imperial Court. Nanjing's eyes were like torches, and he spat a mouthful of divine blood on the scroll, and shouted softly, "Spiritual art, the kingdom of all spirits." The spell was completed in an instant, and in a blink of an eye, the sky and the earth changed color. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the lonely figure standing on the altar, only to feel a wave of terrifying aura suddenly descending, and a series of phantoms appeared on the secret scroll. God-level undead dragon, Titan, God Behemoth, God Two-Headed Giant, Tontian Vine, Kraken Siren, Earthcore Great Evil Snake, Lava Spirit, God King Kong. Legendary spiritual creatures with terrifying auras emerged from the scroll. What others don't know is that there is a huge altar under the entire capital Acheron. With the help of the altar's divine power, Nanjing summoned a group of monsters that are countless times stronger than her own body. From the beginning of the establishment of the Talon Empire more than 100,000 years ago to the present. From the beginning to the end, except for Emperor Lanlingster, the heirs of the High Priest lineage are all the existences that have mastered the strongest combat power of the Empire. At this moment, the terrifying fighting power that suppressed the plane appeared again. The inheritance of the High Priest's lineage for more than 100,000 years allowed Nanjing to show an unimaginable outrageous fighting power alone. The kingdom of all spirits. In the field of vision, there were spiritual creatures. Like a tide. She controlled the spiritual army alone, and besieged the 12 wandering orcs in the sky. Although most of the spiritual creatures were lower god level and 9th level, there were too many of them. Hundreds of spiritual creatures besieged together. It was not to say how strong they were, but at least the posture of dying together was vividly displayed. Nanjing had no intention of stopping, and continued to summon the spirit creatures. At the same time, the foreheads of the spirit creatures also showed the flower petal divine pattern like Nanjing. The divine pattern became brighter and brighter, like a bomb with an ignited fuse, and the terrifying aura weighed on everyone's heart. Destruction, death, and the disappearance of the world emerged in the depths of everyone's soul. If it were somewhere else, 2 upper gods led the 12 wandering orc legions to deal with these spirit creatures of only lower gods. They could defeat them one by one even if they couldn't defeat them originally. However, this is the already fragile card master plane. If the 2 sides really fight to the death in this small area, there is a high probability that the broken plane of the southern continent will be destroyed again. And Nanjing's posture is also the only way for normal people to survive. Either the enemy retreats, or we die together. Damn it! Why are there so many freaks among the natives of this plane? What's the situation with this psychic? Don't push her too hard. I'm afraid the guy is going to break the plane and drag us to death together. In the eyes of these god-level orcs, the natives of the card master plane just want to drag them to death together. Although I don't understand why these guys are so crazy. But how can a high-level life with a godhood condense bet its life with some low-level humans? It feels like using stones and gold to perish together. How can they be willing? But if the problem is not solved, what will happen if there are more and more spiritual objects? It's like more and more people standing on the ice. It may collapse at any time. At this time, even the Titan God Ball hiding in the dark can't hide anymore. He needed the original power of the card master plane to revive. But he didn't want to see himself pay so much. And finally the card master plane was completely destroyed, and he got nothing. The situation did not give either side any chance to hesitate. Nanjing was still summoning the spiritual objects. This was a chess game of living towards death. She remembered Ji-sun said that only by gambling with the enemy's life, the enemy would have to take action. Sure enough, the golden pattern hand hidden in the darkness once again wrote a story in the ancient book, The Heretic Spiritualist in the Forest, that was a witch spurned by God. She associates with wild beasts and degenerates herself. As this line of words appeared, Nanjing clearly felt the feeling of being reduced in dimension that Ji-sun had described to her. Seeing that the guy hiding in the dark had taken action against her, she was not surprised at all, but sneered and murmured, has it finally reached its limit? If you want to reduce her dimension, you have to take those spiritual creatures together, and the original divine power required may not be less than that consumed by sealing the dead dragon Merodes. Nanjing saw the other party's hesitation, and he took action now, which means that the repeated use of the creation artifact has already put a great burden on that guy. The greater the consumption, the greater the risk of the Titan God Ball being exposed. The spiritual objects that had just filled the sky suddenly disappeared. The southern mirror on the altar also disappeared. This incident once again confused everyone in the new Talon Empire. In the sky, the 12 wandering orcs roared again. However, outside an inconspicuous house in the capital Acheron, a deep and old voice suddenly sounded, "I caught you." The young man with golden patterns was startled. He looked up and saw an old man in linen clothes with missing front teeth appearing at the door. Chapter 628. Old Man Su appeared at the door of the house. In fact, if we talk about who has the highest rank in the card master plane now, almost everyone agrees that it is the upper dragon god Merodes. But if we really talk about the most mysterious and unsolvable means, Ji-sun will definitely think it is the Old Man Su of the Plum Blossom 10 Hermit sequence. Almost no one has seen him take action. But the fact is that Lanlingster mentioned the strength of this old man in his last words, left on the Forbidden Ruin stele. This guy is one of the founders of the Illuminati Hermitage, a group of guys who secretly changed the course of history. You know, the direction of civilization is actually the law of the universe. Almost all the ascension ceremonies of card masters are in line with this historical trend. Just like to condense the war godhood, you need to glimpse the mystery of the law of war in a war that can change the direction of civilization. But Old Man Su can change the direction of history. This is a kind of going against the trend of the universe. This cause and effect is not something that ordinary people can bear. His strength can be seen. Ji-sun feels that Old Man Su's current strength is still above the dragon god Maradi's. At this moment, the old man with broken front teeth was standing on the street, his old eyes looking at the young man with golden patterns in front of him, without any ripples. The young man with golden patterns looked at the Old Man Su who suddenly appeared, his expression slightly solemn. But he didn't seem to be very surprised. His expression seemed to be mocking. Aren't you hiding anymore? Of course. He knew that he used the Book of Dimensionality Reduction too frequently and exposed his tracks. However, since the other party came to find him, he might not have been waiting for the most hidden threat in this card master plane. Looking at the divine domain of time lingering around Old Man Su's body, the young man with golden patterns did not show any carelessness. He was almost exposed the moment he realized that he was exposed, and his figure had already collapsed on the spot. He had used a very advanced spatial displacement ability to escape. This was a high-level god race that had mastered the high-level spatial law since its birth. The 52 magic secrets in the Kashi civilization that led to the fall of the gods were actually divine arts created based on the blood talents of the titans. The moment the young man with golden patterns disappeared, the violent spatial fluctuations broke out with a delay. In an instant, the whole house was destroyed by the spreading space ripples and turned into dust in an instant. Old Man Su stood still, not affected at all. He watched the target disappear in front of him, without any sign of anxiety. The vicissitudes of life emerged in his turbid eyes, as if hiding the mystery of time. If there is any means to restrain the law of space, then only the law of time. Old Man Su's whole body was surging with divine power, and he shouted in a low voice, 13 Monuments Seal, unlock. The shadows of the 13 forbidden ruined stone tablets appeared behind him, the seal was unlocked, and countless memories poured into his sea of consciousness. After lying dormant for hundreds of thousands of years, on this day, countless selves walked out of the long river of time. In an instant, it seemed as if a terrifying will descended upon the old body, and an indescribable divine power burst out from this plain-looking old man. Lower god, middle god, upper god. Almost instantly, the terrifying aura of an upper god appeared again in the fragmented capital of Acheron. And unlike the previous dead dragon Marodi's and the two orc superior gods, this new breath has a mysterious feeling. Old Man Su flipped a black card in his hand, and the spell was instantly completed. Divine art. Time rewind. In a blink of an eye, a magical scene took place. The surrounding scene was like a movie played in reverse. The explosion and the dust in the sky quickly gathered and recovered into bricks and stones, and in a blink of an eye the small building appeared intact in its original position. Not only the small building, but also the young man with golden patterns, who escaped also appeared in front of him. And not just once. Time and space collided many times at that moment, and the young man's whole body flickered. After all, he was a true god, and soon, he seemed to notice the strange flow of time, and his face changed. He realized that he could not escape by teleporting in space, and even he had escaped many times on a certain timeline, but he was traced back. At this time, his face became fierce, and he picked up the ancient notebook in his hand again. Artifact of Creation Book of Dimensionality Reduction. It is indeed very powerful, and Old Man Su cannot resist the rule of dimensionality reduction. If he did not know the function of this artifact, he would be fooled. It is a pity that it has been tested by Ji-sun now, so Old Man Su will certainly not give the enemy the opportunity to use this artifact. Seeing that the young man with golden patterns had an idea, the black card in Old Man Su's hand glowed again, and the spell was instantly cast. Divine Art Time Cage. At that moment, the young man with golden patterns was imprisoned in time and stood there in a daze. All around is a time cage that cannot be escaped no matter what. Previously, Ji-sun did not want this firewood collector who continued the flame of civilization to participate in this battle, thinking that at least after he was defeated, there would be someone who could continue the civilization of the card master. But later, after he realized the world from the dimensional reduction world, he realized that the flame of civilization might not wait until the next era. The revival of the Titan God Ball is a foregone conclusion. Although Old Man Su used the memory of forgetting to avoid supervision, those Titan Protoss plane supervisors, it seems that he has not been found. But it does not mean that there are no clues. After Ji-sun comprehended world, he found that anything that has existed in the universe must leave traces, no matter how hidden it is. World allows people to glimpse all the causes and effects in the low-dimensional universe. It's like reading a mystery novel. Read it several times, and you can always see some foreshadowings buried in the previous text. Old Man Su has been hiding all the time, and it is indeed difficult to find him. But the traces left by interfering in history cannot be erased. From the establishment of the Talon Empire to its collapse, he has made many efforts to continue the civilization over the past 100,000 years. Even Ji-sun used the ability of world to deduce from those traces that a mysterious force interfered with the continuation of the Kashi civilization. The Chronos Titans are the upper gods. Of course, there is more than one true god. There are even higher beings that Ji-sun cannot understand. He must have noticed something. The reason why he did not take action to find Old Man Su is probably because he felt that the prey trapped in the death trap was not a threat, and that the Titan God Ball needed more mediums. Only a strong human civilization can accelerate its recovery. What Old Man Su did was to make civilization stronger again and again. And the result was a situation that both sides acquiesced. The Card Master civilization rose again. And after several epochs of dormancy, Ball has accumulated enough power to recover. So in Ji-sun's deduction, the recovery of the true god is a foregone conclusion. If it fails this time, the Card Master plane will inevitably collapse, and it will be too late to wait for the next Joker to grow up. And this time, for the decisive battle for the survival of the entire Card Master plane, Ji-sun also needs a helper who is strong enough to draw out the enemy's last resort. Only Old Man Su could play this role. When Old Man Su made his move, the entire capital city of Acheron was covered in an invisible divine domain. That divine domain was very special, completely ignoring the rejection of other divine domains, embracing everything and being unstoppable, and soon wrapped the entire city in it. Like a dreamlike rainbow bubble, everything became unreal. Ordinary people could not see the specialness of Old Man Su's divine domain, but the 12 god-level orcs of the Universe Wanderers saw it clearly. How come there is another upper god? How can such a powerful upper god appear in such a plane with broken laws? Oh no, boss, that seems to be the time realm. Damn it, why is there so much weirdness in this plane? Stay away, and don't touch that realm. The orcs sensed the invasion of the time realm, and they were so scared that they didn't care about anything else and quickly retreated. The time law is one of the supreme laws of the universe, which restrains almost all means and cannot be restrained by anything. The successive changes made these cosmic wanderers realize the difficulty of this commission. On the other hand, everyone in the new Tarun Empire was also confused by the ups and downs in front of them. At first, they were shocked by the dead dragon Merodes and the fallen angels. Later, the two top fighters disappeared, and the pressure surged. Before the group of foreign gods could plunder, the high priest Nanjing stood up again, stabilized the situation with infinite spiritual communication, and then disappeared again. Until now, it seems that a mysterious strongman has appeared to control the situation. The orcs retreated instantly. 3 damaged angel armors, 2 scarred lower-level dragon gods, and a group of new Tarun masters finally had a chance to breathe in the coverage of the Rainbow Divine Domain. However, others didn't know what was going on, but some of the high-ranking officials of the Talon Empire knew. Did Senior Su take action? At this moment, in the ruined palace, Chujio looked at the rainbow light in the sky, her face full of solemnity. She was one of the few high-ranking officials who knew the mysterious origins of Old Man Su. In order to avoid the detection of certain mysterious abilities, there was no plan that could be spoken out for this decisive battle, and everything depended on tacit understanding. Although Chujio was also extremely shocked when she saw Ji-sun die on the altar, and Nanjing being sealed, she knew that things were far from the most difficult time, because she knew this was Ji-sun's plan. However, now that she saw the appearance of the Time God realm, she realized that the situation was already very bad. Being able to force Old Man Su to take action means that the Card Master civilization has reached the moment of the final crisis. As the closest partners, the tacit understanding made Chujio suddenly think of the things she had talked about with Ji-sun before. Although she didn't know what Ji-sun was going to do, that tacit understanding made her realize that it was time for her to take action. When Old Man Su took action, someone would contain those foreign god-level strongmen, and it was the best time to take action. Thinking of this, Chujio took out the Club for Curse God card that Ji-sun had given her before. Before, she could not see what was on this Curse God card that had been resealed. She was not curious to investigate. Now after taking it out, a black coffin pattern appeared on it. The divine pattern engraved on the card pointed to a divine-level spiritualism. When Chujio saw this, a thought flashed through her mind, and she seemed to hear Ji-sun telling her something in her ear. Without any hesitation, the shadow of the demon god appeared behind her, and the divine power of the lingering Sismak Holy Grail overflowed crazily. The next second, the Ice Queen descended. Chujio guided the surging divine power to activate the spell on the card. At the same time, a 9-pointed star spiritual formation lit up under her feet. The outline of a coffin as black as ink slowly emerged from the 9-pointed star formation. At the same time, Qin Rushi, Catalina, and Xie, who were not far away, saw what Chujio did and immediately understood. Because Ji-sun also gave each of them a Curse God card, the three of them took out the Curse God card in tacit understanding and poured divine power into it together. Qin Rushi had previously used war and the ritual of assassinating the Pope, and now he has been promoted to K of Diamonds, the regicide. Katrina has hundreds of millions of Silver Moon believers in the East Wilderness. After being canonized, Q of Clubs, the Moon Queen, the fate has long been stable. The law is to weave order out of chaos. In the 20 years since Xie Guizhong was canonized as the Grand Justice of the Empire, he has found order in chaos and has also been successfully promoted to K of Clubs, the Pope. The four of them are all on the extraordinary path blessed by the luck of the Empire. The new Terran Empire is now so powerful that they had already ignited the divine fire, and were qualified to condense the divine nature. However, because they knew that once they condensed the divine nature, they would be noticed by the plane supervisors, so they have been suppressing their realm all these years. Therefore, they were ignored by some supervisors since the beginning of the battle. And this neglect is an opportunity. At this moment, the four people no longer suppressed it, and the curse power was transformed into divine power, rolling out. Sismak Holy Grail, Olympus Holy Sword, Crown of Thorns, Royal Orb, the four royal artifacts shone brightly in the hands of four card masters, who also had the royal fate, and the divine power surged wildly. Spiritual communication coffin of the god of creation. Four huge black iron coffins slowly emerged from the feet of the four people. This is the first time that the four coffins of the god of creation have descended on the same scene since the Great Collapse era. The four coffins fully emerged from the spiritual communication array, and the four pillars of light approached the sky, like the four pillars supporting the world. Time, space, flesh and blood, soul, the coffins seemed to resonate with the whole world as soon as they appeared. No, it was as if they were one world. Everything around became blurred, and reality was being reconstructed by some mysterious power of high dimension. The feeling is familiar and strange, like the omnipresent laws of the universe, a high-dimensional mystery that can be seen, but not fully understood. The whistling breeze is like the whisper of ancient times. The trembling earth seems to show its awe of the coffin. The dim sunlight shows the interweaving of death and life, and the mist is the mysterious veil covering the ultimate mystery. These four coffins seem to have buried an ancient god. It is mysterious, ancient, and full of endless mysteries. The black air on the coffin does not point to a simple breath of death, but to the supreme law of the universe that contains the cycle of life. Every time a mysterious divine pattern lights up, it is a distant echo between the past and the future. Every time the black coffin vibrates, it redefines the boundary between life and death. This is like a funeral for burying a god. It is also like a mysterious reincarnation ceremony. On the 9th day of the first lunar month, Qin Rushi, Catalina, and Xie Guizhong looked at the coffin that appeared in front of them. As coffin bearers, they vaguely sensed something. Just as the divination words that old man Su had said to Ji-sun, the end, he could see was a grand ceremony. Poker game 4 kings carrying coffins. This is the promotion ceremony of the Joker sequence. With the appearance of the 4 coffins, the origin of the planes continuously gathered on the altar. The 12 orc gods had already retreated far away because they were afraid of the time domain of Old Man Su. Although they sensed that the origin of the planes was gathering at an abnormal speed and guessed that something big would happen, no one dared to rush into the strange time domain. They couldn't go either. Because they had tried it just now, even the orc leader of the upper god was rapidly eroded by time in the time domain and aged rapidly. These cosmic wanderers came for the High Commission, not to die. Faced with an unbreakable divine domain, they chose to retreat. However, on the other side, in the capital city of Acheron, in front of the inconspicuous residential building in the East City, the confrontation continued. The battle between high-level gods is either to destroy the world or to be a scene that is not in human cognition at all. And now it is the latter. The pupils of the golden patterned boy have turned from metal to a dazzling gold like the sun, and the divine patterns on his skin are all shining with golden lacquer like divine light. In the collision of the laws of time and space, the houses around the small building were broken and restored and broken again. Old Man Su, with a pale face, had unlocked the memory of the last seal, 53 monuments sealed, unlocked. He had lived too long and forgotten too many past events. At this moment, Old Man Su found his complete self in time. It turned out that the years he had lived were longer than he remembered. He was one of the first gods born in the Card Master plane. He was also one of the rebels who fought against the Titan's arrival with King Joker in the Great Collapse era. He is the only god who has not really died among the 52 demon gods pointed to by the demon mark of the Card Master sequence. Because of the blessing of the coffin of the Creator God, he has survived in the shadow until now. But the old friends of the past are no longer here. Looking at the young man with golden patterns in front of him, a sigh appeared on the face of Old Man Su. Counting it up, this is the second time he has fought with this Titan god. The battle scene that led to the destruction of the world in the Great Collapse era appeared in front of him like a slide. Even though countless years had passed, he still felt the despair he once felt. True gods cannot be killed. It is still the same now. Thinking of this, Old Man Su glanced at the 4 black pillars that appeared in the sky, and a hint of relief appeared on the corner of his mouth. He seemed to hear the last words that the old friend, who also wore a clown mask, said to him, "Old friend, I leave the future to you." Now, he seemed to see a little fire light up in the ashes of the burnt bonfire. The little bit of fire under the protection of his old friend lit up the light of hope. Old Man Su's thoughts were traveling in time. At this moment, the young man with golden patterns on the opposite side seemed to finally recognize the identity of the old man in front of him, and said in surprise and cold voice, "It's you." At this moment, the young man seemed to understand something. A fierce flash flashed in his eyes, and there was no hesitation. He didn't care about trying to preserve the divine power that he had accumulated for revival with great difficulty, nor did he care about the plain origin that had not been swallowed yet. Because he suddenly realized a familiar sense of crisis. Suddenly, a breath of destruction emanated from the golden patterned boy. He was not tall, but his breath was like an ancient giant buried deep underground awakening. He turned over and stood up, and in an instant, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. The whole earth shook violently, and the sound of the rocks cracking was like the roar of an ancient giant beast awakening, and also the cry of the earth. Almost in an instant, the terrifying energy had reached a point that the Time God realm could not control. Invisibly to the naked eye, the original divine power condensed into a huge hand covering half of the city. It violently broke the invisible chain created by the Time God realm, and then slapped the ground fiercely. Like a scorching sun, it fell from the sky to the ground. Old Man Su's face changed suddenly. The familiar scene made him seem to see the scene of the collapse of the world. He did not hesitate at all, gathered the divine domain, and instantly completed the spell, Divine Art River of Time. Time can return everything to its original state, including divine power. It was like an invisible net wrapped around the fist in the sky. It seemed that countless years had passed in the sky. Sun in the sky. It went out, and then lit up again, then went out again, and lit up again. After a stalemate for a moment, the power of time was finally exhausted. The scorching sun slammed down towards the ground. That guy used his original divine power. Old Man Su couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of golden blood. He realized something, and mobilized all his divine power at the same time. This time he could still continue to hide in time, but he knew that if he retreated now, he would have no chance. Bang! The whole earth was cracked by this palm. If someone were to investigate, they would even find that this crack almost split the entire southern continent in two. The terrifying pressure of the true God also left the people of the New Talon Empire on the altar in the center of the city, with no room for resistance. Originally, they thought they were all dead. But they saw an old figure appear on the altar. At the same time, the black light on the 4 coffins was poured on him. Chujio, Catalina, Qin Rushi, Xieguizhong and others looked at the back of Old Man Su, and their expressions instantly became solemn. However, before they could say anything, Old Man Su looked at the giant hand in the sky, faced it fearlessly, and grinned miserably. His eyes showed a hint of cruelty and determination. At the same time, cracks appeared everywhere on the old skin, and the divine power leaked out uncontrollably, emitting a terrifying light representing destruction. All signs showed that a superior god had detonated his own divine power, and planned to die together. Seeing this scene, the giant hand in the sky seemed to sense the crisis. But now the situation is clear. Although it won't kill a true god, the self-destruction of a super-powerful upper god will inevitably cause the plane, which is already full of cracks, to collapse again, and the origin of the plane will also disintegrate and disappear. Since the original divine power has been used, it doesn't matter if it is used more. So before the destructive beam of self-destruction on Old Man Su bloomed, a passage automatically appeared on the Book of Dimensionality Reduction. In the world of the 7 gods, the explosion in the universe caused the stars to fall to the earth, and the destructive energy impact, a world-destroying crisis was about to come. The Titan God Ball used his own creation artifact to transfer Old Man Su's self-destruction attack. The artifact can be repaired if it is damaged. The Chronos Titans are good at forging. Although the loss is huge, it is not unacceptable. However, if the origin of the artifact is damaged, it will take many epochs for the already severely injured him to recover. On the altar, Old Man Su, who was about to self-destruct, disappeared. Chujio and others were stunned. They all had a desperate reaction in their minds. Failed? The giant hand in the sky also felt the same way. The terrifying aura gathered again, as if it was going to wipe out the human beings in front of it. Waiting for the next era, the humans in this plane will grow like weeds, and they can revive. However, unexpectedly, at this time, something unexpected happened to everyone. Old Man Su disappeared. At the place where he just stood, people strangely found that his shadow was still there. Just when the big hand in the sky was about to fall again, the shadow suddenly stood up and turned into an old man with broken front teeth. Although his face was a little pale, it could be seen that he was the living Old Man Su. At this scene, the closest Chujio and his companions stared again. The question came immediately. Since this was Old Man Su, who was the one who disappeared just now, before anyone could figure out what happened, the Titan God Ball understood, because at this moment, the plot on his book of dimensionality reduction started to be written uncontrollably again. Meteors fell in the sky, accompanied by colorful clouds. The gorgeous light and shadow illuminated the whole world as if it was the most grand stage ceremony. In the eyes of the whole world, a grinning clown ascended to the seven gods' world. Titan Ball looked at the words on the artifact, and was so shocked that the surrounding space trembled. Since he got this artifact of creation, there have only been two such uncontrolled plots. Except this time. That was last time. That guy last time. Chapter 629. In the Book of Dimensionality Reduction, the plot has completely gone out of control. New content flashes and appears frequently. The gorgeous fireworks became the best celebration fireworks for the clown to appear on stage. He looked at the familiar world of the seven gods in front of him and grinned strangely. Hee, I like it here. My old friends, where are you? Dance with me. The laughter seemed to have magic power, and immediately awakened the evil dragon Merodes in the East China Sea, the fallen angel Rene who awakened in the abyss, and the psychic witch Nanjing in the forest. The partners of the dimension reduction awakened. The clown saw through the world, and he made his companions regain their cognition. Two people, one dragon, and one angel began to plunder in the world of the seven gods. The furious dragon Merodes destroyed the remaining seven god sects with an invincible attitude, and the faith completely collapsed. The fallen angel found many tricks left by his former partner Nanshinyu, broke the cracks in the world, and exposed the core secrets of this broken creation artifact. The psychic Nanjing made the monsters in the entire plane riot, and the order of the dimensional world was completely chaotic. It was like the lock of the granary was broken, and the origin hidden in the dimensional space was exposed to the clown, where the origin power stolen from the card master plane in these epochs was stored. The clown with a strange smile began to devour the origins of those planes like a whale. In a very short time, the plot has developed to the point where the Titan Bill's face changed drastically, because he sensed that he was gradually losing control of the artifact of creation. Once the origin of the world of the reduced dimension world was controlled by other consciousnesses, then this artifact would no longer belong to him. But he couldn't stop it, because the origin of the divine power that Ji-sun integrated when he was promoted to Color Joker was the origin of the world given by the Card Master Plane. This was the same source as the origin of the reduced dimension world. This allowed him to devour the origin of the divine power of the reduced dimension world without any hindrance. The last time he stole that little world power, it didn't hurt. But this time it was different. The last time Ji-sun was reduced to a lower god, he was just entering the lower god level. Now, he has been promoted to Color Joker and understood the Chaos Law, the supreme law of the universe that encompasses everything. After Ji-sun was promoted, even if he didn't know it, he could use the everything ability to imitate it. For example, Old Man Su's law of time. At this moment, in a reduced world with incomplete rules, Ji-sun is not restrained by any world rules at all, but can restrain everything. There are no rules in the dimensional reduction world that can constrain him. Outside, Old Man Su looked at the stagnant hand in the sky and cast the magic of time again, working together inside and outside. The cooperation between Ji-sun and Old Man Su also made the plot of the Book of Dimensional Reduction develop rapidly. Devouring the origin of the dimensional reduction world is actually fighting for the sovereignty of this artifact. Once Ji-sun completely integrates the origin of the dimensional reduction world, the owner of this creation artifact will be him, Ji-sun knew from the beginning that he had to be among those plane supervisors of the Titan Protoss. It is almost impossible to resurrect under your nose. The Titan spear abilities used by those foreign orcs is the most direct proof. This pseudo-creation artifact has a kind of annihilation power that cuts off cause and effect, and will not give any creature below the true god a chance to heal and revive. Therefore, Ji-sun was sure that he would die in the assassination. But now, he is resurrected. Poker gained 4 kings carrying coffin. Is Joker's exclusive promotion ceremony, which represents the understanding of the supreme mystery of the law of chaos and entering a new realm. But to complete this ritual, one must reach the status of a higher god. That is, the realm of the original king of cards, Joker. Unfortunately, the card master plane, which had collapsed for several epochs, had too many plane origins stolen by the Titan True God Ball, and now it is difficult to find a chance to be promoted to a higher god. The light and dark phase balance that Ji-sun understood made it difficult for him to be promoted to a middle god. Therefore, he thought of using death, the ultimate extraordinary phase balance of the universe, to comprehend the law of chaos. Nanshinyu used the fallen angel Lenny to experiment with the feasibility of resurrection and promotion. Ji-sun wanted to avoid his own death, so he had to find another way. Conventional means simply could not do it. Therefore, the most important thing for resurrection is still Old Man Su, and the only creation artifact in the card master plane creation god coffin. Time Law has the most unpredictable characteristics in the universe. Old Man Su used his divine power to anchor a certain moment in the future. The 4 black coffins point to the 4 basic rules of creation: the flow of time, the structure of space, the continuation of life, and the destination of the soul. The 4 coffins anchored Ji-sun's time, space, soul, and flesh in this world. These are all the conditions required for resurrection. But the so-called resurrection is actually to use the magical power of time to anchor the result of Ji-sun's survival in the future. If he lives in the future, then no matter what happened in the past, he will never die. Or to be more precise, Ji-sun in the past is dead. Now, Ji-sun is born from the future. This is a way of resurrection that low-dimensional creatures cannot understand, and it is the ability of the creation artifact. This is the only method that the plane supervisors would not think of. Of course, there is another crucial factor for Ji-sun's successful resurrection. That is plane protection. In the era of the Great Collapse, the plane was cracked, and the origin of space was destroyed. Countless years later, a new origin of space was born. Its personification is the current Ivan. From the beginning, Ji-sun was protected by the card master's plane, which allowed him to easily obtain the plane origin in the 4 coffins. This is a treasure that even true gods, like the Titan Ball, desire. It is also the most critical source of divine power for Ji-sun to be promoted to a higher god. For the whole plan to succeed, resurrection is only one step. If the Titan True God Ball cannot be dealt with, there will be no objection to anything. Old Man Su forced out Baal's true body that he had condensed by stealing the source of divine power for several epochs, which was already the limit. Just like the time in the Great Collapse era, he could not kill a true god. Even a true god whose divine body was severely damaged by the collapse. Besides, there is the Book of Dimensionality Reduction. This is the artifact of creation. Except for Ji-sun, no one in the entire card master plane can resist the dimensionality reduction ability of this artifact. Therefore, Ji-sun was dead from the beginning. To solve the table, you must first deal with the artifact of creation. That's why the plot of Old Man Su self-destructed. This is the same as Nanjing's previous infinite spiritual communication, which is a risky move. It's like playing poker in Landlords. If your side has a lot of cards to report, if the opponent doesn't want to lose, he has to explode. The best way to cover up the truth is to use one truth to cover another truth. Since it is impossible to avoid the investigation of the plane inspectors, everything must be real. Old Man Su's self-explosion is also a real self-explosion. The entire card master plane has bet everything on this time. If it loses, it will lose everything. If Ji-sun cannot be resurrected, then he will perish with the Titan's will. At least it can severely injure that person and delay his recovery time for several epochs. Just like the Card King Joker once destroyed the plane. Although the plane of destruction was also a heavy blow to the Card Master civilization, this was the only chance. But Ji-sun was certain that Titan Ball had tried once to die together, and would definitely not be willing to gamble his life with some low-level creatures this time. If he didn't want his original divine power that he had accumulated for several epochs, and the origin of the Card Master plane to be annihilated in the self-explosion, he could only force his move. After trying several times, Ji-sun was sure that he could only use the Book of Dimension Reduction to reduce the dimension of the self-exploding Old Man Su. Sacrifice the Dimensionality Reduction world to save yourself and the Card Master Plane. So, since it is determined that the enemy will definitely take the step, this is the only chance to turn the tables. The reason why Old Man Su appeared on the altar was to cover up Ji-sun's resurrection ceremony. It was also to mislead the Titan Ball, making him think that the original power gushing out of the 4 black coffins was to self-destruct the accumulated energy. Then Ji-sun successfully replaced Color Joker. The sequence also has another title called Universal Clown. Once promoted, he can simulate everything in the universe. Ji-sun had been reduced in dimension once before, and the rules of dimensional reduction had been determined. He completely simulated the time power of Old Man Su. After being reduced in dimension, he could deal with this artifact of creation from the inside. But this was just a plan. Before that, no one knew what the result would be. Fortunately, it was. Ji-sun was successfully resurrected. In the reduced dimensional world, a fierce battle for the origin is taking place. But the true God Ball, who has 7 sealed godheads, can't resist the clown blessed by the Card Master's playing well with just his will. What's more, in the high-dimensional world, his body is also suffering from the crazy erosion of the law of time. He sensed that the origin is flowing like a dam. If he doesn't stop it, he will lose everything. Finally, the Titan God Ball tore his world apart, and the entire world of the 7 gods split again. The mountains and rivers were broken, and the world was divided into 2. In reality, there is often a rule for the strong, that is, if you can't beat them, you can still turn the table. A long time passed in the dimensional world, but only a few breaths of time passed in the real plane. This change was so fast that even a true god could not stop it. The young man with golden pattern saw that the ancient secret book in his hand had gradually slipped out of his control, so he could only tear it apart cruelly. He tore off all the uncontrollable plots. This was the only way to stop it. Although this caused the already damaged artifact to suffer further damage, fortunately half of it was recovered. The young man with golden patterns knew very well that if these card masters got the artifact of creation, it would be a fatal threat to his body. At the moment when the ancient secret book was torn, several figures appeared in the sky. They were Ji-sun, Nanjing, the dead dragon Merodes, and the fallen angel Renee. The 4 of them descended on the Card Master plane again. Old Man Su, Qin Rushi and others on the altar looked at them with great joy in their eyes. They realized that the plan was successful. At this moment, the shadow of the demon behind Ji-sun was no longer visible. The devil's mark is only a guide to the extraordinary path. Now, he has reached the end of this sequence. He is Joker. The pale background on the clown's face is as mysterious as a ghost under the moonlight. The thick black eyeshadow painted around the eyes outlines the endless deep eye sockets. The lips are as red as blood, and the corners of the mouth are raised high. The playful light flashing in the eyes seems to be the meaninglessness of death and the contempt for the gods, and the wisdom that seems to see through all the conspiracies of the world. The clown was only grinning, but people seemed to hear the silent laughter, echoing in the air, full of a personality charm that could be described as terrifying, and a hint of sarcasm towards the spying supervisors. Ji-sun held half of the Book of Creation in his hand, and then looked at the golden-patterned boy opposite him. His expression became playful. Tsk. It seems that he is lucky. Reality is developing in the best direction in his deduction. He was successfully resurrected and got half of the Book of Dimensionality Reduction. If he really faced a Titan god in his prime, Ji-sun would have no way to deal with it. But fortunately, the predecessors had already passed the most difficult time. The young man with golden patterns in front of him was just the incarnation of the Titan Ball, who stole the origin of the plane for countless years, and he did not have a divine body. To be honest, he was no different from the sealed 7 lords of natural disaster. The difference was that this boy had a large amount of stolen plane origin. In other words, he was just a special middle-level god who could use the original divine power? Oh no! He doesn't have the Book of Dimensional Reduction, and he is even just a lower-level god. Otherwise, for countless years, he would not have secretly used divine tools to deal with those god-level strongmen in the Card Master plane. At this moment, in Ji-sun's eyes, the original divine power flowing in the golden divine pattern on the boy's skin had no secrets at all. Not good. The golden patterned boy looked at Ji-sun's dangerous eyes, and realized that something was wrong. Before he could react, he saw that the clown had appeared beside him. The young man's expression was stern, and the golden pattern on his skin was shining. A strange ripple had already lingered on his body. Almost in an instant, he seemed to have turned into a gravitational black hole, and the gravity around him was infinitely magnified, as if he had the ability to compress and collapse everything around him. The divine art driven by the original divine power was a high-level spatial law that could severely damage and tear apart the middle-level gods, or even the upper-level gods. Even when Old Man Su encountered it before, he used the law of time to hedge, but he didn't get any benefits. However, at this moment, Ji-sun was safe and sound. He just stood in the terrifying black hole with a strange smile on his face. The spreading gravitational ripples not only did not pose any threat to him, but also a layer of strange domain field lingered on his body's surface. God's domain, true explanation of all things. After Ji-sun was promoted to Colorful Joker, he comprehended the law of chaos, which allowed his God's domain to decompose everything he understood. Old Man Su suffered because he, as a superior god, did not master the use of the original divine power of the universe. But Ji-sun was different. Not only does he have the support of the original divine power, he is also proficient in the secret method of the Titan clan's gravity talent, the fall of the heavenly god. Although his understanding of the law is still not as good as that of the enemy, it is enough to protect himself. Ji-sun decomposed the gravity released by the boy, and a golden light flashed in his hand, and a golden spear suddenly appeared. This is the Titan spear of Bilgees that was inserted into his corpse before. Originally, Ji-sun wanted to hurt this golden patterned boy who was protected by the original divine power, and it would take a lot of effort. But it seems like fate favors him. If he doesn't die, he should be lucky. Luckily, the divine spear that the Titans used to kill him just happened to be in Ji-sun's hand. The artifact of creation is an artifact that has its own world power and plane origin, just like the Book of Dimensionality Reduction. This golden spear has nothing but its own world. But it has everything else of the artifact of creation. It is sharp, will hit the cause and effect, and annihilate the divine power. Most importantly, it does not recognize its master. Ji-sun thought that the Titans outside were probably just lending it to the orc gods. He didn't think it was necessary to use it a second time. This was a bargain for Ji-sun. The user of this divine spear only needs to consume the original divine power. Ji-sun now has the blessing of the entire card master plane, and he is not short of the original divine power. At least, he is qualified to fight with the Titan God Ball. Ji-sun held the spear, and the divine light bloomed in an instant, and strangely, a layer of black light appeared on this golden spear. The young man with golden patterns looked at him, and finally showed fear on his face. He wanted to use the law of space to escape, but found that no matter how much divine power he released, it was melted and annihilated by a more bizarre force. Ji-sun thrust his spear down without hesitation. The young man had to dodge. The two figures fought fiercely on the dilapidated streets of the capital city of Acheron. There was no terrifying energy overflow, and no special vision was seen. It was like two ordinary people fighting with cold weapons. Although the moves were sharp, it was impossible to tell that they were two high-level gods who could break the plane. But in fact, in the invisible place, it is the collision of two worlds, that is the collision of high-level divine power that cannot be captured by human senses. The must-hit feature is very useful. Although it consumes a lot of divine power, once used occasionally, the sharp golden spear will pierce the boy's skin and shoot out a stream of golden blood. Like a reservoir with cracks, it is the out-of-control origin of the world, which is leaking out. Before the blood dissipated, it was swallowed up by Ji-sun. Now that Ji-sun is facing the true god, he realizes that Joker's feast of innate abilities may be a true secret magic. On the other side, Old Man Su, the dead dragon Merodes, the fallen angel Renee Nanjing, and the surviving Terran on the 9th day of the first month were all stunned. Ji-sun actually fought with the true god, and they were evenly matched. Looking at the scene where the young man with golden patterns was stabbed and bleeding, everyone realized that they seemed to have seen the dawn of victory. A touch of excitement flushed on the old face of Old Man Su, and the black card in his hand was used again, and the magic of time had been performed. He couldn't have helped in a battle of that magnitude, and the difference in status made it extremely difficult for him to break through the Titan god Baal's body protection of the original divine power. However, he was very good at assisting. It accelerated bleeding, stopped healing, and slowed down movement. It was just like when he cooperated with his old friend to fight against the Titan gods. This old man who had lived for several epochs, and was like a candle that had burned out, now shone with a dazzling brilliance like the sun. In the battle between Ji-sun and the young man with golden patterns, every time he stabbed a spear, golden blood would gush out like a gusher, and it would take a long time to heal. Originally, the young man was not at a disadvantage in the battle, but because of the participation of Old Man Su, he immediately showed his weakness. On the other side, the dead dragon Merodes, the fallen angel Renee, Nanjing, Qin Rushi and other top masters were not idle. The 12 foreign orc gods were still watching outside the time domain. In a blink of an eye, a black dragon led the crowd to attack. Before the orcs understood what was happening, various attacks came like a rainstorm. In fact, the whole battle plan was still suspenseful before Ji-sun was resurrected. But after he was resurrected, it was only a foregone conclusion. Because Forbidden Ruin steal the last words left by the pioneer Joker on the record already had a plan to deal with the true god. Ji-sun and Old Man Su knew it. The true god cannot be killed, only sealed. The only method I can think of is to steal the origin of his world. So I left some methods. I deliberately let the guy break a hole in one of the sealing god jars. After being severely injured, he must steal the world origin of the card master plane to repair his damaged divine power, and at the same time he will be assimilated, which means that when he absorbs enough, this is his biggest weakness. If another Joker, who controls the original power of the card master plane appears, he can use the feast to steal the power of the Titan God Ball. Unfortunately, King Card Joker had already exhausted all his power just by defeating the Titan God Ball. Even if he had the ability to solve it, he didn't do it, because he knew that the Titans outside would definitely come to stop it. Therefore, King Card left the opportunity to future generations. Let the Titan God think that he can revive, and no other Titans will come to the broken card master plane. At the same time, it also gives future generations a chance. Even about the existence of the Book of Dimensional Reduction, King Ka actually told them. He did not leave it on the stone tablet, but left the clue in the gray mist relics. Because he knew that this method only had one chance to be used. It would only be meaningful if it was left to the inheritor, who could comprehend the world. Because of the trial and error of the predecessors, now Ji-sun and other future generations have the means to seal a seriously injured true god. Ji-sun knew from the beginning to the end that he could not really kill the Titan True God Ball. The Card Master Plane also has a final secret that King Card did not reveal until his death. That is, for coffins of the God of Creation, the enemy in front of him is not the Titan God in his heyday, but just a newly born incarnation of a hateful personality. Ji-sun and Old Man Su joined forces, and soon severely injured him. Golden blood flowed down. Ji-sun did not give him any chance to turn the tables, raised his hand, and slapped the ground. Spiritual art coffin of the God of Creation. For black coffins appeared, and the lids opened. Time, space, flesh and blood, and soul were sealed one by one. The current card master plane is Ji-sun's world. He sealed the seriously injured Titan God Ball in his body. Chapter 630 Final Chapter. Ji-sun and Old Man Su jointly sealed the Titan God Ball, and the battle was over. Just like the world of the Book of Dimensional Reduction, there is also a low-dimensional space in the coffin of the God of Creation, where countless chains lock the body of Ball, and his original divine power is being stolen by Ji-sun continuously. This is more useful than sealing it in the sealing god jar. Although the true god cannot be killed, his original divine power can be slowly stolen, and finally completely resolved. However, this is only a situation unique to the card master plane. It is often more difficult to seal a true god than to kill him. The efforts of the predecessors of King Card Joker gave Ji-sun and his descendants a chance to turn the tables. Soon, 12 bodies of orc gods were placed on the altar. Although these foreign invaders were still resisting fiercely before, after Ji-sun and Old Man Su had freed their hands, they killed them all with Bilgis's Titan Spear, a pseudo-creation artifact. Even the 2 upper god-level orc leaders were killed on the spot under the siege of the top masters of the card master plane. Ji-sun, Old Man Su, Dead Dragon Maraudis, Fallen Angel Renee, Nanjing, Chujio, Qin Rushi, Catalina, Dong Chi, Xie Guizhong, Gong Wu, Griffith, Darcy, Isabel. They had just experienced a fierce battle with heavy casualties. The mechanical army lost hundreds of thousands, and only a few of the 100 Titan armors were left, and the Knight army was almost wiped out. But fortunately, although these top combat forces were injured, most of them survived. The high-level officials of the new Talon Empire looked at the corpses in front of them and exhaled together, as if the gloom that had been suppressed for a long time had dissipated. They solved the biggest hidden danger of the card master plane for countless years, and completely sealed the Titan God. But no one saw any relief on their faces, but became more solemn. Now the sky above the capital Acheron city is covered by the time domain of Old Man Su. The time here is about 2 hours away from the normal time flow. In other words, the outside world does not know that the Titan God Ball has been sealed. But the time domain will not last long. Once it is occupied by those plane guardians outside, they realized that there would be a devastating revenge here. So, they had to find a solution to completely solve the problem. At this moment, Everyone's eyes were on Ji-sun, who was meditating with his eyes closed beside the 12 corpses. He was searching souls. Titan God Baal could not be killed, and it was even more impossible to get information from him. Originally, this was a dilemma. Unexpectedly, a group of outsiders came this time. This was an unexpected surprise for Ji-sun and his team. These guys not only sent Bilgeus's Titan spear, but also provided them with valuable information about the outside world. The soul of the god burning with the divine fire has its own logic and is difficult to be searched. But Ji-sun comprehended the world. That kind of high-dimensional invasion ability can be used to break through any flaws in the divine fire. What's more coincidental is that among the 12 orcs, there is a middle-level god and a lower-level god who is particularly weak for some reason. Ji-sun found the breakthrough point immediately. He who comprehended the world searched the soul like reading a book, and read the information of the corpse almost instantly. Then, Ji-sun's expression also became strange. Everyone looked at Ji-sun's complicated expression, holding their breath, thinking that something had gone wrong. As a close friend, Nanjing saw that his expression represented a harvest, so he asked, "What's wrong?" Ji-sun looked back at everyone and said, "These guys are space wanderers. I think I know why these two guys are so weak." Then he used a high-level demon language to pass on the complicated information that would take several days and nights to tell everyone. Old Man Su, Nanjing and other people who ignited the divine fire understood it immediately, and their expressions also became strange. After understanding the information conveyed by Ji-sun, Master Merlin, whose 4 evil faces on his back opened their eyes, said in surprise, "Can the godhood be directly integrated?" Ji-sun also nodded yes. In the information just read, the reason why these two guys whose souls were searched were much weaker than other orcs was because their godhood was not achieved by themselves. Apotheosis ceremony. It is not a comprehension, but an external fusion. Just like when the card master was at the 7th level, he took the shortcut of fusing the crystal blood of a different mythical creature. After fusing with a different godhood, although it can also advance to a lower god, a middle god, or even a higher god. But it will be much weaker than the normal advancement. And it will be extremely difficult to advance in the future. This is also the reason why many descendants of some upper clans in the universe, in the memory of these two guys, can be promoted to the god level, and have a very high status even though they are obviously not talented. Of course, godhood is very expensive. In the outside world, godhood is hard currency. According to the prices in these people's memories, the entire plane of the card master can only be exchanged for 9 upper godhoods in the universe auction house. 1 upper godhood is equivalent to about 30 to 50 middle godhoods, depending on the quality and law. This made the expressions of the people in the new Talon Empire become very strange. At this moment, they realized that the god level of them, the card master plane, was in the hands of these universe wanderers. In his eyes, it was like a demon beast, and he could strip it of its godhood by hunting it down. However, the most shocked person was Master Merlin. The godhood potion he had been researching before, which was developed with dragon blood, was to give humans the talent to directly reach the god level. Now it is basically completed. This means that humans who have been injected with the potion to change their genes will also have the higher blood of higher creatures, like dragon elves, and will be born with a talent equivalent to an extra hidden level, and the probability of being promoted to the god level will be greatly increased. But that was the end. Now it seems that there is a possibility of directly merging the godhood in the universe outside, and then directly ascending to the middle god or the upper god. This means that Ji-sun and his team have mastered a complete ultimate shortcut to godhood from human beings to upper gods. However, the most shocking thing is not just this. Ji-sun found some knowledge about the universe outside in the memories of those two guys. He passed that memory to everyone again. In an instant, everyone in the new Talon Empire, including Old Man Su, showed unprecedented shock. It turns out that the world is bigger than any of them expected. It is so big that it is completely unimaginable. The Chronos Titans, who were thought to be invincible, are only a larger upper-level tribe in this 7th universe. They have a 2nd-level plane, more than 60 3rd-level planes of the same level as the Card Master's plane, and a large hunting ground. There are dozens of such upper-level tribes in the 7th universe. Above the Chronos Titans, there is the ruler of the 7th universe, the Lord of the universe. That is the supreme being above the true God. He also owns the 1st plane and controls hundreds of thousands of planes. That world is very big. So big that the Card Master plane is like an inconspicuous island in the sea. If we really want to make a more acceptable analogy, then the Lord of the Universe is equivalent to the Emperor, and the Chronos Titan Protoss is probably equivalent to a Duke. There are many such dukes in the 7th universe. Below are the Marquis, Earl, and the Universe Wanderer, who has lost his own plane. The 7th universe is one of the hundreds of universes in the Pando's God Realm. In the center of the God Realm, there is also the legendary special plane, the continent of gods. It is said that there are supreme gods, who are more powerful than the Lord of the universe and indescribable. However, this group of wanderers has never left the 7th universe, and is not aware of the information outside the 7th universe. Oh my god, there are hundreds of thousands of third-class planes, like the Card Master plane in the 7th universe? How wide is the Panda's God Realm? In total, our Card Master plane is roughly equivalent to a baron's territory in the territory of the Lord of the Universe. Oh no, it should be a village. It's really scary. It turns out that the true gods are the gods in the eyes of those high-ranking races outside. Our so-called upper gods are just 13th-order extraordinary beings. The Lord of the 7th universe is an existence above the true gods. It is simply impossible to understand what that realm is. The high-level officials of the New Talon Empire were all shocked when they saw the information. At the same time, they also felt a suffocating pressure. Isabel couldn't help but sigh. Teacher, this is troublesome. Not only do we have to face the Chronos Titans, but now it seems that there are even bigger troubles. Most of the others also frowned and thought deeply, which was a kind of despair of being stared at by a pack of wolves. However, when Ji-sun heard this, he shook his head and said, I don't think it is necessarily bad news. Originally, Ji-sun felt that the Chronos Titans were so powerful that people could not see hope. Now that he knew the accurate information from the outside world, he was open-minded instead. The dark clouds that I thought covered the sky and the sun, now look, are just a small cloud in the sky. In the vast universe, the Card Master plane is as weak as a rabbit in the grassland. And on the grassland, there are lions, wolves, tigers, leopards, elephants, crocodiles, snakes and cows, which are stronger hunters. But in Ji-sun's current state, everything that exists must have a reason. The infinite universe is like an infinite grassland. There is always an environment for rabbits to survive. Moreover, this is good news for the Card Master plane. Originally, Ji-sun's most reliable plan was that after sealing the Titan God Ball, he might be able to obtain some fragments of the Book of Dimensional Reduction. At that time, he would reduce some people to the dimension, and then go to the coordinates of the underworld where the dead dragon Merodes went. Although the living environment is a bit harsh, most people may have to live in the reduced dimensional world for a lifetime, but there is still a little hope. Now things are also developing in the best direction, and Ji-sun has obtained half of the Book of Dimensional Reduction. But now he gave up that plan, because he had found a better idea from the memories of these wanderers' corpses. While Ji-sun continued to collect souls, he began to search the storage space of the leading fanged orc Gar. There were a lot of treasures, 17 lower godheads, dozens of artifacts of varying quality, holy objects, and a large number of magic metals, magic crystals, orc totem treasures, divine fire secret books, and divine arts secret books. The godheads belonged to the companions who had died when they came in through the plane channel before. The others were the assets of this group of space wanderers called the Black Whale Group. The Black Whale space wanderers were a bit like mercenaries, where the losers took money to participate in battles between various planes and explore dangerous places in the universe. This time, they came to the Kashi plane because they were hired by the Chronos Titans to venture in through the broken plane channel to solve the problem. Originally, they thought that the two upper gods were enough to handle everything, but they didn't expect to capsize. This orc leader named Gar has a lot of treasures in his storage space. The value is the most Ji-sun has ever seen. If he really digests them, it will even be enough to help the Card Master plane cultivate a group of lower gods. But he didn't look at it at all, but continued to look. Old Man Su and others on the side didn't know what he was looking for. They all looked at it and waited silently. No one spoke, because now everyone has seen the ability of Ji-sun Joker. Looking at that face that always has a strange smile, not only did they not feel terrified, but gave people an inexplicable sense of peace. Facing desperate situations, this guy can always face them with a bright smile. This mentality also subtly infected everyone. Finally, Ji-sun found something that looked like a token, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Found it. Chujio asked curiously, what is this? Everyone had the same curiosity in their hearts. They didn't know why Ji-sun's sadness disappeared quietly when he saw this thing. Ji-sun looked at the token, and his expression also showed a sagacity, as if he had seen the distant future, and responded, this is the plain dual token. Plain dual order? Everyone was confused when they heard this unfamiliar word. Ji-sun then explained, with this thing, I think we may have another way to survive. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately showed expectations. Low-dimensional space is a projection of the high-dimensional world, so many customs in the human world can also be found in the world of gods. For example, duels. Just like in the Empire, when there is a conflict between lords over territory, a war will be used to determine the ownership. At the cosmic level, this kind of duel still exists. However, that is a duel at the plane level. And the plane duel order in Ji-sun's hand is the certificate issued by the Lord of the 7th Universe to the plane masters to activate the duel. The leader of the 12 orcs in front of him, Gar, was once the master of a plane called Barbarian God Plane. It was because he failed in a plane duel that his plane was enslaved and divided, and they, the natives of the Barbarian God Plane, became universe wanderers without a plane. The treasures in the storage space were what Gar hoped to raise enough money to redeem his plane from the auction house one day. Now, Ji-sun got this plane duel order, and a plan immediately emerged in his mind. He looked at his companions who were full of expectation and said, "I want to start a plane duel." Old Man Su, Maraudis, Lenny, Nanjing, Chujio, Qin Rushi, all of them heard this crazy plan, and their eyes burst into blazing spirits. This plane duel order is issued by the Lord of the Universe, and has supreme authority. Even the Chronos Titans cannot disobey it. Moreover, the 7th Universe is still a major organizer of this kind of plane duel. Often a plane duel will attract audiences from several nearby universes, bringing in a huge amount of resources. Gods can easily have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, and they also need some entertainment during the long years. In the 7th Universe, the plane war is like a gladiator competition, but it is the most popular event for the gods. After all, it is a fight to the death, and the loser loses everything. Moreover, this kind of plane-level battle can witness the rise and fall of civilization, which is a rare scene of the embodiment of the rules of the universe. This is also the best opportunity for many big families to cultivate their descendants. The intelligence said that once a plane duel is initiated, the temporary sovereignty of the plane belongs to the Lord of the Universe, and no other forces can interfere. This will immediately get rid of the control of the Chronos Titan God. The necessary condition for activating this plane duel order is that you must be the Lord of the plane. Although the Chronos Titans have controlled the Card Master plane for several epochs, they have never been able to steal the origin of the plane, so the Card Master plane has always been an ownerless plane. The Titans have the right to occupy, but not the right to own. And it just so happens that Ji-sun has merged the coffin of the God of Creation, and he is now the master of the Card Master plane. If he initiates a duel, the deadlock in front of him will be solved immediately. And Ji-sun has this idea because their Card Master plane has a high probability of winning in this kind of plane duel. Because the Lord of the Universe will inevitably match a third-class plane with a similar level of civilization and a similar number of gods when he initiates a duel. Although he will lose everything if he loses, Ji-sun knows from the intelligence of those orcs that their Card Master plane has some advantages that other planes do not have. For example, the Card Master system that does not require faith. There is also a mechanical system. There is also Master Merlin's Godhood Potion. At least in the memory of those orcs, there are almost no third-class planes in the 7th Universe possessing these things. This is what Ji-sun and his team rely on the most. Moreover, the Card Master plane is still a collapsed third-class plane, and the opponents matched will be weaker than normal. The plane is weak, but it does not mean that Ji-sun and his team are weak, nor does it mean that the potential of the Card Master civilization is weak. Once they win, they can also get rewards from the organizer, that is, the Lord of the Universe, like the victorious gladiators, and even completely turn over and have independent sovereignty. But that's a story for later. Ji-sun thinks that it's better to survive now. Ji-sun told the high-ranking officials of the New Talon Empire the details of the plane duel. After all, it concerns the future fate of the entire plane, and this requires everyone to make a decision together. However, no one questioned Ji-sun's decision. The time domain is about to dissipate, and reality will not give them too much time to think. After pondering for a while, Old Man Su spoke first. "I think it's feasible." The earliest god level born in the Card Master plane agreed with Ji-sun's words. As soon as he spoke, it seemed as if he represented the billions of Card Masters who had fallen in the long river of time and approved of this choice of the future generations. This statement, the highest-ranking dead dragon Maraudis, who represented the Dragon Clan, also nodded. "I think it's feasible." The Dragon Clan is not afraid of war from the bottom of their hearts. Rather than letting the Titans be killed as prey, it is better to fight on the plain battlefield. Agree. Agree. Immediately afterwards, Chujio, Nanjing, Catalina, Domchi, and other leaders representing the major forces of the Card Master civilization also spoke up. First, It was the trust between the partners. They were very familiar with Ji-sun's character. Once they said it, they must be sure. Second, they had no choice. If they lived in a peaceful plane, they might still hesitate. But now they were in a situation where they would die if they did not resist the control of the Chronos Titans. Even if they were destroyed in the plane war, it would be better than being devoured by the origin and the collapse of the entire plane. I don't know if everyone reached a consensus and changed the future fate of the Card Master plane, triggering some kind of monitoring mechanism in the dark. Suddenly, a terrifying divine power descended. Damn it! The anger of the divine power was like a storm, violently breaking through the time domain shrouding the capital Acheron. At this moment, the plane supervisors outside also realized that things were out of control. Ball has been sealed, and the Card Masters are planning a plan to break away from the Chronos clan. The elements in the sky formed a terrifying giant face, as if some high-level gods were going to descend on the plane regardless of the risks. But it was too late. The people in the Card Master plane looked at the furious face fearlessly, with resolute eyes. Ji-sun, the leader, even grinned with a clown's signature sarcastic smile. He used the power of the plane's origin to activate the plane dual order in his hand. In an instant, the divine light on the token was bright, as if sending a signal to the distant headquarters of the 7th universe. In an instant, a phantom emerged from the token. 7th universe plane duel executive Achilles. Confirm whether to participate in the plane duel? Ji-sun responded without hesitation, confirmed. The phantom heard the confirmation, looked up at the huge face in the space, and said indifferently and majestically, the Terran plane has confirmed to participate in the plane duel. You, the Chronos, have no right to interfere with a participating plane. Please leave immediately. Yes, Lord Achilles. Hearing this, the giant face was unwilling, but it was completely helpless, and could only dissipate in anger. The terrifying pressure dissipated completely in an instant. In the eyes of Ji-sun and the others, the haze that had shrouded the Card Master plane for several epochs dissipated, and everyone seemed to see a brand new world waiting at them. It was a vast universe where the gods were fighting. Chapter 631 Extra 1. Imperial City Acheron. Although Ji-sun is the lord of the Card Master plane and the emperor of the new Terran Empire, he is idle most of the time. After the war, Chujio also moved the ancient study room of the royal palace of the Orlan royal court here. Ji-sun likes to stay here when he is alone. Under the starry sky, he is playing a solitaire game at this moment, placing a deck of cards in front of him, and then turning them over one by one. Well, the orc leader Gar is a very strong upper god, with a very strong physical talent. Ace of Hearts Light Warrior, the original demon god Jutiamalu, is only a lower god, with a much lower status, and the upper limit of the demon god's power is also much lower. And the secret method of the supreme hegemony uses the orc Gar's divine power. The effect will be stronger. Well, replace it. The orc's high priest Mosh is also a high-level god. His godhead condenses the power of elements and beasts. He is simply a demon tailor-made for 4 of Spades Beast Walker. Now that he has replaced Beast Walker, the upper limit of several high-level sequences is not worse than JQK. And with the Dragon Clan's professional card to obtain the transformation form, the Card Master who follows this sequence will be very strong. I am really looking forward to it. This middle-level god, the Orc Donchi, condenses the godhead of destruction. He can also replace the lower demon bird Gugu pointed to by 9 of Spades Destroyer. Although there will be fewer changes, the single ability will increase by more than 3 times. Well, not bad. You stay well in the Forbidden Ruin Steel. After 500,000 years, I will set your souls free. Ji-sun muttered to himself while flipping through the cards. If there were outsiders here, they would be amazed. The cards he flipped out were all epic source cards with demon marks. Suppress, seal, and then replace. The original demon phantom on the card was replaced by 3 orcs. These were the 3 strongest of the 12 orcs killed in the final battle. Ji-sun used them to replace 3 cards in the original 52 sequence. The 54 demon god sequence actually only has 53 demon marks, and the last joker is a 2-sided card with opposite properties, which is very special. The 52 demon gods pointed to by the 52 demon god sequences do not necessarily need to point to a specific one. It's just that among the enemies killed by the King of Cards Joker and his fallen companions, these 52 are the most suitable for making demon marks. The 9 professions in the 3 high-level sequences of J, Q, and K all point to the godhood with a higher godhood. The fusion requirements of these 3 sequences of demon marks are extremely high, but the upper limit is also higher. So once card masters, like Chin Rushi and Chujio successfully fuse the high-level sequence, their strength will be much stronger than other sequences. And the demon gods pointed to by the 10 sequences from 1 to 10 are almost all lower-level gods and middle-level gods. The power of the demon god is the guide for card masters to advance to the extraordinary, like a lighthouse pointing the way in the dark. Although the demon god status does not represent the strength of the professional sequence. But having a demon god of a higher status as a reference is also better for card masters, with a higher upper limit and easier advancement. Therefore, now that I have the materials in hand, I can just make some minor changes. Ji-sun now understands the exquisite design of the 52 sequences, and even at his current level, he feels that it is impeccable. This is an extremely brilliant and logically perfect extraordinary system that covers almost all directions of human physical potential. In other words, any human can find a suitable sequence in the 52 sequences. This is the most ideal extraordinary assistance for humans, who do not need a belief system to advance to the extraordinary. Ji-sun has now replaced 3 of the sequences. For example, Ace of Hearts, Warrior of Light, and 4 of Spades, Beast Walker both use upper gods, which means that in the future, card masters who combine these 2 sequences will be stronger than before, almost as strong as the high-level sequences of JQK. This is just the beginning. Now that Ji-sun knows that the universe is huge, he has already made a stronger plan in his mind. In other words, if Ji-sun can find more high-level materials in the future, he can also upgrade all the 52 demon god sequences. And there will be such an opportunity in the upcoming plane war. As long as the card master civilization does not collapse immediately, it will become stronger and stronger. This is an advantage that cannot be compared with those planes where gods gain divine power by collecting the power of believers' faith. Well, the Titan God Ball is a true god, and can be used in the 52 demon god sequence, but which one is more suitable? Only the K sequence is suitable, but after all, the true god is not dead. If it is really made into a demon mark, it may be difficult to merge it. It is also a problem that the card master has no job transfer card after entering the god level. If he relies on his own understanding, it will be very difficult. Since the godhood can be integrated, why not make some career cards? Although the understanding of the power of the god level rules will be weaker, it is also a shortcut for those card masters who lack talent to peak into higher levels. Ji-sun thought and pondered. He, the master of the plane, looks like an emperor who doesn't care about anything, but there are actually many things to consider. Just a small modification to the 52 sequence consumed a lot of his energy. Fortunately, after being promoted to Color Joker, he comprehended the law of chaos, which allowed him to have a deep understanding of the abilities and laws of the 52 sequence. Only when the card master plane is stronger as a whole, and the plane's luck is blessed, he will also be stronger. Just as he was thinking, at this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open a crack. A little head poked in from outside the study. This is a 3-year-old kid with beautiful silver hair like his mother Chujio. The bright eyes were shining, and the timid expression seemed to be trying to see if he disturbed Ji-sun in the room. However, seeing the arc of Ji-sun's mouth, the little guy greeted happily, "Father." Ji-sun saw the little guy running over, stretched out his hand and hugged him, and his frown just now relaxed immediately, and asked affectionately, "Kaka, why are you here?" The little guy said, "Mother told me not to disturb, Father. She said you were thinking." Ji-sun smiled but said nothing. The little guy blinked his eyes again and asked, "Father, what are you thinking about?" Ji-sun said meaningfully, "I'm thinking about how to solve this poker game." For him, the upcoming plane war is a poker game. Everything has to be considered around the battle that determines the fate of the card master's plane. Oh! The little guy seemed to understand. He thought his father was really playing a card game, and his little hand stretched out and flipped the poker spread on the table. When he opened it, it was a gray joker. Ji-sun was stunned. Because at this moment, the demon mark actually lit up. He has now been promoted to a higher god, and no longer needs the guidance of the former King Ka's demon mark, so he also analyzed it. Just now, he put it on the table. Normal humans need to develop well enough to integrate the demon mark, otherwise it is easy to be deformed. So most people will choose to start trying after they are in their teens. This little guy has divine blood flowing in his body. Although Ji-sun knows the difference, he is surprised that his little guy actually triggered the gray joker's matching induction. Could this be the generational genetic reaction that Master Merlin talked about? The little guy didn't seem to know what was going on. He held the card and asked curiously, "Father, why is this card glowing?" Ji-sun looked at the strange color between his eyebrows, and then turned around and smiled. "Yeah." Because he recognized Kaka. "Oh!" The little guy pouted and flipped the card, as if he suddenly liked the clown pattern on the card. A courage, A of Spades Black Knight, A of Hearts Warrior of Light, A of Clubs Fighter, A of diamonds warrior 2 fall, 2 of spades thief, 2 of hearts ranger, 2 of clubs assassin, 2 of diamonds trickster 3 healing, 3 of spades paladin, 3 of hearts combat physician, 3 of clubs potion master, 3 of diamonds plague doctor 4 mystery, 4 of spades beast walker, 4 of hearts witch, 4 of clubs psychic, 4 of diamonds exorcist 5 wisdom, 5 of spades alchemist, 5 of hearts prophet, 5 of clubs polymath, 5 of diamonds astrologer 6 order, 6 of spades punishment guard, 6 of hearts judge, 6 of clubs executioner, 6 of diamonds outlaw 7 art, 7 of spades painter, 7 of hearts magician, 7 of clubs singer, 7 of diamonds bard 8 elements, spade 8 magic warrior, heart 8 elemental decomposer, club 8 elemental manipulator, diamond 8 spellcaster 9 destruction, spade 9 scourge, heart 9 Pandora, club 9 ghost whisperer, diamond 9 human desire 10 miracles, spade 10 god thief, heart 10 hero, club 10 hermit, diamond 10 machine J war, spade J god of war, heart J valkyrie, club J war commander, diamond J patriarch Q love, spade Q witch, heart Q blood queen, club Q moonlight queen, diamond Q white queen K kingship, spade K tyrant, heart K soul emperor, club K pope, diamond K regicide joker. Chapter 632 Extra 2. Without the Titan God Ball stealing the origin of the plane all the time, the elemental aura of the Card Master plane is gradually recovering. The machinery and Card Master army of the new Terran Empire later quickly swept across several other small land plates outside the central continent. The entire Card Master plane was almost unified, and the Empire's luck was stronger than ever. In order to cope with the upcoming plane war, the new Terran Empire formulated a national Card Master development strategy after the decisive battle. Now the entire plane is full of Card Master academies. There must be a basic supernatural knowledge classroom in every town and village, responsible for the initiation of Card Masters. There must be a secondary school in a county, where intermediate Card Masters can get resources. There is a top school in the regional capital, which is already a place where you can get in touch with supernatural knowledge above the 7th level. The new Terran Royal Supernatural Academy located in the Imperial capital, where Master Merlin is the dean, is an important base for training countless top Card Masters. There are not only many mentors of God-level Masters here, but also resources and ways to directly reach the God level. Those educational resources and extraordinary knowledge that were once only monopolized by the aristocracy are now open to everyone. With a huge population base and the heritage of the Card Master civilization that has been passed down for several epochs, a large number of dazzling new stars have emerged in just a few years, and the entire Card Master plane is full of vitality. A strong people means a strong country, and the fortune of the Empire has also soared. On this day, the Imperial City of Acheron, a Grand Martial Arts Conference is being held. The square outside the central arena in the South City is crowded with people, and the most eye-catching position is hung with the world's #1 martial arts conference's brand. The upcoming plane war is a tragic life-and-death battle, which requires top-level warriors who are truly practical. So the Card Master fighting event that was once suspended in the East Wilderness has now been revived in the territory of the new Talon Empire, and its scale is far greater than before. This is a grand event for all Card Masters in the entire Empire. The audience was packed with people. Jisun had just come out of seclusion, and as the Emperor of the Empire, he also attended the opening ceremony of the conference finals. He and the White Queen Chujio sat in the main seat, and after giving a speech, they stayed on the stage to watch the opening game. The best in the world. The original purpose is to select the most talented Card Masters, and then concentrate resources to cultivate top Masters. The finals are the top 10 in each group, and the battle is very fierce. All those who can advance to the top 10 are extremely talented. The conference has low, medium, and high-level Card Master groups, as well as a mechanical combat group. The first low-level group opening match. At this moment, two figures quickly alternated in the barrier of the fighting field. One of them was full of energy like flames, obviously using Bakwan, and the other had a gravitational field that distorted the visual space, and it was the magic of the devil to attract the gods to fall. Even though the two players were not at a high level, they had already staged a wonderful match. Even Jisun praised the performance of the two players. The red-clothed player's Bakwan has some tricks. He actually realized the destruction fist at the 3rd level. Yes, he is a good seedling. He has been practicing in seclusion for some time, and rarely paid attention to the affairs of the dynasty, so he did not know the young man. But Chujio, the Hand of the Kingdom, was very familiar with him. When she heard Jisun say this, she introduced, that is Lon Blair, David's 9th disciple. the direct disciple of Senior Gong Wu. He is also the first person to enter the Royal Academy Fighting Academy this year. Oh! Ji-sun also raised his eyebrows when listening to Chujio's introduction, and his face showed a sudden realization. Gong Wu's direct disciple, no wonder. He himself is proficient in Tyrant Fist, so he knows that this martial art requires extremely high talent to get started, and it is difficult to find a suitable successor. But that was in the past. Now Gong Wu is the only martial god in the Card Master plane who has reached the god level with martial arts. His Tyrant Fist is also the most popular fighting technique in the plane, and countless melee card masters dream of it. Every day, countless talented fighters go to the martial arts school to study. With more apprentices, it is not difficult to find good ones. In order to prepare for the upcoming plane war, Gong Wu has been taking apprentices. In addition to David, he later accepted dozens of apprentices and registered apprentices. And the third generation of apprentices is even more, already thousands of people. Ji-sun looked at Lon and Blair, nodded in approval from time to time, and smiled. He is really amazing. When I was at this level, Bakwan, I was not as proficient as him. With the blessing of the dragon bloodline, he is even more domineering. Speaking of this, he looked at the other one and praised him, and his opponent is also very good. He is only at the 3rd level, but he has already entered the stage of Intian Shinyu. In his eyes, you can see the flow of luck. The Empire has a new generation of talents, which is a good phenomenon. As the Queen, Chujio can of course see the strong Empire luck behind the boy's agile posture, and responded with a smile. The other one should have used Master Merlin's Titan God Blood Transformation Potion, and his blood has a strong space and flesh and blood talent, so he can enter the stage of Intian Shinyu so quickly. However, the Divine Blood Potion is still in the experimental stage, and there are very few finished products. It looks like he should be the offspring of a minister of the Empire. Unfortunately, he was disguised, so I didn't recognize who he was. Ji-sun certainly knew what Master Merlin was researching recently. Since the blood gene of the dragon can be grafted onto humans, theoretically, the blood of the Titan can also be grafted onto humans. So after sealing the Titan God Ball last time, he sent a batch of True God samples over. Ji-sun took a few more glances, and saw some familiar moves and boxing routines. After deducing, he suddenly understood something and said, that should be Wayne, the daughter of Aragorn and Miss Alice. I haven't seen her for a few years, but this girl has grown up so much. Hero Aragorn, who is in the sequence, has now ignited the divine fire, and is only one step away from condensing the godhood. He is also one of the top masters in the Card Master plane. He has already achieved great accomplishments in the 2 magic secrets of the Sky God Falling and the Lightless Sun, so it is normal for his descendants to have this talent. The important officials of the Empire are also the main force of the future plane war, and all resources will be poured into it. Besides, he is also familiar with Aragorn and Master Merlin, so of course, he can get that kind of experimental level potion. Hearing this, Chujio was also slightly surprised. Her eyes turned, and she murmured, it turned out to be Wei-in. I heard from Aragorn before that the girl liked fighting since she was a child, and her personality was like a boy. Perhaps she didn't want to take shortcuts by relying on her father's name, so she concealed her identity and signed up for the competition. Yes. Ji-sun also showed a relieved smile at the corner of his eyebrows. A female Titan? Haha, it's really good. The game in the field was very intense, and the 2 sides came and went, attracting waves of cheers from hundreds of thousands of spectators in the audience. In the end, both sides were exhausted, but Lon Blair, the Qigong master, was more suitable for a protracted battle, and won with one move. In Ji-sun's eyes, the 2 contestants were already very good, and it didn't matter who won or lost. The second game was the Mechanical Combat Group. Unlike the traditional Card Master Group game just now, when the 2 tall mechanical armors entered the ring, the breath of steel and fire instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the audience. The mechanical army played an indispensable role in the unification of the new Talon Empire, and people had long witnessed the terrifying combat power of clustered machines. On the battlefield, the steel torrent is definitely more advantageous than the flesh and blood. Mechanical armor that can be recycled and mass-produced is also the absolute main force of future plane wars. It is also the strategic direction that the Empire has poured the most resources into. And the most important thing is that compared to the traditional card master who needs extremely high talent to reach the top extraordinary realm, the requirements for mechanics are much lower, and almost everyone can do it. Therefore, the Block 10 mechanical sequence is now also the extraordinary sequence that most ordinary people can get started with better. Therefore, whether in the Royal Academy or the No. 1 Martial Arts Association, mechanics and traditional card masters have equal status. On the stage, the two very distinctive modified Hunter God class armors, one red and one blue, are very eye-catching. Chujio also introduced, these are the top 10 students selected by the Royal Mechanical Academy this year. The blue one is called Bosun, nicknamed Bomb Boy in the Academy, with a high talent for mechanics and extremely good at the research and development of magic gunpowder and combat control. The red one is Baiyu, a descendant of the God Stealer Bai family, who is good at giving souls to machines. Now the Bai family has made remarkable achievements in the field of pure consciousness control of machines. Ji-sun was also curious when he heard it. Oh, the Bai family's soul armor has been successful? It seems that during the time he was in seclusion, the empire has indeed undergone a lot of changes. When searching the souls of those foreign orc gods before, he also knew that the soul armor was actually mechanical ascension, which is also a way to reach the gods. Even in a powerful mechanical universe, there are true gods and mechanical life forms at the level of Lord of the Universe. Chujio nodded yes. After the Titans no longer monitor the plane, the dead zone that was once a forbidden place for living things has now become a popular place for high-level card masters to explore. That endless pit was once the plane channel from the other plane to the card master plane. During the Great Collapse era, many large-scale wars occurred near the channel, and many gods fell, leaving behind many ancient relics and secret treasures. Among them, a large number of Titan Godhead fragments that can be used to make mechanical armor energy cores remain. In the past few years of exploration, the fragments found are enough to support the large-scale mass production of Titan-class armor. And the Hunter God-class armor is not as scarce as it used to be. Now it is not only equipped on a large scale in the army, but any student who can enter the elite class of the Royal Mechanical Academy can get a basic version of the Hunter God armor for free for modification and learning. As the two were chatting, the two mechas in the arena had already started fighting. Compared with the battles of traditional card masters, the battles of mechanical armors were much more intense. Steam boilers roared, magic lightsabers, and various missiles flew around, exploding with brilliant and colorful lights. The duel of mechanics was not only about mecha control, but also about mechanical modification. Within the specified mechanical level range, being able to modify the best armor is also an important reference for the results of the competition. Ji-sun looked at the two armors on the arena, and he seemed to see the scene of the mechanical army sweeping across the battlefield like a torrent in the future. If there are enough mechas like this, they will not be afraid of future plane wars. Chujio beside him seemed to have thought of the same thing, and said, just this morning, the Cosmic Arena just sent us the information of the opponent. Our opponent in 2 years will be the Yenyu plane, which is a very powerful demon plane. The local creatures have demon blood, and are warlike and barbaric. There are more than 5 upper gods. And they have participated in a plane war and won it. They have a large number of elite soldiers, who have fought hundreds of battles, and some prisoners of war in other planes. His strength is first-rate among the third-class planes. It is said that he was hired by the Chronos Titans at a high price. Oh! Ji-sun was not surprised to hear these words. Now that he has sealed the True God Ball, the Chronos tribe must find a way to win the plane war if they want to rescue him, so it is reasonable for them to make small moves. Chujio added, so, in the plane war 2 years later, we may face some unknown external forces interfering. Hearing this, Ji-sun smiled disapprovingly. Well, it is true that Chronos is a big trouble. But it is not that bad. The plane war is also a grand event of the 7th universe, and basic fairness can still be guaranteed. And it involves gambling. As long as someone hopes for an upset, they will not let those guys interfere too much. Our card master plane is an unpopular plane anyway, so just improve your strength. We cannot interfere with other external forces, and there is no need to worry about them. Chujio listened to Ji-sun's analysis, and the worry between his brows disappeared a lot, and nodded, well. Chapter 633 Extra 3. Ji-sun and Chujio watched several opening matches of the world's first martial arts conference in the arena, and soon returned to the palace. The palace is located at the highest point of the imperial capital Acheron, where there is an excellent view overlooking the entire majestic city. On weekdays, Ji-sun is mostly in seclusion for training, and Chujio, the hand of the kingdom, is also busy with government affairs. It's rare for the two to go out for a walk, so they are interested in walking more. There is a bright sun in the sky of the imperial capital, which is the sun wheel, and there are wind elements and water elements that simulate the blue sky. Ji-sun now understands the world, which is just a little miracle. The bright sunshine shines in the floating palace garden, emitting colorful light under the falling waterfall. The two strolled in the flowers, walking and chatting. The Plain War will begin in 2 years. The more so, the more people enjoy this rare peace and tranquility. The time at this moment is as beautiful as a dream, making Ji-sun feel like a dream. Chujio looked at the colorful divine light lingering around Ji-sun's body, knowing that he had some insights, and asked curiously, "What are you thinking about?" Ji-sun smiled and said, "Thinking back to when we first met in Devil's Cross." Chujio blinked when he heard this, as if he remembered something, that different dimension? Ji-sun nodded and added yes. For O7 Abnormal Biology Research Institute. Chujio smiled teasingly, "Well, I still remember that time you and the Fallen which stayed together for a night and survived. That was their first meeting, a magical fate, like the beginning of a storybook. Because of that accidental encounter, there were so many unforgettable experiences afterwards." Ji-sun knew what the teasing in her crystal eyes meant, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Let's go to Devil's Cross. Devil's Cross was not only the place where the two met for the first time, but also the place where he first came to this world. Chujio also had an indescribable nostalgia for the place where the two met, and readily agreed, okay. The space crack opened, and the two stepped in, and the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The cross-shaped city is no longer the dilapidated ancient ruins of the past. Today, Devil's Cross is already a prosperous city. There are a large number of complete buildings left over from the Talon Empire era. After the population moved in, it has become as prosperous as a normal city. Because there is a large iron ore vein nearby, this is still a steel city. Although the city has changed a lot, it still has the outline of memory. There are a large number of steel mills in the city, and the towering chimneys are constantly emitting choking smoke. Ji-sun and Chujio did not stroll on the crowded streets, but jumped onto a familiar tower. This was the tower where they had parted at Devil's Cross. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Ji-sun's eyes were full of emotion. Revisiting the old place, a very strange feeling surged in his heart, which was the perception of time. Chujio's beautiful eyes also danced with crystals, and suddenly she had an idea and suggested, "I take you to see it." When their eyes met, Ji-sun immediately understood, okay. As soon as the words fell, a set of ejection mechanical arm colonization suit appeared in Chujio's hand. Ji-sun looked at the mottled and old paint surface, and recognized that this was the mechanical equipment that Chujio was wearing when she first met her. Chujio looked at Ji-sun's gaze and responded, "I couldn't bear to throw away the equipment I used before, so I kept it." Her words revealed the nostalgia for the time when they met here. As she spoke, she raised her hand, and a steel cable was ejected with a whoosh sound, and hung on the steel frame on the high tower. Then he jumped, and took Ji-sun with him like a swinging in the steel jungle. Just like many years ago, when the two of them took an adventure together. This was the road they had walked together. The strong wind blew on his face, and Ji-sun looked at Chujio beside him, with a slight smile in his eyes. The same place, the same people. The only difference was that the temporary teammate who had lived and died together when they first met had now become the closest queen. The two memories overlapped, and dreams and reality intertwined. They walked back along the traces of the past, and their memories seemed to follow the rapidly receding scene around them, returning to the time when they first met. Chujio beside him seemed to no longer be the elegant, cold, and unworldly white queen, but had turned back into the mysterious girl who came to explore the ruins alone. That feeling was very strange, like the bright starlight on a summer night shining on my face. I thought I was seeing the present, but I didn't know that when I looked back, it was already the appearance of the stars many years ago. After several steel cables snapped, the two stood steadily on the roof of a T-shaped building. This was the place where they came out of the other dimensional space. Ji-sun suddenly asked, "Do you remember what you said when we first met?" Chujio certainly remembered, raised his eyebrows and responded, "You are not dead?" As soon as these words came out, it was like standing in time and hearing the echo of the long river of time hitting the shore. The two smiled at each other, and the law of time in Ji-sun's eyes materialized into a rapidly flowing backwards image, and time really flowed backwards. A closed passage in the style of a doomsday bunker came into view. Under the dim light, the heavy iron door slowly opened. Chujio looked at this familiar scene, and her pretty face was full of surprise. "Is this the other dimension? Have we returned to the past?" Ji-sun said calmly, "Yes." Although he still cannot see through the mystery of time, after getting the recognition of Coffin of Creation, he can easily use this ability of time travel. Chujio realized that he really returned. This was also the first time she had such a magical experience, and her beautiful blue eyes sparkled with dazzling surprise. This scene of the law of time manifesting in front of her eyes, for her current lower godhood, had an indescribable feeling of status improvement. However, before she could say anything more, A weak and skinny young man walked out of the door carefully, holding a large caliber revolver in his hand. As soon as he came out, a girl wearing a skull gas mask also rushed out from the next room. The two of them drew their guns and pointed them at each other alertly. The girl's expression under the gas mask could not hide her surprise, and she blurted out, "You are not dead?" This is the scene when the two of them first met in my memory. Then, the girl wearing the skull gas mask murmured again, after spending a night with the fallen witch, "You are still alive?" Chujio heard herself say this. She tilted her head and looked at Ji-sun beside her with a playful look. The two of them are no longer the friends who would feel rude to look directly at each other, but are now close friends. Ji-sun didn't feel embarrassed, but only found it interesting. He hugged Chujio beside him and kissed her cool red lips. Even though the two of them were already very familiar with each other, Chujio was still a little embarrassed by this sudden intimacy. Looking at the face so close, her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and then a gentle smile appeared on her face. On the first day of crossing, Ji-sun met the fallen witch in the room. The plot in front of him was like a movie. The former self and the former her formed a temporary teammate and explored this different dimension together. Ji-sun and Chujio were watching very seriously. At this moment, both of them became bystanders, watching their former selves exploring this different dimensional space. They not only saw their former youthful appearance, but also glimpsed the mystery of the law of time. At the same time, a thought came to their minds. Would their former selves think that their future selves would come back to watch this experience? Or, would their future selves come back to watch this encounter? It felt like flipping through a storybook, and having already seen the ending, but turning to the first page from the beginning, it was as if they were seeing the beginning of the story again. Again and again. Chujio, who had just seen the mystery of time for the first time, was already speechless with amazement. And Ji-sun's eyes were also filled with the endless depth of the universe. After comprehending the world, he had a very clear understanding of the law of time. At least in his current understanding, he had fully understood the concept of time as relative that Emperor Lalingster had once told him. Many times, he also wondered whether the real world, he knew, was also a story in a book of a higher dimension. What? Even the Earth world he traveled through before might not be another story world. Just like the book of dimensionality reduction. This world might not be a book in the hands of a god with a higher status than the true god. Ji-sun did not dwell on the doubts about the reality and illusion. As long as he could not break through the cognition of the world barrier, it would be meaningless to dwell on the reality or not in any world. For him, life was more meaningful than anything else. Even in the story, it is enough to be exciting enough. Chujio was holding Ji-sun's hand at this moment, as if he also sensed what he seemed to be thinking. The two looked at their younger selves in front of them, and smiled tacitly. But the change came very suddenly. It was like the film was interrupted, and the surrounding scenery changed. The two had left the different dimension, and appeared on the top of the previous building. Chujio was just immersed in the mystery of time travel, and now he came back, with a slightly surprised expression. She tilted her head, and looked at it with a puzzled look. Ji-sun shrugged and explained, "I have realized the time ability so far, but it can only last this long." Hearing this, Chujio teased meaningfully, "Oh, our new Terran's emperor doesn't seem to be very durable." The cold and arrogant White Queen's beautiful face showed a charm that no one except Ji-sun could see. Ji-sun was teased by her, and directly put his hands around her slender waist and asked, "How is the extraordinary balance required for your advancement to the middle-level godhood?" Chujio of course understood what he said, rolled her eyes, but also responded truthfully, "It's still a little short." Ji-sun had already mastered it, and responded, "Yeah, I think so too." Chujio didn't say anything, and the surrounding scene had changed back to the white bed in the palace. Lying backwards, in the blink of an eye, it was already a spring scene. Chapter 634 Extra 4. The plane war is about to begin. Everyone in the Card Master plane is preparing for this war that will determine the fate of the Card Master plane. On the contrary, Emperor Ji-sun seems to have nothing to do every day. Even in cultivation, he has fallen into a bottleneck period. He was able to be promoted to a higher god, not entirely by himself, but more because of the blessing of the coffin of the god of creation and the origin of the plane. Now he is already a higher god. Even if he has practiced for tens of thousands of years, there may be no major progress in his realm. Although the feast is still useful, the broken Card Master plane itself also limits the upper limit of the living being status, and he cannot obtain more original divine power from the plane. This is why the Chronos Titan Protoss came to the Card Master plane to cultivate true gods. Because the original power required to promote a true god is enough to drain the entire plane. Ji-sun certainly can't do this. So he has been organizing the Card Master's extraordinary system in the past few years. Because he comprehends the law of chaos, his current realm looks at the laws of the universe below the god level, and there is almost no secret. The Card Master civilization has developed for several eras, and the wisdom and hard work of countless Card Master predecessors have accumulated into a vast amount of extraordinary books that have been passed down. Ji-sun is like a librarian. He sorted out the new 52 magic god sequences, and then recatalogued the lost sequence-specific magic secrets, sorting them out from the shallow to the deep into thousands of variants, which has raised the entire Card Master system by a big step. This is what I have been doing most recently. It's almost done, so I'm free. Without great opportunities, there would be no progress in cultivation, and Ji-sun did not stay in the palace all the time. On this day, as usual, he liked to go out of the palace for a stroll. The imperial city of Acheron is already the most prosperous city in the Card Master plane. In the sky, the floating airships that look like the belly of a white whale are humming with white steam, and the strangely shaped steel locomotives are constantly flowing on the streets. The densely packed shop windows on both sides of the street display a wide range of goods, and the whole city is thriving. The city is no longer full of low-rise buildings from the magic era like a few years ago, but more of various towering steel buildings that have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Workers wearing mechanical exoskeletons can be seen everywhere on both sides of the street, building new buildings. Ji-sun often likes to walk alone on the street. Walking in the endless stream of people, looking at the faces of all kinds of people, will give people an inexplicable sense of peace. It was evening, the sun set, and a bright moon slowly hung in the sky. The gentle moonlight gently sprinkled on the streets and alleys of the city, illuminating the gorgeous and hazy beauty of the neon city. Ji-sun walked aimlessly on the street. Unconsciously, I suddenly heard melodious music. I looked up at the road sign and walked to number 33 Central Avenue. There is a unique shell-shaped building with a sign of Goethe Theater. Ji-sun looked at the familiar name of the theater in his memory and glanced at the Terran Royal Opera Company performing in the theater tonight, and the light in his eyes slightly shrank. This is not the official song and dance troupe of the new empire today, but a private enterprise, the most famous opera troupe in the East Wasteland back then. Now it is the property of the Song family. Ji-sun looked at the theater in front of him and couldn't help but think of the fat man Song Kan. It had been several years since they last met, and that guy already had many children and grandchildren. When Orlan was restored, the Song family was forced to retreat to the wilderness and almost disappeared. Now that Ji-sun has become the emperor, the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce has risen again, and it is no longer limited to the East Wilderness, but has become the top business in the entire plain. In Ji-sun's eyes, he saw the ups and downs of the Song family's fate. With this thought, Ji-sun suddenly became interested and walked into the theater to watch a show. He bought a ticket at the entrance and entered the building with classical decorations. Ji-sun gradually found that the scenes and memories around him seemed to overlap. The decoration here was almost the same as the Goethe Theater where he and Song Yu went to Black Gold City more than 100 years ago. The same classical decoration, the same theater structure, and even the oil painting on the wall called Royal Palace Terrace was in its original position. The melodious music sounded, and the actors' graceful figures jumped on the stage. The play was still the Swan of Lake Best that he had seen many times, and Ji-sun still watched it with great interest. He sat in the dimly lit audience, watching the play in front of him. Although there was a faint smile on the corners of his mouth, the light in his eyes had long been blurred and gradually distant, and he seemed to have entered a very mysterious state of perception without knowing it. People often have such similar experiences in this life. Or read a book that you read in your youth, or hear a melody that you haven't heard for many years, or accidentally meet a friend you haven't seen for many years. The feeling of déjà vu makes people feel as if time is overlapping. It seems that the encounter many years ago was just yesterday. Ji-sun was thoughtful. At some inadvertent moment, time quietly flowed back. In the huge theater, the lines of the actors on the stage, the beautiful melody, and the noisy audience discussions were very clear in his ears at this moment. At a certain moment, he suddenly heard an intimate conversation in the private room on the second floor behind him. "What's wrong? Miss Yu looks very good tonight." "Thank you, ha ha ha. Mr. Ji-sun has praised me 5 times tonight." Ji-sun suddenly realized what happened. Looking back, he saw a young man in a black suit sitting in the private room on the second floor behind him, and a young girl in a flowery skirt beside him. The girl's pretty face was like a rose blooming in summer, and her slightly red cheeks seemed to be stained by morning dew. The long eyelashes that occasionally trembled playfully seemed to hide the little secret in the girl's heart. The two were sitting in the box, whispering, intimacy and courtesy with some mutual respect. But when the girl's eyes accidentally touched the black-clothed man next to her, her eyes quickly dodged, like a frightened deer, and a blush instantly climbed up her cheeks and spread to her ears. It was also the dim light that hid the seductive youthful beauty, so the girl didn't panic. It was very much like the love when it was still young. When Ji-sun saw the scene, he suddenly realized and murmured, "Miss you." He seemed to have realized something. He looked at the trans-time stamp in his hand, and realized that he had traveled through time again. He did not rely on his own ability to look back to the past from the perspective of a third party, but he really traveled through time. High-dimensional time law? Ji-sun pondered in his heart, as if he had grasped some insights. In this case, it was not like flipping through a book from a third-party perspective, but it was as if a high-dimensional being took a pen and forcibly modified part of the previous plot and added a character. This is a high-dimensional time ability that he cannot understand at present. Even true God cannot perform miracles. However, Ji-sun did not think too much about the illusory perception at this moment, but looked back at himself and Miss You at that time, and raised a curve at the corner of his mouth. It turned out that the future self had come back to watch this experience. But the self at that time did not realize that the future self was in the audience below the stage. While thinking, he did not realize that the repertoire on the stage had changed several times. The midnight bell rang, and the performance of the elegy of King Oren officially began on the stage. This is a sexy midnight theater. The actors on the stage were all white and surging, and Ji-sun clearly sensed the panic of the girl on the second floor behind him. The girl mind, which I didn't understand at that time, now I completely understand it. It turned out that the girl liked herself very much at that time. Finally, she mustered up the courage and spoke first. "Mr. Ji-sun, which actor do you think has the best figure?" "The one with black hair on the right, the maid on the left, and the queen in the bath." "Really? Why do I think the female guard with the torn top is the best?" "Not bad either. Also, it doesn't have to be big to be pretty. Miss You, your aesthetic is a bit more classical in Oren style." "Oh! Mr. Ji-sun, do you like long legs, or do you like plump ones?" "Soul. Miss You, you don't need to compare yourself with others, you are already very beautiful." "Oh really? Thank you, Mr. Ji-sun." Happy. Ji-sun listened to the intimate whispers in the private room on the second floor behind him, and the arc on the corner of his mouth never disappeared. He wanted to say hello to his former self, the former Miss Fisherman, but his raised hand froze in place. A powerful causal force prevented him from making any move to change the course of history. It was like a storybook that had been completed. Ji-sun's current state was just the main story that was reopened by the pen of the Galway author, and his future self's name fell among the audience, who didn't even have a name in the theater 100 years ago. He cannot change any main story. This is why the prophecy cannot be changed. Looking at the past, a small cause is a heavy result that changes the whole world. The prophets captured some future fragments with a high-dimensional consciousness that was out of the world. Any thought of reversing that result involves changing the cause and effect of the whole world. This is not something that the characters in this dimension can do. It is a higher dimensional power. Ji-sun suddenly understood something and thought, it seems that the rules of this super time and space stamp are higher than the creation artifact. Discovering this, he was not only surprised that he had a treasure that could change the future plane war. He was also surprised that he seemed to have glimpsed a little more of the true mystery of the law of time. The dimension of time is far more than what he saw. And Ji-sun thought about it carefully again. It seemed that there was nothing he had to change. In fact, he had often thought about it before. If he could go back in time one day, could he change the ending with Song Yu? At first, his longing made him want to see his lover who was frozen in time again, and make up for the regret of waiting for 100 years. He had often wondered if his future self could go back in time, even if it was with the time and space stamps. Why didn't he remind himself? Now he realized that his future self had come to see this wonderful time at some point. Future self. But did nothing. Because this is already the best gift of fate. Just as the divination words that old man Su once gave to Song Yu. In this world of fireworks, everything is regrettable, but everything is worth it. The real disappearance of a person's trace in this world is not death, but forgetting. Some people, as long as they are remembered, she will always be there. In time, she is still beautiful. Just like now, I came and saw myself when I was young, and Miss You is still in her prime in time. Perhaps in the long, long future, Ji-sun's status will be elevated to a level where he can truly see through the ultimate mystery of time. At that time, he may reverse time and change Song Yu's regretful ending. It's like an author picking up a pen to write another new storyline. A perfect love story between Ji-sun and Song Yu. In that story world, there are no regrets, only sweet love. But that is already another brand new story. Unconsciously, the scenery around us faded. Ji Xuan now gradually came back to his senses in the state of enlightenment, and his eyes refocused. The stage in front of him was still showing the erotic performance. But after taking a look at the playlist in his hand, it was no longer the Elegy of King Oren, but a new play, the Elegy of King Oren's Restoration. The actors, music, stage background, lighting, and plot were all impeccable. Obviously, the screenwriter's level was very high. The only problem was that this script was still the same as the old tradition, smearing the Illuminati. A positive role in the decisive battle in the East Wilderness. Ji Sun suddenly felt a familiar sense of absurdity when he looked at the stage play in front of him. He stopped watching, stood up, and walked towards the backstage of the theater. Coming to an inconspicuous room, Ji Sun looked at the sign of writer's room hanging on it, and knocked on the door. The door opened, and a guy with a mushroom head and glasses was rubbing his sleepy eyes, as if he had stayed up too late, and there were a lot of script manuscripts on the table behind him. Seeing Ji Sun at the door, Mushroom Head was also surprised and asked, "Teacher, why are you here?" It was none other than Darcy, the light chaser. As he said that, Mushroom Head hurriedly opened the door and led his teacher into the room, apologetically saying, "My place is a mess. If I had known you were coming, I would have cleaned it up." Ji Sun didn't mind at all, walked in, and asked, "Did you write the Elegy of the Restoration of King Oren before?" Darcy blinked and said meaningfully, "Ah, teacher, did you go to the Midnight Theater just now?" Ji Sun did not answer, but just smiled and said, "Well written." After being praised, Darcy touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly, and said modestly, "It's far worse than my predecessors." Although his strength is invincible below the god level, he still appears very humble in front of his teacher. Ji Sun smiled, sat on the stool casually, glanced at the manuscript on the table, and asked, "Darcy, how is your progress in condensing the Godhead?" Hearing this, Darcy said with a distressed look, "I have some clues, but I always feel that something is missing. To condense the Godhead, one needs to have a sense of the laws of the universe, and no one can help him." Although Master Merlin's Godhead potion can quickly break through this threshold, Darcy did not choose that path. Even though he is Ji Sun's disciple, his life is no different from before. He is not a noble, and has no position, just an ordinary little screenwriter. He earns a few thousand copper coins a month, and lives in this kind of utility room. In Ji Sun's current state of mind, this kind of hard life is certainly not considered a bad thing. Darcy didn't feel bitter either. The Illumination Hermitage means the other side that is not illuminated by the light. As they have been for countless years, this group of people is the shadow that protects the civilization of the card master. Ji Sun looked at Darcy's slightly distressed expression and took out half of an ancient book, which was the Book of Dimensionality Reduction. Darcy looked at him and immediately cast a puzzled look. "Teacher, what is this?" This kind of handed-down artifact originally had no effect on ordinary gods, because it needed the origin of the world to drive it. Not to mention Darcy, who only ignited the divine fire. Ji Sun responded calmly, "I just have some insights on the law of time. I take you to see the world." "Ah?" Hearing this, Darcy instantly became excited. Before he could say anything more, the surrounding scenery changed, and he appeared in another world. For card masters of the Seven of Diamonds barred sequence, the Book of Dimension Reduction is the best opportunity. Before, Ji Sun had no idea how to guide. And just now, he glimpsed some new mysteries of time and suddenly had an idea. I don't know how long it took. The surrounding scenery changed back to the messy storage room again. Darcy opened his eyes. His eyes were full of divine light, and he whispered, "Teacher, I'm in the state of God." Chapter 635 Extra 5. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shines through the stained glass windows of the Emperor's bedroom onto the white bed. The light and shadow leave mottled colors on the bedsheets, and also reflect a beautiful spring light. Ji Sun lies in the middle of the bed with his eyes closed, enjoying this peaceful time, with two naked, delicate and beautiful bodies around him. Under the sunlight, the delicate skin shines with an alluring white light. The woman on the left buries her head in Ji Sun's shoulder, and her appearance cannot be seen clearly, but her beautiful silver hair falls on the pillow like a waterfall, reflecting the dazzling silver light in the sun. It was the 9th day of the first lunar month. Ji Sun hugged the sleeping White Queen with his arms. When he was in high spirits, he gently held and rubbed her right hand, which caused a sound of grumbling in his sleep. He felt that the guy was not quiet at all, but became more and more presumptuous. The 9th day of the first lunar month did not open his eyes. Every morning, the guy beside him was always in high spirits. She had long been accustomed to it. On the other side, Nanjing also woke up. He also had no intention of getting up. As the high priest, She had a lot of government affairs to deal with every day, and it was rare for her to enjoy such leisure. Her head was close to Ji-sun's chest, and her proud figure could not be covered even by the quilt. She seemed to have guessed what was happening under the slightly moving sheets, and she chuckled without saying a word. The atmosphere was gentle and ambiguous. Hearing that chuckle, Ji-sun's other hand was not idle either. He stretched out his fingers and gently grasped it, and only grasped 60% of the roundness. It was already full and soft. When the three of them were together, Nanjing was not as reserved as Chujio. Feeling Ji-sun's aggressive momentum, she was not shy, but instead took the opportunity to put her slender jade hand into the quilt. Sensing the vitality, she also teased, "Oh, our emperor is very energetic early in the morning." Ji-sun was immediately aroused by this, and he hugged Miss Nan who dared to tease him. The quilt was completely opened, revealing a large area of spring. Her black hair fell on her chest, which made her proud figure even more white and plump. Haha, Nanjing knew that she had started a war, but she was not shy at all. She lay on Ji-sun's chest intimately, raised her eyebrows slightly, looked at him and asked, "Your Majesty, you didn't rest well last night. Do you want to rest more?" It sounded like concern, but more like provocation. Ji-sun was not accommodating, and with a slap, he slapped her perky buttocks with a crisp sound. After all, she was not a girl, so shy to express anything. Nanjing felt the slap on her buttocks, but was not surprised. She snorted with her charming eyes like peach blossoms. What? Seeing that Ji-sun only raised his eyes to indicate without saying anything, Nanjing, who had already become a woman, smiled knowingly. Her proud figure became as soft and beautiful as the morning sun. The room was full of ripples. After becoming a god, desires can indeed be restrained by reason, but the body cannot. The super-strong supernatural gathering of the body is like a scorching sun. The energy will always leak out, and the body's needs are also stronger. It's not just pleasure, it's also a very subtle balance of supernatural nature. For example, if Chujio wants to be promoted to a middle-level god, the pure extreme cold law she cultivates requires an extreme balance of the fire law. Nanjing's spiritual sequence requires a more complex law perception, and Ji-sun's chaos law is a perfect match. The three of them had been close friends for a long time, and later they often got together. Ji-sun liked it, so Chujio and Nanjing didn't mind. The noise in the early morning was a bit loud, so Chujio couldn't sleep in. She opened her eyes, and saw a rough spring scene. This was a scene that outsiders could never see. It was a close contact between the soul and the body, and also the fusion and feedback of extraordinary characteristics. This scene had been seen before, and Chujio did not restrain her gaze. She lazily propped her head with one hand, staring at the two people enjoying the pleasure early in the morning on the pillow. Watching Ji-sun's pause when his brows slightly frowned while panting, Chujio's clever hands occasionally teased him slightly, chuckled, and asked provocatively, "Your Majesty, are you okay?" Unexpectedly, before she finished speaking, the big hand pulled, and the White Queen let out a soft cry, and was also pulled into the gentle joy. In the bedroom, there were no more words, only the graceful spring scenery. However, even though Ji-sun was already invincible in the plane, one emperor and two queens. In the extreme double tenderness, he was defeated in the end. The card master's plane is very large, but for Ji-sun's current realm, it doesn't matter where he goes. As a hands-off emperor, he doesn't have to deal with government affairs every day. Even if he needs to attend, most of the time, Shadow can handle it. Ji-sun's daily routine is to stroll around and see the universe. Occasionally, he will find friends, invite Xie Guizhong and Old Man Su to play cards, go to Gongwu's martial arts hall, teach Darcy and Isabel, two disciples, and then have dinner with several queens. Although he looked relaxed, Ji-sun was actually very concerned about the war preparations of the plane. After having breakfast with Chujio Nanjing in the palace of Acheron in the southern continent, Ji-sun took a step and appeared in the eastern wasteland. Without the Titan True God to absorb the elemental spiritual energy, the entire card master plane is now reviving. Although the current eastern wasteland is still the poorest among the several continents, it is not lacking in popularity. After all, the emperor of the New Talon Empire, Ji-sun, as well as several queens and many important ministers, all came from the eastern wasteland. Moreover, this is also the mechanical center of the entire continent. The former New World mechanical city had to be hidden in the East Wasteland, but now the entire East Wasteland is a world of machinery. Innocent City. Ji-sun teleported out and walked on the street. This city, the closest to the East Wasteland and the central continent, is now the most prosperous mechanical city in the plane. Every day, a large amount of mechanical equipment is transported from here to the central continent and the south continent. The once bustling Downing Street has lost the taverns and entertainment venues everywhere, and now it is full of mechanical shops with guns, cannons, and combat mechas. Come and have a look. The nearly new 5th-generation Hunter God armor is only priced at $1.88 million. Black Gold Machinery Shop. High-end machinery is a must. T11 Arcane Particle Accelerator, the latest Void Vortex Assault Engine, the new world-developed Black Technology 800-meter Magic Sword, everything you need. Wholesale Earthquake Armor, the best choice for mining, large quantities are preferred. Ji-sun walked on the street, and his ears were filled with the shouts of various merchants. Having not been here for a few months, Ji-sun walked along the way, curiously looking at the exhibits in the window. This is the most lively mechanical market in the plain. Not only are there various advanced mechanical equipment and black technology, but also many military armors that were once considered banned by the military, including some civilian versions of the God Hunter armor. And in the shop of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, Ji-sun even saw a Titan armor as an exhibit. He smiled knowingly when he saw it. Song Kan and Dong Chi knew each other a long time ago. The only one who could get this thing as a gimmick was the fat guy Song Kan. Originally, the flow of too advanced mechanical equipment into the market would cause turmoil. But now that the plain war is imminent, the imperial government has not banned it, but has taken the initiative to allow some high-end technologies to flow into the civilian population. Once the whole country devotes its efforts to mass production of something, the price becomes very cheap. And only with the participation of the whole nation can mechanical technology develop rapidly. At present, the effect seems to be good. There are many non-professional mechanical masters in the civilian population, and many practical armor modifications are made by famous swords. Ji-sun walked around for a while, and the surrounding scenery changed. He had already appeared in the underground of the City of Innocence. There is a large underground ruins here. Master Merlin once opened a part of it as his own laboratory. Later, it was destroyed after the restoration of Orlan. Now, it has become a laboratory of Master Merlin again, because there are some very special researches here. Ji-sun went underground and walked to the outside of the research institute very familiarly. The Totoro guarding the door and the newly hatched Charmander just looked up at Ji-sun and closed their eyes again. After walking in, it was still the familiar dark scene. Various dazzling jars and instruments emit green light, and an old octopus in a white coat is busy. Ji-sun walked to the door, and Master Merlin realized who was coming. The face hidden in the wig on the back of his head also opened, and greeted, "Your Majesty, you are here." "Yes." Ji-sun responded. "How is the research on the insect mother going?" If a normal person was here, he would be scared when he saw the ghost face on the back of Merlin's head. But Ji-sun has gotten used to it. This is the 5th evil god brain that Merlin transplanted after he successfully integrated the Titan bloodline as the first test subject. In his own words, 6 brains can help him understand what the gods can understand. This is also true. Master Merlin can now understand a lot of high-dimensional information that the human brain cannot bear. Although the improvement in combat power is not so exaggerated, the improvement in scientific research ability is geometrically multiplied. Even Ji-sun doesn't know what level Master Merlin is now. Merlin heard the question and responded. It went very smoothly. She successfully integrated the genes of the Worm Mother. As long as there is enough energy to absorb in the future, there must be a mysterious Worm Mother. As he spoke, an octopus tentacle pressed a button, and the green liquid bubbles in a 3-meter-high culture dish not far away also disappeared. In the culture dish, a naked girl was floating in the water, with jars inserted all over her body, and her eyes closed. It was the girl called Zero in the past. She was the chosen one of the mysterious Worm Mother Karakta, after Orlan was defeated in the final battle of the East Wasteland. The power of the insect mother was absorbed by the personification of the true god Baal, leaving some half-dead insects. Ji-sun did not completely wipe out those insects, but collected and restricted them. And the most important thing is this Zero. The harm of insects in war is very terrible. When a group of insects pass through, no grass will grow. Ji-sun has witnessed this with his own eyes, whether it is the Talent Empire or the previous battle in the East Wilderness. So during the previous Plain War, he thought of a tactic. If the Zerg can be controlled, then it will definitely be a powerful weapon in war. The mysterious Worm Mother Karakta has been completely sealed, and Zero, this god's chosen one, can be trained to be a new generation of Worm Mothers loyal to him. This experimental base is for this purpose. And it's not just these worms. Master Merlin's laboratory also has samples of the Black Death Plague. They now have the antidote and vaccine for the Black Death. If used well, this thing will definitely be a powerful weapon that can affect the outcome of the war. Just talking about the efficiency of treating the plague, magic is far inferior to medical technology. Ji-sun prepared these tactics that seemed a bit vicious. But in reality, they were far from enough. The cruelty of the plain war was far beyond anyone's imagination. Any tactic that could be thought of had been used by someone in the god's universe. According to the information Ji-sun had obtained from the souls of those orcs, the opponent, the Hell Plane, was not a good person in the 7th universe. The methods of the demons were more ruthless than those of the plague bugs. In this battle, even though Ji-sun now felt that the Card Master Plane was much stronger than the Terran Empire 3,000 years ago, he still didn't feel that there was any sign of a sure win.